Okay, good morning. Good morning and welcome. This is a land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. Today is Thursday, May 19th, 2022, and it is a beautiful day here in Manatee County. We're going to start the day the way we always do. We're going to start by honoring God and by honoring our great nation. The invocation will be led by Pastor and County Commissioner James Satcher, after which veteran County Commissioner Reggie Bellamy will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, if you're able, please stand.
Let's pray. Lord, we come before you grateful. We thank you that you have watched over us, that you have led us, that you have guided us. Lord, we thank you for this great nation. We thank you that you allow us to play a part in your great plan of salvation for the nations and for the people. Lord, we pray that today you would lead us, guide us, show us what to do. And Lord, we thank you for your hand of provision and protection upon all of our citizens. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We will then go to Mrs. Courtney DePaul for changes to today's agenda.
Good morning. So changes to the agenda are as follows. The updated memo on May 16th, 2022, we made a change to advertised public hearings for presentations scheduled for item number 7, PDMU-18-06GR, Villages of Amazon South, PLN 2201-0023. It's a quasi-judicial item. Principal planner is Bill O'Shea, and we revised the specific approval letter and revised the general development plan. On an updated memo on May 18th, 2022, under advertised public hearings presentation scheduled, we made a change to item number 6, PA-22-03/ordinance 22-36, Villages of Amazon South, the small-scale comprehensive plan map and the text amendment, PLN 2201-0022, legislative item led by Bill O'Shea, principal planner, and item number 7, PDMU-18-06GR, Villages of Amazon South, PLN 2201-0023, quasi-judicial by Bill O'Shea, the principal planner. The neighborhood workshop summary and public comments were added. And then finally, number 10, item number 10 at 1:30 p.m. time certain, PA-21-01/ordinance 22-27 SR64 North Property, large-scale comprehensive plan map amendment, PLN 2103-0022, legislative item by Charlie Andrews, CNU-A, and senior planner. There were public comments that were added. All of the above changes are in the updated memo and have been attached to the agenda management system. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll move on to consent. Commissioners, are there any items that you would like to pull from consent today? Okay, hearing none, we'll open consent up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on an item on today's consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on consent today?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close public comment, move forward with the vote. All in favor of passing consent, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
We need a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry. I entertain a motion. How's
I
that?
move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Bellamy to pass the consent agenda. Now we will hold the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, consent now passes unanimously. Ms. Schenk, please start walking us through today's agenda.
Okay, number 2 is a legislative advertised public hearing presentation upon request, LDCT 2103, ordinance 2205, county-initiated LDC amendment, urban quarter requirements. Planner is Bill O'Shea, principal planner, and this is prepared for the second public hearing and the vote today.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Bill O'Shea with Development Services. We're here today for the second hearing or the adoption hearing for the Land Development Code text amendments for urban corridor requirements. This is presentation upon request, so I'm not sure if you want a presentation, a summary, or just to move forward.
Commissioners, would anyone like a presentation on this item?
I would like a summary, please.
A summary, sir.
Okay. So there was we've had a chance to work with the urban corridor standards for a while, and we've recognized that there's certain things that just weren't working the way that we thought they were. So there are a few changes that are proposed. One is the section 531.16, which requires a street wall for drive-through establishments not utilizing the urban corridor incentives. So we are deleting that requirement. We're clarifying when a street wall is required, the materials the wall can be constructed of, and also that building elevations of the wall are required with the site plan application, so staff knows what the wall will look like. We have had a couple walls that were constructed that did not match the building. They were essentially just block walls, and of course, we don't want something that out of place being constructed for the wall. So we'd like to have a little bit more say in the construction of those walls so they're aesthetically pleasing. The other thing that we clarified was the front setback zone and when landscaping is required and when landscaping planters are required. We have revised section 902.4G, which talks about location of parking facilities. It's revisions to clarify access through existing single-family residential neighborhoods when the project is built strictly as residential and when a second means of access is required. This would only apply to residential-only projects in the urban corridor. And the final change was we revised the requirement that the main entrance of a building must be oriented toward the public right-of-way for residential projects. We're not going to require it for residential, but for mixed use and commercial, it will still be a requirement. And that is the summary of changes for the urban corridor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Servia is on the board. Commissioner Servia?
And thank you, Bill. I appreciate it, and I understand the cleanup, and I think it's all good. I do hope, my comments are that I'm hopeful in the future we raise the density big time where it's appropriate on these urban corridors. I think that's a very needed step. We are in a housing crisis, not only affordable housing, but all housing. So these are the logical places to provide more housing. So I hope that you can bring that back to us soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Servia. Commissioner Whitmore?
Commissioner Servia just brought something up. Have we directed, and maybe I've missed it, have we directed the staff to come back to us with these kind of changes to increase the density? I mean, I know we've all talked about it, but have we given direction to do that? Does anybody know?
Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, that was one of the policy things that were on my email when we had the long affordable house. Mr. Cruz? It's on. I gotcha. Yeah, that was one of that email that had like 8 different points on it. I think 7 of them outside of the master leasing. We all kind of directed staff to look into. One of them was looking at logical places where we can extend City of Bradenton's zoning and so forth and encourage higher density in roads like 14th and so forth. So I'm hoping and assuming that one of the steps that staff is going to be looking into is locations where we can do rezones so people can develop as of right where we need more density.
Ms. DePaul?
Our staff is going to meet with the city of Bradenton to talk about their plans in certain areas. And so our staff, Nicole, is going to lead the charge on that. And then I know that Lee's group with Community and Veteran Services is going to be leading the charge on prioritization of certain areas of our owned properties to give us direction on which ones to rezone first.
Excellent. Glad to hear that.
Good.
All right, thank you. No other commissioners are on the board. We'll move this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on this agenda item?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close public comment and entertain motions.
I move approval of the changes as recommended by staff.
We have a motion by Commissioner Serbia, a second by Commissioner Cruz. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, passes unanimously. Two things I want to do really quickly. One, there is a memorial service going on across the street for law enforcement. There will be a 21-gun salute at some point in the next, 20 or 30 minutes. No one panic. Right, don't push your panic button or anything. No animals will be harmed in the salute. So there's that. And the other thing is, I skipped over G, which is citizen comment on future agenda items. So I'm going to open that up now. If there are any citizens now who would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item that may appear before this board, please come forward at this time. Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on future agenda items?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close citizen comment on future agenda items, and we'll go back to Ms. Shank to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Okay, number 3 is county-initiated LDC amendment, ordinance 2107, LDCT 2107, ordinance 2203, housing program for affordable housing, Principal Planner Bill O'Shea, legislative public hearing, and its adoption for the vote.
Good morning again. As Sarah said, this is the second or adoption hearing for this item. This relates to the changes that were recommended by AHAC for, I believe it was 20 and 21. Would you like a summary of those changes?
Yes, please.
Okay. So in the changes that are before you today, what we're doing is increasing the required project percentage of affordable housing for the rapid response fast tracking incentive from 10 to 25%. It's consistent with other requirements for the program, which generally requires a minimum of 25% affordable. We are amending review fee reimbursement incentive to review fee deferral incentive. Mr. Barnott, when he was here, implemented this already, so instead of the applicant paying for their planning fees when a normal applicant would, they are assessed to their account, and they are not collected when we normally would at the end of the project when it's determined that they are in compliance with the terms of their land use restriction agreement. Those fees are then credited back to the account. We've removed the sidewalk location incentive. We found that we are handling sidewalks differently for all types of projects, so it's really no longer an incentive. We've tried to provide clarification and examples of how the density bonus is applied. There's been a lot of confusion with that, so we're hoping that that helps to the developer understand how the density bonus works. We've added compatibility standards to address board and public concern expressed in the past for rezones without a site plan, so there will be some options for residential projects that they have to, I believe, choose 2 of the 3 and then comply with the 4th. And it deals with the location of smaller lots in relationship to surrounding zoning districts or additional buffer plantings to make sure that we achieve compatibility. It's a hope that with this change, perhaps some of these straight rezones will move forward without any question. And we've added bulk and dimensional standards for RSF 4.5, 6, and RSF 9H zoning districts. They generally are in line with the lot sizes and dimensions that are approved with plan development, but in affordable housing, they'll be able to get those setbacks and lot sizes administratively. And let's see what else. There's some language to clarify the applicability of Section 365, which are modifications that affordable housing projects can request as part of their application. And then there were other minor changes for internal consistency. So that is the changes that are proposed today. There have been no additional comments or changes since your last hearing. And that's the end of my summary.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore is on the board. Ma'am?
How can we, once we get this approved, how can we, or could you think about it, do a better job to get this out into our business community, our, our current developers, any new, how can we put something on our website, that we've made changes, and here, you may want to look at this, for a development. How can we get that out there?
I think there's already some reference under, I'm not sure what happened with REO's page, but I do think they reference their affordable housing program, and it points to this section of the code. We certainly can look at that and maybe put it under planning as well. I don't necessarily think that we're having a problem with people realizing the incentives. It seems like we have a lot of applications for affordable housing right now. Most of them are multifamily, but it seems like we're getting quite a few applications coming through. So, but we certainly can look at adding something additional to the website to call attention to the requirements
Thanks.
and the incentives.
Thanks, Bill, and it's great us working with you again, because you've been working with us for a long time, and then you were into another part of the department. And if somebody could let us as a board, just send us an email, know, is there an REO link now? Do we have it on our website? I'd appreciate it.
I'm trying to Google now, and it doesn't go to anything that's very easily Googleable. There's an affordable housing advisory board that it directs you to for Manatee County, and there's another website that says affordable housing for developers. So I'm going to click on that and see, but maybe if we can post something on that page.
Yeah, and we have somebody that replaced Rachel, I think her name's Kelly, so that works on our website. So if somebody could just make sure that things like this are easily brought to our public's attention, because the worst thing is getting on the website, can't find it.
All right, well, that can be handled with staff another time. We're going to stick to the agenda today.
It is on the agenda.
All right, we're going to stick to the agenda specifically today. No other commissioners are on the board. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is anyone called in to speak on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, no callers. We're going to close public comment and entertain motions. A motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve and a second by Commissioner Cruz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. Ms. Schenk, please introduce the next agenda item. Advertised public hearings, I believe.
Okay, advertised public hearings, presentation scheduled. Number 4, LDCT 2104, ordinance 2210, Land Development Code Amendment, Heavy Manufacturing Zoning District. This legislative public hearing, Principal Planner Bill O'Shea. Since this is initiated privately, there's also the applicant to speak. This is the first public hearing, no vote taken.
Sir?
Commissioners, thank you very much. My name is Patrick Seidensticker from the firm of iCard Merrill. I have not been sworn today.
Yeah, you're a legislative advertised public
even
hearing,
better.
sir.
All right. I am here to speak on behalf of LDC Code Text Amendment LDCT 21-04, on behalf of the applicant, Sun Investments of Sarasota LLC. Also with me today is Bill Merrill of the firm iCard Merrill. I'm showing him the ropes. He's new. So, that's right, so take it easy on him. So just a summary of what we're requesting today. We're requesting that the board find LDCT 21-04 consistent with the comprehensive plan and the requirements of section 341 of the LDC, and to adopt ordinance 22-10. Summary of what we're requesting. We're requesting to add 4 uses to the HM zoning district, specifically vehicle sales, rental, leasing, vehicle repair, community serving, vehicle repair, neighborhood serving, and mini warehouses, self-storage. In addition, the staff is requesting to add a 5th use to the HM zoning district to correct a previous Scrivener's error, specifically to add equipment sales, rental, leasing, storing, and repair heavy. This is just a brief summary of what we are asking for, the specific text amendment. So the HM zoning district, the purpose is to provide for areas of intensive manufacturing and industrial uses in appropriate areas of the county that are capable of supporting such uses. The proposed uses are consistent and compatible with other permitted uses in HM that are currently permitted, and with the intent of Section 401.1, which is specifically to isolate uses that should be separate from residential zoning districts, and also specifically to provide support uses for the needs of workers in, visitors to, or residents nearby the HM zoning districts. The future land use classification is industrial heavy future land use, and it's envisioned to permit a diverse range of uses within the underlying zoning districts, especially those that would not be desirable near residential zoning. Specifically, in the comprehensive plan, policy 2.2.1.19.1, the policy is to identify areas exhibiting a range of heavy and light industrial and other employment-oriented uses, in addition to intensive commercial development. Also to provide for the development of support uses, again, which would provide for the needs of the workers, visitors, or residents nearby these HM districts. So some of the other less intense uses that are already permitted in the code under HM zoning are equipment sales, rental, leasing, storage, and repair light, major vehicle repair, lodging places like hotels and motels, dry cleaners, child care centers, convenience stores, schools, churches, and specifically outdoor display, sales, and storage of merchandise and equipment. And in fact, that is a bit of a misnomer. That actually governs outdoor display, sales, service, and storage of merchandise and equipment in the actual code. So the proposed uses are compatible. Vehicle repair uses, as well as the vehicle and equipment sales and leasing, are compatible, obviously, with the other uses, in the HM districts. And as pointed out by staff and in our application, they already appear to be allowed under the existing code pursuant to Section 511.8 of the LDC. Many warehouses and self-storage are also compatible with the existing uses and are encouraged pursuant to policy 2.2.1.19.1. Other support uses that we already see in HM are things like dry cleaners, child care centers, again, lodging places, hotels, motels, and neighborhood convenience stores. So this type of support use, which serves residents and workers and visitors, is exactly the type contemplated under the comp plan and in the code for the HM zoning districts. The county's professional staff in their report found that the proposed amendments may be found consistent with the LDC and the comprehensive plan. They identified a minor concern that the proposed amendments may limit future opportunities for more intensive uses, but also pointed out that these types of uses that we proposed are historically allowed in the HM districts. Again, many of the uses regarding the vehicle sales and rentals appear to already be allowed under 511.8. This would just make it consistent in other areas of the code. Furthermore, these changes will reduce efforts to rezone HM districts, which would permanently remove them from the zoning atlas and require further rezoning to bring them back into the zoning atlas to allow for these kind of heavy manufacturing uses that the staff pointed their concerns towards. I won't run through every policy. It was in the staff report, but needless to say, the staff has found that these uses would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So in summary, we do believe the proposed uses are compatible with the intent of the comprehensive plan in regards to the HM zoning district and the future land use classification. They're customary and expected and per staff historically allowed in the HM zoning district. Some already appear to be allowed. Many warehousing and storage we believe to be compatible support uses right along with child care centers and neighborhood convenience stores for people to be able to live and work in these areas. The inclusion of these proposed uses will reduce attempts to rezone properties, again, removing them completely from the zoning atlas. We also believe this increases property owners' private property rights in relation to how they can use their property without having to rezone those properties. So again, we would ask that the board find the text amendment LDCT 21-04 consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code and adopt ordinance 22-10. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. The order of the board is Servia and Cruz. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. Your presentation was excellent.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, and it's very nice to see Mr. Merrill in the audience. Good morning. So I just have a couple of questions, because these types of uses that you're talking about, there's no problem when we decide to put them in a heavy manufacturing area. But what I think about is, for example, motor vehicle sales, rental, leasing. If you place that in a heavy manufacturing area where you have outdoor storage lots of cars, and you may have a lot of dust in the area. Do you feel that based on certain types of uses that now would be allowed and heavy manufacturing, there could be a compatibility issue? If you're trying to sell cars that are covered in dust, could be a problem. And I try to think ahead of the calls that we're going to receive at the county that say, my neighbor is, my business neighbor is doing this and that and this and that.
Of course.
When they're entitled to do it. So do you find that to be a future concern or not?
I don't. I think that if you're a landowner that owns a parcel of land that is zoned HM, I think we have to appreciate that the taxpayer and the landowner understands what that means. And if they decide to put a car lot outside next to a concrete crushing plant, I think you have to expect that those cars are going to need to be cleaned pretty often.
Well, that's a very logical argument. Not everyone we hear from is as logical, but thank you for that. Also, we have a very finite and limited amount of heavy manufacturing zoning. And that is because it is reserved for the heaviest types of manufacturing. So if this is approved to allow the expansion of uses, do you foresee any problem with the county having a shortage of that type of zoning for when it's truly needed for the most obnoxious type of uses?
Certainly. And certainly I understand staff's concern and the board concern. But again, our goal here was to avoid a rezone that would have removed HM zoning districts completely from the map. In addition, I believe if these uses are more in demand, then they should be allowed. And in fact, the property underlying still allows for the uses that you're talking about that were envisioned more specifically maybe in HM. But should the demand arise for those type of uses, this land will still be available as opposed to just being rezoned to something that would allow these uses, thereby allowing the property owner to kind of exercise more greatly their private property rights underlying.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, this seems like a specific request because it's a privately initiated. Usually when something like this comes along, somebody comes to us and says, I have this particular parcel of land right here, and I'd like to do this particular thing with it, or half the time they don't even say a particular thing. They just say, I want this particular parcel rezoned, and I think I may do vehicle sales or something.
Certainly.
And then we assess it based upon the compatibility of that particular area and whether or not that parcel warrants a rezone. This seems like it's specific to a theoretical parcel, but it's being requested on a global scale that transcends one parcel and one particular use. Why are you going forward looking at this broadly across our entire comp plan as opposed to the particular parcel or parcels in question?
And just at the outset, before I get to your question, if we do have some information about the specific parcel, there are no specific site plans or anything besides the property owner wanting to have the option. But we do have some slides that show you whereabouts the specific property owner's property is if you'd like to see. But more generally to your question, again, when we were approached by the client, we had some of the similar concerns that staff had in that removing completely from the zoning atlas the HM sort of in this scenario, an enclave surrounded by light manufacturing, wouldn't necessarily be compatible with the comprehensive plan. And those areas of HM are needed in the county. We believe this to be better for the county as a whole because it allowed that property to stay zoned HM for future uses should that need arise. I believe.
Okay, I don't know if that answers my question. I mean, because again, if you had one parcel or two parcels and you had a slideshow and show us where they are, I'd happily entertain it. I've no problem rezoning things if it makes sense to rezone them. I've done it many times. But blanketly rezoning, to go with what Commissioner Service said, we don't want, this board doesn't want us to be a bedroom community. We don't want this to be a race of first use gets it, because you don't get your land back. And we're putting a concerted effort into creating a long-term generational community that has everything from high-wage jobs to low-wage jobs and service jobs to residential to, you name it. And there's a reason why we have future land use, because somebody way back in the day said this is where manufacturing should go, this is where residential should go, this is where commercial retail should go. You look at Lakewood Ranch, for instance, that they've got a mix of everything because they had the ability in their little platform there to create an all-inclusive community. Manatee County, it seems like whoever races to a parcel first, it's like, let me just build this. Well, once you build it, we don't get it back. Once you build it, it starts affecting the compatibility of the surrounding areas. And we need manufacturing jobs. We've got the closest port to the Panama Canal, and our ships come in full, they go out mostly empty. We need this manufacturing. And where this heavy manufacturing is pretty concentrated around our port, and in large part down around 301, where we have a lot of activity, where you got a lot of industrial, a lot of heavy manufacturing, a lot of interest down there. This is great for the community. These are jobs that MTC puts people out with virtually no debt, and they get high pay jobs above our AMI. This is what I want to see in Manatee County. So to say, let's just add some other uses to what's already a limited supply. We're not saying let's change some UF3 where we've got more UF3 than we know what to do with. We have a very small pool of heavy manufacturing, and they're very concentrated in select areas where somebody said this is the right place for this. And I'd rather go find companies to come down and move their manufacturing to that area than find alternative uses, just because today maybe retail or vehicle sales or services makes more sense because we just don't have the manufacturing. I'd rather use that zoning for what it was supposed to be used for, because it was built within our future land use map for that purpose. So I have a hard time saying we have other zoning that allows exactly what you want. There's other places all over the place. They may not be as cheap of land, and maybe some of them are starting to go away a little bit, and so you have to go one step further removed than, say, right on 301 on a major thoroughfare with great sight lines. As people are whipping down 301, you got a Lexus dealership there. But that doesn't mean we just give up our land based on what's convenient today. We have to look at what's convenient 20 years from now, what's convenient 50 years from now for the good of Manatee County. So I don't like blanketly changing and opening up zoning, especially when I know the kind of stuff I'm approving is going to be used. And next thing we know, because this includes self-storage. God knows we don't have a self-storage crisis around this town. Like, I don't need all of our heavy manufacturing being a BMW dealership, a self-storage facility, a car wash, another car dealership, and something else. And then all of a sudden, an Amazon or some big manufacturing plant, the next Air Products comes in and says, I'd love to move all my six-figure jobs down there and hire 200 people from MTC. And we say, well, I hope they're good salesmen, because that's what we got for you. So that's my problem doing this on a blanket. If someone wants to come back on a 1 parcel, 2 parcel, 3 parcel, we can look at all those as they stand. But blanketly taking the entirety of what's already a limited zoning designation and completely opening it up to what's effectively neighborhood commercial is tough for me, because I'm looking at the big picture. That's just my opinion.
Understood, and it's certainly a valid concern. I think our position is these uses are actually compatible with the future land use classification in the way it's described in the comprehensive plan.
Agreed, and again, I'm not arguing compatibility. Like I said, if you come back with an individual parcel or two and say, I want these 5 acres to do this particular use, I'll happily listen to it. If it makes sense, I'll approve it. I'm not arguing the compatibility of it. I'm arguing the utilization of a limited zoning right that we have today, and the fear that next thing we know, 75% of that zoning is going to get used up by things it wasn't originally intended for, because the self-storages and the car dealerships are going to go racing over there for seemingly cheap land relative to other zoning opportunity and use it all up. I'm not saying it's not compatible. It'll certainly be compatible once there's 6 other car dealerships and self-storage facilities there. Now the heavy manufacturing is going to have a question of arguing their compatibility. That's my concern. This isn't, again, using the example, this isn't UF3 where we've got hundreds of, thousands of acres of this. We've got a limited pool in very select little pockets for the most part, and I'd hate to see us destroy that. Just like I wouldn't want anyone putting a subdivision immediately next to our port, because that kills our port effectively. And this I look at as a similar thing.
Thank you. So we can, if you'd like, we can show you sort of where the property is located, if that helps. But again, I think that's not necessarily your.
That's not where I'm going.
Sure.
Still like to see it if you got it.
Of course.
You're allowed to.
I don't know if you can put our.
Usually Sarah says no.
So
As long as it's just not presenting a plan.
Okay.
yeah, there's no plan. Our applicant client does not have any sort of specific idea in mind here, but here we are, West University Parkway. You'll see the airport.
Just to get a sense. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Just to get a sense, that's the 7-Eleven as you curve around the bend in the
Yes,
city of
sir.
Sarasota?
To the west here,
Okay,
when you zoom
okay.
out a little bit, is the you can see the airport here.
I don't know where it is.
And then from a
Oh.
zoning perspective, you can see there's a sort of an enclave here of heavy manufacturing with a little bit more heavy manufacturing. They're surrounded by light manufacturing.
Yeah.
And this specifically is the property that is owned by our applicant.
We were trying to maintain the HM.
Yeah, and it's,
rather than
because it's so
rezone it to LM.
limited, and frankly, is an enclave right now within the midst of LM, as opposed to asking to completely wipe this off the zoning atlas to be used for future HM when the need arises. We believe this to be a more beneficial to the county to allow what we believe are compatible uses under the comp plan within the LDC. Specifically contemplates support uses, which is exactly what this is. You have neighborhood convenience stores, you have childcare centers, you have motels, and to your point, there is a housing crisis now. And though there is no shortage of self-storage perhaps, certainly the need for self-storage is going through the roof at the same rate as sort of the housing crisis, as people are downsizing, moving for jobs. So we do believe this is an important support use to be used in this area and the countywide area as a whole.
Okay, very well said, Commissioner Cruz. Thank you. The order of the board is Whitmore, Servia, Satcher. Commissioner Whitmore.
I'm very familiar with that area as we built a health park there. We're giving the option of both. If this, and I'm glad you gave us the location. If this doesn't work out, it still can be heavy manufacturing. Where is the cement plant? This map doesn't help me. Where's the cement plant on 301 south of this?
It was a theoretical.
Yeah, that wasn't,
It was a theoretical based on Commissioner Serby's question. There is no cement. I mean, I can zoom out. There's really
I
not a
thought you were
lot.
giving
In
us the
fact,
property.
around this area, it's,
301,
relatively
okay,
vacant.
all right.
So it's
You
West
know-
University, actually, so it's.
Yeah, the uses that you're using, you didn't mention an auto body repair shop, which if this is a car dealership, you can guarantee that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And that's from somebody who used to be married to an auto body repairman, that's pretty heavy industrial use.
And not something you want next to your
Not
house.
heavy, but it's, yeah, if you're the neighbor.
Absolutely.
But, and I think preserving it in case this doesn't work out is fine. I don't have a problem with it. And I know you were talking about 301, all the car dealerships lining up. I remember going down to South Sarasota when you're going to Venice. You'll see all the Lexuses and all that lined up. I don't see a problem because we're still keeping the use of heavy manufacturing. So, when I saw this, I didn't have heartburn. I'm glad to hear the other two opinions. And we do know that a car dealership, they wash every new car every day and shine them up so that, people can look at them. So, I don't know. I didn't have any heartburn when I saw this.
And one of the goals of our client, of course, is to maintain that if
Right.
the need arise in
So
the
you can
future,
sell the
so he
car.
can, for himself or a future property owner, do heavy manufacturing there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. So in the map that you showed, to me, that illustrates that is a parcel that should be rezoned to industrial light. It's completely surrounded by industrial light. Do you know, in that hypothetical situation, does it have a future land use category of heavy industrial?
IH is the future land use classification.
So it would require a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezone. So perhaps this is a easier, shorter way to get to what your client needs if this were a particular site. In this case, this is hypothetical.
I don't have it. Maybe Bill knows off the top of his head if LM is a zoning district that is allowed in IH, which I believe it may be. I believe it's an
Okay.
implementing zone district within IH. So you may be right. I don't have it here in front of me.
I
But
don't know, I'm not the expert, they are.
Yeah, that's
so,
what I'm asking now. Yeah, I unfortunately, I don't have that, but I do believe we looked at that, and LM is an implementing zoning district in IH, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then that would be a no-brainer, that it seems.
Sure, it seems like an enclave there in
Sure
the middle
does,
of it,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, I have, as I expressed, I have some of the same concerns about the limited amount of heavy industrial property that we have. It's not easy to rezone to heavy industrial, and so that property is extremely valuable to make sure that the right type of industry goes in the right location. We currently have some heavy industrial uses in light industrial categories, and I cannot tell you how many problems it has caused. So Do you have any idea about the number of acres of heavy manufacturing that we have in Manatee County?
Countywide, I do not.
Okay. So I'll ask our staff that, but it's my impression that it is a very limited amount of acres.
And to your point, I think that there is value in HM manufacturing, so we don't believe this to be a permanent use. It is the use that is in demand now and would allow this to maintain its underlying zoning of HM, rather than rezoning it out, which we think would be a reasonable request based on its location.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my question might be for Sarah. If Commissioner Cruz's arguments were to have garnered 4 agreements, then what would be our choices to where we don't have to have these gentlemen restart a different process? Could we, in other words, approve what they're proposing limited to one parcel and the parcel that they propose? Because a square is not, or a rectangle is not necessarily a square, but a square is always a rectangle. If we were to approve what's sitting here, it definitely would include their property.
Yeah, but I just want to say, that's why I don't like these site-specific discussions, because it's getting us all focusing on that one property. We can't do anything on that one property today. Well, the thing before us today is this LDC amendment.
There's no procedural way to
No.
limit this to that property.
No.
And then, staff, were y'all able to, I think Commissioner Servia had mentioned how much of this particular zoning we have. I mean, I'll just be honest with you. Every time we go by a storage facility, my wife gets mad at me. And, and I say, that's the city of Bradenton. I blame it on them. So if we vote for something and then there's 1 million storage units next to, on our drive home, I'm going to be in trouble. Do we have maybe is there a way to do an overall map of where most of the heavy manufacturing zoning is?
There is. I'm not sure that we can produce it for this particular meeting. Maybe by the next meeting, we could, for the adoption hearing, we could have that information for you.
That's all.
All right, thank you, sir.
Total acreage and the location of IH through the county or heavy manufacturing.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
we have
and
to do
where,
public comment.
let's be honest, right now, the market wants more
5, just
self-storage,
5 o'clock.
but of course,
It's the next.
like I say, I would like to,
No.
if it stays that way for 10 years, then that's what we're always going to have. But I'm assuming that eventually we won't have as much demand for that. So I would just like to see where we would be opening that use up. So just the locations.
Sure.
Just
Yes, sir, go ahead.
to address that, if, before the next meeting, if the commission thought it wise, we could work with the staff to add additional restrictions on the mini warehouse self-storage in HM districts, to limit them to certain areas of the county or certain size on HM zoned parcels, if that would, if it helps the commission, we would be willing to discuss with our client certain restrictions added to the permitted use within HM manufacturing districts, specifically for mini warehouse and self-storage, because it sounds like that sort of is the use that is giving everyone heartburn.
I mean, I think we're all relatively familiar with the spot where you're at, and I don't have a huge concern there. I don't feel like we're going to have a bunch of residents mad at us about that spot. But yeah, there are residents there.
Which is generally the case with HM districts.
Right, right. So that's why I'm like, well, it may not be a big deal. I'd like to see where they're at. The other ones are. So, yeah, procedurally, that would be for you all to work out. So, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, I'll add one more thing, and that is my tours of other counties looking at the homeless situation and how they are handling it, and specifically transitional housing. You can't place transitional housing in a residential area or even a neighborhood commercial area without getting pushback from the people and businesses in the area. And so what many counties have done is they have located those in the industrial areas. So if we're going to allow something other than industrial in an industrial area, that may be a top priority because there just aren't other places to put that type of use. And that is another crisis that we're facing. So I'll just throw that out there. Thanks.
In our analysis of that specific policy, we believe that to be sort of the intention, is there are, while limited, residents, workers, people that are in the proximity of these zoning districts, which do need these support uses.
Okay, thank you. There are no other commissioners on the board. We're going to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this agenda item? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on this item?
Yes, sir. Caller 408, please unmute your phone.
Okay, caller 408, please press star 6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes to speak on this specific agenda item. When you start, please state your first, your last name, and your county of residence. Go ahead, caller.
Hi, Carol Feltz, Manatee County. I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage now that I'm accessing you from afar, and I wasn't able to listen to the meeting on the phone when I'm on hold, so I don't know what the problem is, but watching it live and waiting for my call, so that's something could we look into, because I got answered, I got muted.
Ma'am, do you have any comments on this agenda item?
Yes, I'm trying. Yes, I am, but I'm having a difficulty
You have 2.5 minutes.
because your system isn't working. This is regarding a storage unit. We are all aware that the storage unit now seems to be the Manatee County mascot since Snooty died. I appreciate that we are looking at this with that avenue. Commissioner Thatcher brought it up. We have to look at why are we needing these storage units. They are rather unsightly. It doesn't look good for our city and our county to have a plethora of these situations there. And I appreciate that the board is considering those effects. And I would also like to address that I would like to continue following you and participating, but we seem to have a technical problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, caller. Are there any other calls?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close public comment where there's no action required on this specific item as an advertised public hearing. So then we'll move on to regular agenda item number 5. Ms. Shank.
Mr. Chair, this relates to the same LDC text amendment, 2104, ordinance 2210, heavy manufacturing zoning district, planner Bill O'Shea. The request is to hold the second public hearing prior to 5 p.m. So the motion in the agenda memo requires a minimum of 5 votes to adopt that procedural matter.
I move approval of that recommended motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Servia and a second by Commissioner Whitmore. And Commissioners, this is, we just heard the first reading. This is a vote to hold an actual hearing and vote on this prior to 5 p.m., basically scheduling their time before us. So we have a motion and we have a second. Do we need to open this to public comment, Ms. Shank? I don't believe we do.
I don't believe so, because we did
Okay.
the first one.
Right. So we don't need to open this to public comment. We have a motion and a second. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, that passes unanimously.
And it only took us an hour.
All right. Ms. Shank, if you would please introduce the next agenda item.
Okay, item 6 is Legislative Council Plan Amendment PA 2203, ordinance 2236, Villages of Amazon South, Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Map and Text Amendment. Principal Planner Bill O'Shea presenting. Because it's small scale, this is the adoption vote. And just as information, this does relate to the property addressed in the quasi-judicial hearing in 7, but I'm asking the board to hold 2 separate hearings and to vote separately. Now, in PC, I'll tell you, the PC went ahead and voted on 6 before they heard 7. Now, if the board wants to, let them present on 6, the applicant and staff. If you don't want to vote on 6 yet, because you're worrying about 7, you can hold off your vote and go to 7 and then vote separately. So I'm not confusing, I'm just trying to
You're doing
tell
a
you
good
case
job.
those issues. Sorry.
Sure, you're not trying to.
It's hard to do your job, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know what the wish is, so I'm
Maybe
just laying
7
both out.
first. I mean, it's doing the hospital first and then,
Yeah, the motion in 7 is contingent upon 6 being
You have to do
adopted.
6 before you can approve 6.
she just said the opposite, am I wrong?
Okay, why don't we move forward with 6 if 6 is contingent on 7? Is that what you just said?
Is
It's
Michelle?
just the opposite. The quasi-judicial
Seven is
motion
I said,
So 7 is contingent.
upon 6 passing.
Pass.
Okay, so
Because
then
they
we
have
need
to
to
have
do,
the MU.
then we need to do 6 first.
yeah.
We should do 6 first.
All right,
but
we'll
I'm
do
just
6 first.
like-
That's probably why it's on the agenda
Okay.
before the other.
Yeah.
That would make sense. Okay, so we're ready for number 6. Is the applicant here to make a presentation? Wonderful.
68 degrees here.
Okay, so this is legislative.
Yeah, this is
but,
legislative.
So-
You could swear in for practice.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Katie LaBar, here on behalf of Neil Land and Neighborhoods. And we're here to present to you today a small-scale comprehensive plan map amendment for approximately 50 acres located north of Moxonwalla Road on the west side of US 301 in Parrish. This is a comparison of the two areas. The Villages of Amazon South is an approved mixed-use development. It's currently zoned planned development mixed use, and it has several approvals and amendments over the past decade. Phases 1 and 3 are developed with residential lots, and Neil Land and Neighborhoods, which is the master developer of North River Ranch, envisions Phase 2 as a compact, walkable village center that will serve North River Ranch residents and the broader community. The evolution of development and community needs now necessitates a change in the future land use category to support a broader range of uses that then can be accommodated in the UF3 land use category. And so as we evaluated the future land use map, we determined that a small-scale comp plan amendment to MU, or mixed use, is the appropriate land use category to support a more intensive uses like hospital. During the review, we worked with staff to establish development limits that would ensure that the proposed intensity will be in keeping with the character of the area. And so with that, we proposed policy 2.14.1.17, which will memorialize the development parameters consistent with the traffic impact analysis that accompanies the application. The limits that are proposed are 150 beds and 125,000 square feet of medical office, with the ability to use the land use equivalency matrix if deemed necessary sometime in the future. That said, no additional density or intensity can be derived off of the 50 acres beyond the 150 beds and the 125,000 square feet of medical office. I'd like to highlight, and this is a copy of the density limitation condition. It's also located in your staff report and in the ordinance for transmittal. I would like to highlight just a few land use categories that are described in the application and the comp plan amendment staff report that you have. Policy 2.1.1.3 says, designate on the future land use map lands within the currently undeveloped growth areas at densities and intensities which permit significant increases over current land use designation without creating sprawl. The plan amendment area is located on the west side of future development area boundary. It's in an area that's served by existing infrastructure. The MU designation will allow for commercial, office, and light industrial uses mixed with suburban and urban residential uses and support uses such as recreational, public, or semi-public, and schools. Hospital is an appropriate use in this land use category. And with our density limitation commitment, the future land use map change will demonstrate that this is indeed a logical transition from west to east, countywide. Policy 2.1.1.4 says promote development in currently undeveloped areas which have the greatest level of public facilities available and investment. And the site is, as I said, it's a master plan community. It's being actively developed. And so the development has direct access to available public facilities and roadways, like US 301, as well as Fort Hamer Road and Moxawalla Road. Policy 2.1.2.3 says, permit the consideration of new residential, excuse me, permit the consideration of new residential and non-residential development with characteristics that are compatible with existing development in areas that are internal to or are contiguous expansions of existing development if it's compatible with future areas of development. Again, the proposed mixed-use future land use category will allow for a greater threshold for intensity of commercial uses and will provide for a greater range of uses, including hospital. To ensure appropriate density and intensity for the project, again, we have the density limitation commitment that I shared earlier. And then finally, 2.1.4.5 says, permit the consideration of new residential and non-residential development in areas that are currently undeveloped that are suitable for residential and non-residential uses. And again, this site is partially developed. Phases 1 and 3 are developed. It's adjacent to existing residential, and it's suitable for the potential uses that are being contemplated, particularly hospital and medical office. We're sensitive to the fact that mixed use is one of the most intensive land use categories in the comprehensive plan, and for that reason, we've worked very closely and very diligently with your staff to bring forward an amendment that allows the use of this category in a really thoughtful and meaningful way. We're confident that encouraging a broader range of uses, like a hospital and medical office, will be a meaningful addition to the existing and future residents of Parish and the North County area in general. We've reviewed the staff report. We agree with staff's analysis, and we respectfully ask that you consider transmitting this application to the Department of Economic Opportunity. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, it looks like you're certainly going to have some. The order of the board is Cruz, Satcher, Van Ostenbridge, Whitmore. Commissioner Cruz.
I don't have any questions. I'm just trying to get ahead of it. I think everything about this request is great. I think this is a meaningful improvement to the project as a whole, and honestly, it's accretive to the overall surrounding area. I mean, when I read through this, I was like, this is a great use of this land. It creates the mixed use. It creates the employment base we need up in Parish, so it's not just residential homes. I love this request in its entirety. I'm fully on board with it.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would just say that we've got a situation where there's a lot of people, and just yesterday when we have had the discussion about EMS and some of the stresses there on our system, the idea of having a hospital right there, it's a great idea, and I think it'll be a good thing. And honestly, the more people that move in right beside that before, then the more pushback we may get later down the road. So I think the time is now to get something like this going. And you've got, obviously, Moxawalla is in rough shape right now, but the construction's coming, the projects are coming to get that fixed. So there's no reason to hurt our future community to wait for that project to finish. I imagine, hopefully we'll get a tie, or hopefully the road will be done well before, actually. But regardless, this is a good project in my estimation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could we get the photo of the property, the parcel, pulled back up again, the parcel where the hospital is intended to go specifically? Do you have something larger of that specific piece?
That'll come in the next application that'll be heard. So
you don't have what I'm requesting?
I don't have a graphic beyond what we have right
So
here.
like
I mean,
all the
staff-
technology in the world, we don't have a picture of that parcel.
we can pull one up.
That's the next item.
I don't think your mic is on.
Mr. Chair, I have a picture of the location in my presentation.
Do you mind pulling
Okay,
this over?
then I'll hold off until Mr. O'Shea's presentation for my comments, because that's where my concerns lie. I do think that Parrish needs a hospital. I totally agree with that, but I'm not sold on the location. Commissioner Whitmore, you're next.
I have been involved, of course I support this. There is a trend for a need. What you have to look at is the population right now in the North County, and it's young. So it'll probably start out, I was involved with the CON application of Lakewood Ranch Medical Center. I had to get the data together for the hospital when they applied for that. And it took years to finally be able to, they were happy when they had a 35 census as far back as 10 years ago. And now it runs about 130, 140, which is full for them. So it does take a while because think of who ends up in the hospital, and it's usually not somebody young unless there's an injury or something. But that being said, I did see, and you can talk about this, I only have an issue with you limiting your beds to 150. Now there's not required a CON. So you can ask for anything. You could say, a maximum or whatever. You don't need a CON to do that anymore. And if you've noticed, I've noticed Blake, Manatee, and Lakewood Ranch are expanding their hospitals because you don't have to have a license to match it anymore. So maybe we should look at that closely because this is where all the growth is going to be going, and you can fill that hospital in New York second. Now, there are no CONs anymore, so you could also have ERs around that area anywhere now. And hospitals, more hospitals. This is a very competitive world now. So I wouldn't want you to limit yourself. And only from experience, knowing this world, I think you would want to consider, do you really want to put yourself to a limit? I don't think you're going to scare anybody adding more beds to a hospital. I think your citizens want you to be able to provide those services. Plus, you're going to be tied in, whoever the company is, with a medical school. And you're going to have residents and interns. And so think about that in the overall picture because, again, you're in my world now, and I see it every day. I was at Blake yesterday. They expanded their doctor's parking lot to 4 ORs for the burn unit because they don't have any more beds.
Right.
And so please consider that, guys.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Whitmore, thank you for those comments. That's certainly something we'll take into consideration between transmittal and adoption hearing. I will just point to in the policy language that I described, and it's in the ordinance that's before you, 2.14.1.17 does allow for land use exchanges. So we have a land use equivalency matrix that's in the development order for the item that will be coming before you shortly. And so we do reserve the right, should the need arise for additional beds, we can take advantage of any unused entitlements within the development and exchange those for more beds without creating a conflict in the comp plan.
For that very reason, I remember Manatee Hospital was licensed with a CON for 512 beds. When they built Lakewood Ranch, they took about 130 over to Lakewood Ranch. So again, when you're doing your development, just think about, maybe just being able in the future to do something adjacent so you have continuity.
Sure.
Because it's going to happen. This county is going to grow. We've seen our census, what's going to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
North County is going to explode. So just want you to not find yourself in a pickle and not be able to do the services that we may need, the new technology, the new medicine that's coming along that we don't even know about yet. I want everybody to be prepared.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Chair?
Sir.
I just wanted to interject. If we were to increase the number of beds, we would have to go back and re-advertise because we were advertised for 150 beds. And I don't believe, and we can discuss this with the applicant, I don't believe that they can take entitlements from the UF3 and move it into the mixed use because the D5 provision says a maximum of 150 beds. So I think we would have to re-advertise and correct the language in order to move forward as suggested.
And they can do whatever they want. I'm just trying to think of the future. So.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, when I saw this, I got excited. Being a lifelong resident of North River, there's countless amount of stories that I am aware of where individuals attempted to make it to the hospital but did not have the ability to make it to the hospital, whether it be traffic or waiting on EMS or whatever the issue is. So whether it's 10 or 150, to put some, to have the mindset of Hospital North River, I always think about the concerns when we, a couple of years ago when we had the major storm that was about to come through, and some of the thoughts that were out there, hey, look, if these bridges get shut down, we will not have the ability to assist individuals North River. We would, the comments almost came out like where there's some hospitals in Ruskin or Brandon or something like that. So this is a need. This is a need, and they'll work out the other stuff if they decide to expand, and I can guarantee you that. So I'm on board, whatever step we are. Let's move.
Commissioner, the order is Baugh, Satcher, Servia. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's very obvious from what I've heard that the majority of the board is excited about this project. I never had a doubt. I mean, I have talked about having a hospital in North County for years and years and years. I'm not even sure why we're having so much discussion about it. I am just thrilled that it's finally going to happen. And, we need it desperately. Particularly, here we are getting ready to go into hurricane season. We don't know what might happen. One of our hospitals had already had to be evacuated in the past because of a hurricane that was coming toward us. So for heaven's sakes, we need it. It's a very important venture, and I'm excited to see the support that this board is giving this project. I'm not surprised, but I'm really glad to see it. So, Mr. Chair, when you're ready, I'd love to make a motion for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We still have Commissioner Servia on the board. Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, I thought this was the time for questions for the applicant, but since everyone is saying
It's supposed to be.
It is supposed to be. But since we're all talking about how much we love it, I'll add my comments as well. It's always good to have that MU future land use category is always appropriate at interchanges, for example. And then when you add it to an arterial, like in this case, this is so properly timed. You want to do it before the residential gets in, but after the time that you've master planned the community. So you've done an excellent job. It will be a very good addition to this area. I'm very happy that you're bringing it forward. And this way you avoid the intrusion into the residential. So great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to ask my colleagues, because obviously living in the area and excited about the possibility of having a hospital there. But the chair did mention, the location, the specific location. So Commissioner Baugh, Commissioner Cruz, are y'all okay on that? Does that put any alarm bells off for you, or are you still on board?
Not at all.
Still on board? Okay.
Why don't we hear from staff before we get too far into deliberation?
Well, I mean, it's looking like we're going to have the motion pretty soon here, so I just wanted to be sure.
Not until staff gives a presentation.
It's a hospital, so, we're going to be making changes and so forth and working on this as it moves along. So, no, I'm not concerned about it.
Not concerned. Okay. Well, then, I appreciate some of the concerns raised, but nevertheless, as long as we're on board, if we're all on board, then I'll stay on board. Thank you.
Let's go to Mr. O'Shea for staff presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Bill O'Shea for Development Services. Okay, I'm going to go to a PowerPoint. Katie did an excellent job of describing the change to you, so I'm going to glaze over most of these slides and just get to the additional information. So the aerial shows the location of the site. The hatched area that you see is the 50-acre parcel that is being requested to be have a future land use change to mixed use. So the hospital would be limited to anywhere within that yellow hatched area. And the site is north of Moccasin Wallow and west of US 301 in North County. The existing future land use is UF3. They're requesting MU. There is MU across 301 from this site, so from a land use perspective, we feel that that's an appropriate change. And Katie already talked about the D5 provision, so I'm not going to go into that. We already talked about the mixed use. The site was designated as agricultural, and UF31 and PSP1, A zoning, UF3, PSP1, future land use categories with the 1989 and 1990 comp plan and land development code. It's currently zoned PDMU, and it has UF3 and PSP1. So there has been no changes since the comp plan and land development code were adopted. The schools that will serve this site are Harvey Elementary, Buffalo Creek Middle, Parish Community High. There is no bus service east of Victory Road, and there are multiple parks within a 5-mile radius of the site. The positive aspects is mixed use is a logical transition between developments to the north-southwest of this site and is a continuation of the mixed-use future land use designation to the east. The negative aspect is the MU future land use category could potentially allow 30 dwelling units an acre or that would equate to 1,500 units just in the mixed-use portion, and a maximum floor area ratio of 1, or 2,178,000 square feet of non-residential, which is significantly higher than the as-built environment and improved densities and intensities in the area. Mitigating factors, the D5 provision will reduce the density intensity that will be allowed in the mixed-use parcel or derived from the mixed-use parcel. And when we look at future development site plans, which we'll be doing in a moment, they must comply with the Manatee County Land Development Code, including but not limited to building setbacks, open space, traffic design, roadway improvements, and stormwater. The transition will also be a little bit better with the buffering and landscaping that will be provided. And in summary, the request can be found to be consistent with the goals and objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'm still looking for a zoomed-in aerial of the site.
So let me go back to my first one. I'm sorry, I thought that this would show you. So this is actually Fort Hamer, you can see on there. Moccasin Wallow comes across the bottom to US 301, so I would say it's less than a half a mile north of Moccasin Wallow and US 301.
Will this come back to this board for site plan approval?
Yes, and that'll be the next item.
That's next.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
You said 30 units an acre. It's probably, that's including probably the medical office building. It could be that, or it could also be apartments, right? Probably.
It can be multifamily, and I think they've asked for all residential types and multifamily.
Okay.
But when you do a mixed-use project, you can count the entire acreage for your density calculation, which would be your number of units, and you can count the entire acreage for your floor area ratio.
And what you'll see there is filled up with first responders, nurses, residents, interns, and medical offices. Like all the hospitals, usually have 3 stories. So I interject that because doctors want to get to where the patients are and the population is. So, okay, don't anybody want to freak out when we're saying 30 units an acre. This is a whole nother business kind of model.
Well, 30 units an acre, remember, with that D5 provision, the only thing that they are getting is, from this change, is 125,000 square feet of medical office.
Right.
And the 150-bed hospital. So they're not getting any additional entitlements for residential through this map amendment.
I was at the Parish Civic Association the other night, and they said the people in the audience were supportive of it, and they said they had submitted something to you. Did you get anything?
We did receive 2 letters of support. One was from the Parish Civic Association and one was from Mr. Jones.
Oh, okay,
And I believe that was in your update memo from
Alan.
yesterday.
okay. The people in the audience that I was there was about 40 or 50. They, when I walked in, they were talking about it, and I didn't hear any negative, just so you don't. Debbie DeLeon was there in case you need to refer to her.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard a lot of issues with this plan initially, with it coming before us. There were a lot of concerns. And I always felt like that the bottom line is, this is a hospital. This is medical buildings, office buildings. It changes North County tremendously. And so I know it's too early in the game, but I'm just going to ask it because I've heard this before. We do not have a traffic study or anything like that yet. I mean, obviously, it's going to make a difference. We're going to have to make some changes, I'm sure, moving forward on different things to make it, let me finish, to make it so that it's really as efficient as it can be without disturbing, because a lot of people have talked about the fact that, it's going to bring in more traffic. And I understand, and right now I know that we've looked at it, but it's not set in stone. So is there anything that you can say or any changes that might be coming forward that you're aware of, Bill, to make this less of a concern? And I'm sorry, I should be talking to Clark. For residents in the area?
I think there is a level of transportation analysis that was done, so I'm going to defer that question to Clark.
You would. As soon as I saw him, Carol, I'm losing my voice. It's your fault. I know.
Carol and Vanessa lose their voices? That's a win-win.
Hey, that could be a win-win. Now, if it was only Misty too, we'd be in great shape.
Mr. Davis.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director of Traffic Management. At a comp plan level, we are doing a couple of different tests. One is, say, goodness of our long-range plan against all the land uses that are in it, and then one is a short-range test of what's in the capital improvement program versus what we need soon. For the comp plan amendment, they didn't find that there were changes needed to the overall plan, what we will need eventually. There has been some detailed analysis of the site, and there are some short-range needs, as you might imagine, for North County. The developer of this project and the one north of it and the one north of that and just the whole area, we've been working with them to put together a lot of projects. And so I won't say we've got everything we need programmed, but a lot of what you need short-term is there, and we don't expect additional projects to be required specifically for this development to meet the concurrency test. There is no concurrency test in play at the comp plan level, but there's a similar test going on, and we don't expect other projects to be needed solely because of the needs of this project. Most of it's based on what you've already approved in the area. So don't want to pretend like it's perfect or rosy, but this isn't, say, making it even worse, if you will.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if I can interact with Clark's.
By all means.
The reason I asked the question is obviously I knew that we did, but I wanted to make sure that the residents in the area and those that always love to watch our meetings and, find fault with us approving something, realize that, we get so many complaints about traffic congestion, but this is a hospital. I mean, this is a whole different ballgame, and it's going to actually help, I think, some of the congestion that we're seeing in other areas, by evening it out, so to speak, a little bit. So I just wanted to make sure that we got that on record, Clark. Thank you.
And the study isn't structured to look at it this way, but when you add employment centers, there's generally an area-wide benefit to it, because now you've got places for people to go to jobs and things, and in this case, to get medical services, that they don't have to make long trips to do it anymore. So what you generally see is something that looks much more intense in the immediate area, right around 301 and Moccasin Wallow in this case, but can sometimes have a global net positive effect.
That's what I was thinking. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitmore.
Bill, years ago, we built University Health Park, medical office complex, and a surgery center wanted to go in, and you were on staff then. And they were going to be assessed $800,000 in impact fees. Surgery centers work 6 till 5. They're not 24/7 business. Come to find out, the county had them in the same model as a hospital. So once county looked at it, they actually put the surgery centers, et cetera, in the same category as a medical office complex. So the traffic, when you're looking at these kind of uses, if you could just let me know your thoughts. The traffic is usually during business hours, especially if you're having this medical office complex, unless you have patients till 6, but that's even rare. And then the hospitals, they stagger their shifts out. They have 12-hour shifts, 8-hour shifts, et cetera. So it's not everybody going in at once, and if they are, it's at 6 a.m., where it's a little better for when everybody's taking their kids to school. So in your professional opinion, do you agree with kind of what I'm saying, that to me this isn't a big, intense use? It's a hospital, and they're open 24/7, but there's just no in the world that they usually try to work during business hours because the doctors and everybody have private lives, so they try to be out, except for emergencies.
Again, on the traffic, I'm going to defer to Clark. However, I just wanted to, this is more of a discussion for the general development plan, but there are a lot more uses that are proposed here than just the hospital.
Medical office.
And retail
Right.
and regular office and multifamily or other types of residential uses. So there's a lot of phases 1 and 3 have already been developed, so phase 2 is going to be, as we'll present in the next case, it's going to be a village center type of use. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that is going to be located within the mixed use and the remaining portion of phase 2.
And I'll wait for our second part when we vote on it to hear what else you have to say.
Okay, and did you want to hear from Clark on the?
I'll wait.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No one else is on the board. We'll move forward with citizen comments on this item. Is anyone here who would like to come forward now to speak on this specific agenda item? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on this item?
No, sir.
Is that a no? No, okay. So then we will close citizen comment at this time, and we'll entertain motions.
Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am,
Basically, I'm going to do this fully.
do it fully directly with your microphone on, please.
Is that Robin back there? I couldn't. Based upon the staff report evidence presented, the action of the Planning Commission, comments made at the public hearing, and finding the request to be consistent with the Community Planning Act as codified in the applicable portions of Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, and the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, I move to adopt Plan Amendment PA 22-03, Ordinance 22-36 as recommended by the Planning Commission.
We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh, and we have a second by Commissioner Satcher. There are no commissioners on the board, so we'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, number 6 passes unanimously. Commissioner Baugh, you're on the board.
I just wanted to say I think it's a great day, a beautiful day in Manatee County when this board finally is able to vote to build a new hospital in North County. Commissioner Satcher, I'm jealous. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. Ms. Shank, please introduce the next agenda item.
Okay, number 7 is zoning ordinance PDMU 1806GR, Villages of Abzon South, quasi-judicial, principal planner Bill O'Shea,
We get to hear from.
and this will be for the vote. And this motion is contingent upon the council plan amendment becoming effective. And so we have to go through quasi-judicial introductory comments from the clerk.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you like to swear folks in? This is quasi-judicial. Do you have a microphone, ma'am? Do you have a microphone?
clerk needs to hear you.
The clerk needs to
Yeah,
have a
so the
mic.
clerk can hear.
If you plan to speak, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations you are about to present at these hearings will be truthful and accurate? Thank you, and when you step to the podium, please state your name and that you've been sworn.
Okay, commissioners, would anyone like to disclose any ex parte communications on this item? Okay.
Excuse me
Oh,
for a minute.
here we
Commissioner
go.
Whitmore has to disclose her meeting.
Commissioner
Parish.
Whitmore.
I went to the parish meeting and they talked about it.
She went to Parish and talked about it.
Can
Okay.
you be more specific? It's the
What
Civic
night?
Association?
It's
or-
Parish Civic Association Monday night, and at 7 o'clock I showed up, and they were talking about it, and I was just listening, I didn't say anything, because I came in while they were talking about it.
Very good. Commissioner Satcher.
So I live in the area, so just
Publix.
Publix
Right.
conversations. People bring it up, I tell them I can't talk about it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any others? Okay. We'll start with applicant presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Neal, President of Neal Land and Neighborhoods, 5824 Lakewood Ranch Boulevard, Lakewood Ranch, Florida, and I have been sworn. I actually have I brought a lab coat, and I was going to wear it for you all as a physical representation, but I thought, I highly respect doctors and nurses, and I thought that might be insulting to have a developer wearing their outfit.
Oh, yeah.
But I did bring a hammer, right? And I figure, being a contractor, I'm allowed to use this. So I can tap on it. And I think we gave one to the chairman for use for the rest of the day. Today, I'm here primarily to talk about the idea of a health-oriented development at North River Ranch, and I appreciate some of the comments from the previous hearing, and I hope also to address that. But in the biggest way, this is an amendment to an existing approved general development plan, which creates a catalytic economic driver for Parish and for Manatee County. In addition, we will make some asks and discussions related to interconnectivity, internal capture as to traffic, walkability, and badly needed entertainment, dining, and family uses in and around this area of Parish and North River Ranch. But first, you have to sit through some word or two on Neal credibility. It says 50 years experience. At the Planning Commission, I made a joke, something that it's more like 150 years if you add it all up, but I'll save you from repeated joke material. The gentle point that I was making is that we're experts. Experts in master planning, experts in placemaking, and experts in place-led development. My team's leader, who's here in the audience, Tom Panasini, created Fishhawk Ranch in Hillsborough County, which you might be familiar with, and also the Bexley community in Pasco. These communities are fabulous and very much like North River Ranch and worth a visit if you have not seen them yourself. Of course, you know that Pat, Ivory, and I are also going to be heavily involved in this project. Here's some nice pictures of our team. Mr. Chairman, here's the map, the big map. We call this the center of the universe. Of course, you heard that before. There's lots of centers of the universes. It's a big place at Neal. But this is a community that's designed to be walkable, bikeable, and interconnected. We have great schools. I saw 40 kids walking to school the other day. They were bopping around. They were having fun. They weren't on a bus. It was like a parade. I thought it was pretty fabulous. We have a new grocery store that will break ground this summer, as well as a brand-new middle school right on site, which is quite exciting for the parents and kids in the area. And of course, we also have the community bike share program, which you all saw the last time I was here. I rode the bike down the aisle. It's fabulous. I think we're up to 40 bikes today, and they go all over the place. But soon, with your acknowledgement and vote, they'll have some place to go on their bikes. So we're talking about that. That's the big picture. But today, we're just going to talk about what's in this little red circle. What it says on the screen is, and I have to read it because it's a mouthful, is Commercial Hub / Healthcare Oriented Development Village Center, Regional Hospital, and Medical Facility. Let's see what the next picture looks like. No. I'm going to stay on this picture for a second, Mr. Chairman. When we get to it, we're going to talk a little bit about the location. The location was We tried all sorts of different locations, but we ended up on the final location because in speaking with the hospital, they wanted to have a building close to direct access of a major road so that they didn't have to field vehicles through internal roadways, which could get trapped. But we also have a zero impact to wetlands on this site, and there's some beautiful wetlands. They're not like the lily pad wetlands, they're forested wetlands, and I think that they're beautiful, and they do a good job of breaking up the mixed-use development that you'll see here in a second. So we have some specific asks that we're going to make. This is, we were at the neighborhood meeting, and the folks were excited, mostly excited about trying to guess with zeal what the future would hold. But in planning such a proposal in an attempt to build a development which meets the needs of the area, Commissioner Whitmore, we need to ask for some specific approvals, because what we're proposing today is not ordinary or run-of-the-mill, it's extra special. Someone at the county actually said that they thought this might be a $300 million investment in Manatee County, which is pretty exciting in and of itself. Since these asks are technical in nature and I only want to do the fun stuff, I'm going to give it up, the mic up to Katie Labar from Stantec Engineering, who you know, and also Ed Vogler from Vogler and Ashton. Katie?
Thank you, John. And again, good morning, Commissioners. Katie Labar, AICP Certified Planner with Stantec, representing Neal Land and Neighborhoods, and I have been sworn. As John said, this project is located along Moccasin Wallow Road near the intersection of US 301 and Moccasin Wallow. The site is bisected by Fort Hamer Road and is approximately 1,032 acres. The application before you is an amendment to the General Development Plan to allow 2,497 residential units, which will consist of detached, paired villas, townhomes, and apartments, 202,000 square feet of retail commercial development, 20,000 square feet of office, 247,000 square feet of medical office, 326 assisted living facility beds, and 150 hospital beds. Due to the proposed density and intensity of this project, it's considered a large project, and so it requires a higher level of analysis by us, the applicants, and a higher level of scrutiny by staff. We prepared a large project application and narrative, and that was reviewed by staff during the review process. As you can see on the General Development Plan, phases 1 and 3 consist of single-family residential development, and to date, 1,325 units have been approved between the two phases. The focus, as John said, of this amendment really is phase 2. It's the last remaining undeveloped phase of Villages of Amazon. While we covered the proposed future land use amendment a few minutes ago, I think it's important to point out that this amendment area consumes a very small portion of the overall project and fits very nicely with nearby and adjacent land use categories, particularly the mixed-use future land use category to the east. Over the past several years, the vision of a village center has really taken shape within Villages of Amazon and North River Ranch more globally. And with that evolution, we have to make adjustments to the proposed entitlements. So with this application, we have included traditional neighborhood design dimensional standards that will promote a denser, more walkable area that will have buildings that front on interior streets, placing buildings of similar character closer together, and allowing for a more campus-like setting in the medical, for medical facilities to the east. We understand that modern hospitals do develop vertically, and so we propose a maximum height of 6 stories for that hospital use in particular, and 4 stories for office and commercial use. And I think it's important to note that with the last approval of the General Development Plan back in 2019, we actually obtained approval for 4 stories for both residential and commercial development. And so the 4 stories is just a carryover from what was originally approved. The only request before you today, any change that's before you today, is the request for a 6-story hospital building. And this height will promote the continued preservation of open space and the protection of native habitats and wetlands. And as John said, there are 0 wetland impacts associated with this development. The concept plan shows retail uses like stores, restaurants, and the like near Moccasin Wallow Road, with office uses tucked behind the retail, intermixed with apartments and townhomes. The proposed hospital and medical office campus is in the northeastern quadrant of the site, as we've discussed quite a bit this morning. Although the North Central Overlay District standards no longer apply, because this was approved during the days of NCO standards, we've committed to maintain the 50-foot buffers that exist because they're in place, they're maturing nicely, they look beautiful, and it just makes sense to keep those buffers. And so 50-foot buffers along all thoroughfares for residential development. And with this amendment, we're proposing 25-foot buffers with a very specific planting schedule. You can see the planting schedule in stipulation B10 of the staff report and ordinance for non-residential uses. It's the materials are very similar to what you see in the residential buffers, and so again, it will have a very similar character and feel to what's already in the ground today. With this amendment, we've included a land use equivalency matrix that will allow for a trade-off of approved land uses, utilizing the conversion rates that are shown in that matrix. It's a standard practice for projects of this size to have such a matrix, and it enables staff and the applicant to make adjustments over time without necessitating board consideration, provided that the exchange will remain within the parameters of the approved traffic study. So as long as there's no impact, we can obtain those exchanges. We've taken great care to limit any changes to dimensional standards to just phase 2 to ensure that the character of development in other phases remains consistent. And finally, we've provided for your consideration, you have all of the stipulations in the ordinance. So at Planning Commission, we had several different stipulations that we proffered, but they have been vetted through staff and they're included in the ordinance that you have before you today. And so that concludes my presentation, and I will hand it over to Ed Vogler.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ed Vogler, I have been sworn. Nice to see you all today. That was a very detailed and effective presentation. It's a great staff report, well-written, understandable, a lot of maps. I want to talk a little bit more macro about this. It is clear that mixed use in our future land use category is an intense future land use category. It's the most intense. And so for yourselves and people that are watching on the television and other involved citizens, they worry about that a little bit. And so did your staff. And so what we did is we balanced that with a series of restrictions, some of which you mentioned, Commissioner Whitmore, 150 beds and limit on medical office. And, you know, maybe over time that will evolve, but for today, we have created this balance that will allow us to have the MU and will put controls on it so that the development is maintained appropriately and compatibly for the area. I don't think anybody has said this yet, but it's true. If you want to do a hospital, you have to have mixed use. There's no other land use category that allows it. So you have to find a way to get the mixed use and to create a balanced set of framework limitations that protects everybody. And that is why we say we've worked well together. That is why there are stipulations. That is why there are controls and balances. If a hospital building has a taller building, like 6 stories and so forth like that, one of the things is it will be set back from the roadway 100 feet or more. And so these are the types of things that we've negotiated a little and talked about and managed, and I think you'll be very pleased with the outcome. Just a couple of seconds more on the macro. This project, you saw John had the center of the universe. There are some other centers too, but we have 2 local development agreements, one for what we call Amazon and one for Havel Farms. That's the whole set of projects there, right? So we have 2 LDAs that we've entered into with Manatee County that assessed all the traffic impacts and required us to build improvements. It will be obvious to you now when you think about it, one of the projects that Neal Communities partnered with the county on was Fort Hamer Road. We've entered into an agreement 2017, by the way, so we've been a little bit forward-thinking, that will extend Fort Hamer Road from the connection at 301, which of course goes over the bridge and becomes Lakewood Ranch Boulevard, all the way through our projects, and we've collaborated in LDA with the property to the north of us, which is IA Manatee Lennar, that will allow Fort Hamer to continue all the way through Buckeye. And then in one other approval that you provided to us called the Jones Farm, there's an alignment for continuation of that road even to the county line. As it relates to Moccasin Wallow, through the efforts of Pat Neal and others in conjunction with the county, but I'm going to say the private developers actively involved in this, we secured companion funding for what we call Segment A, and have engineered Segment A, which is essentially from 172nd Street or Avenue all the way to 301 to widen it, both right-of-way and engineering design and roadway. And the balance of the roadway, balance of Moccasin Wallow to I-75 is on the CIP now and is under design by Stantec. So these matters, these regional matters of transportation are being managed. And so we know you're concerned about it. We know the residents talk to you about it. But behind the scenes and in the public hearings that we talk about, these things are happening. And this is a very good project, and we hope that you'll support our zoning application today.
In conclusion, Commissioners, we look forward to bringing forward a combination of medical service, placemaking, dining, and activity to this region. As Ed said, we did work hard with staff to find the balance, and that's appropriate. We're the experienced and the right team for this job. This is a great opportunity for Manatee County, and I feel that we provided sound reasoning for its approval today. I ask for your support and unanimous consent of approval for our specific request in this proposal. We are here for your questions and rebuttal of staff comments if necessary. That concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll move into questions for the applicant. Whitmore and Cruz are on the board. Commissioner Whitmore.
If somebody can answer some of these questions, I'd appreciate it. First of all, is it too much in the weeds to ask? I mean, 6 stories to me for the hospital is nothing. And the reason why is I'm thinking, being in this world and seeing it happen, Blake opening surgery center within their hospital. That doesn't count as part of their beds. Blake also opened an acute rehab that by law is not part of the hospital beds. It's its own separate licensure. So right there, you have additional services that you'll be able to expand if you need to. Sarasota Memorial has, again, I think I said Cape Surgery Center, same thing. Do you know if you're going to have I'm sure you're going to have a helicopter pad. Do you know if it was going to be on top of the building, or is that too much in the details?
There's 2
Probably
questions
too
there.
much.
Let me go. Can I go with the first question
Yeah.
first? If we can pull this up. Do I need to hit a button? Nope. The presentation? So, thank you. Went right to the one I wanted. So on the first question as to compatibility and massing, I knew that this question was going to come up, and I was curious myself. I asked the company that we're speaking to send me a picture of what they thought the hospital would look like.
Nice.
And this is the picture they sent. I think it's a pretty building, but as you can see looking at it, it has staged. It's staged. The farther back it gets into the property, the higher it gets. So what they indicated to me is that they're going to conduct a study. They're going to look at the region, they're going to look at the area, and they're going to decide how many beds they need. And on the basis of that, they'll determine their stories. So maybe it's 150 beds, maybe. Or maybe it's 6 stories. We don't know.
Okay.
The height has something to do with how many ICU beds they have, because they have to be close, and so they go up and down. But we included a matrix. We included a matrix in the plan because if they say, guys, we need more beds than this, I want to make sure that we build the facility
Right.
that serves the needs of the Manatee County today and into the future. So that's the nature of that. As to a helipad, it has not been determined, but of course we will seek to put it in a location that best serves its need, but also doesn't disturb people in the area. There's a huge buffer to the north, 660 feet. It's wooded. I think that's a great place, but I don't know, a helicopter pilot might not want to land in a wooded area. So
No.
there's some expertise that's needed above what I can provide.
And also, don't forget, outpatient surgery will probably
Right.
be there. Cath labs, too.
Right.
Comes in with a heart issue, you gotta.
That's
So I'm totally comfortable, and I really think the citizens in this area will feel a lot more secure and safe, knowing that all these services are going to be available north of the river. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, we're talking about the 4 stories on the commercial and the residential. I'm looking at your closer up site plan here. You got all the red here, which is retail, food and beverage services. Is that planning to be 4 stories as well? I mean, you typically don't have 4-story, you really don't even have 2-story retail. That second floor is always a problem. Are those also going to be 4 stories?
No. The red areas are dining establishments. There's a, let's see if we can find something.
Restaurant, a
Like
bar.
something that looks like this these look very urban, but this is the type of feel that we're trying to project, where you put the parking lots in back and people interact and come together in, I'll say, promenade-like space. And so this is what I think the as a representation of what the commercial will look like.
Yeah,
it's
and the reason I
neighborhood.
ask, because I've heard mixed responses about why we don't do this. It blows my mind, but why don't we put residential over retail any place around here? Like, you've got a lot of residential here. It looks like multi on the yellow. It seems like we could limit the footprint and the issue relative to paving over everything. If we put more residential over it, because this seems like the right place for it. It's a town center. It's supposed to be walkable. I mean, I think you're overparked here. I know you negotiated, but I think you're
Right.
overparked. I think we're asking for more parking than you actually are ever going to need in this space. And we're bifurcating out the residential from the retail and leaving a lot of open air that could just allow for additional green space.
Commissioner Cruz, we've talked to the multifamily groups, and they're interested in putting something in their subfloor. They talk to us about that, and so it's interesting to hear you talk about that. It's of course not the type of retail where you would drive from a distance, but you could get a cup of coffee or a hamburger or an ice cream or something like that. But this whole area is designed to sort of be walkable in that format.
I agree. I love the plan. I love everything about it. But like I'm saying, this feels like more of an urban town center, which is great. We need that here. But it's just, a lot of urban town centers, you get those 2 or 3 stories of residential over, and you do get the coffee shop, you get the ice cream place, you get the pizza place, you get the neighborhood commercial. Maybe it's not the stuff people are going to drive from Palmetto or AMI to come over to Parrish for, but the people who live above it are.
I hope
Those
they
are the
do.
people who are going to walk to the hospital. And their parents are going to be living in the ALF next door. I mean, the more we can concentrate people here, the better. I was just curious because, again, I think I think we're paving way too much for parking on this. I think the 1.8 is excessive because of the walkability you're trying to do. I mean, if you're going to build walkable town centers, we should give you the benefit of the doubt that you're building walkable town centers. We're never going to convince more people to do what you're doing, which I love, if we don't give any benefit to. If you're building walkable, let's treat it walkable and not treat it like everything else we do and require 2.1 parking spaces per unit. I know you got 1.8, but it seems a bit excessive. It defeats the purpose of what you're trying to accomplish, which I think is great. I was just curious if you looked at that residential. I just thought it could allow for even more green space.
Yeah, I think that we are overparked a little bit. I think that the parking as designed is for suburban-like use, where everybody drives. I think that there's a provision that staff can comment on that allows us to analyze that when it comes up. Because when you lower the parking, when you lower the amount of blacktop, you get things. You get open space. You get areas where people can get out of their car and congregate and drink their coffee or their beverage of choice or whatever it is in a community format, as opposed to in a car or in their driving away from the site. So I appreciate that.
That's all I have, but I think it's great.
Mr. Chair,
Sir?
I just wanted to point out that we are seeking, or the applicant's seeking approval of a general development plan. The concept plan that you are looking at is really preliminary site plan detail. Staff does not know, based on the GDP, where anything is located. So they may construct this, they may not, but with this approval, they're not going to be required to construct what they're showing you in their conceptual plan.
So I did ask earlier if we would be approving a site plan for this project, and you said it was next.
The general development
The
plan.
general development plan. So my specific question was, will we be approving a site plan? Will a site plan come before this board?
No.
It will not. Well, I wouldn't say it never does. We approve site plans all the time, Commissioner.
I'm happy to come see you with it when we're ready.
Sure. Commissioner Baugh, you're next on the board.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it says right on the drawing that we have here, conceptual site plan. It just gives us an idea of what the developer, the builder is looking at and so forth. And I got to tell you, I just wanted to make this one comment. We were talking about, you know, town center, et cetera, et cetera. It really reminds me a great deal of the town center at Lakewood Ranch. You know, you've got the hospital there, you've got Main Street, you've got office buildings, you've got apartments, you've got, as Commissioner Cruz was talking about, you have some condos above retail. It's got the whole thing here that you're talking about. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher.
Bill, they mentioned a matrix, conversion matrix.
So this is time for questions of the applicant.
The applicant.
We haven't gotten to staff presentation yet.
Yeah. Is that the question? Would you like me to talk about the matrix?
When we vote for this, is the hospital is the hospital convertible? In other words, if no one took you up, so the companies that you're talking to, if they decided not to build the hospital, could you convert that to some other use?
Yeah, I believe that we could, but there's a D5 provision, and this is not my expertise, but there's a D5 provision which limits the threshold. You know, it's our intention, even though this is a conceptual site plan, it is our intention to follow this closely, but at the general, the GDP level, we need a trade-off matrix, because we don't know exactly how many restaurants, we don't know exactly how much medical office that's going to be needed, and without the matrix, I have to come back to your board for every modification, minor modification. Serious modifications, we come back. And this is my third time here on this project in three changes over the last 8 years.
I remember in where they're building the Lowe's now, you know, there was, I had texted, you know, the guy at Benderson multiple times, hey, when are we going to, you know, hear, when are we going to know? And no reply. I was like, oh, I guess he just doesn't, you know, isn't paying much attention. And then the day he got a commitment, he texted me right away. So, you know, they were working on it the whole time. He just didn't want to give me I have no idea kind of an answer, I assume. So I will say that, you know, this seems to be a competitive space, because we're hearing from, you know, the truth is, I've had other people talk to me about hospitals in the parish area, you know, and so, and then the other truth is that, you know, there's some, like you look at Lakewood Ranch, and anyway, there's some nice things. So I'm hopeful. I like competition, so I want you guys to, you know, I want the best hospital we can get. I want it to look nice, be nice, a safe place for the people. And so if y'all can pull that off and make, well, I won't say make anyone look bad, but anyway, that sounds like a good goal for me. So I hope, so good luck to you in getting it done.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, sir. No other questions for the applicant. We will welcome Mayor Brown to the chamber, and then we will move forward with staff presentation. That's you, yes, sir.
Thought you were going to do something with Mayor Brown. Okay.
Don't get distracted by the mayor.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Chairman, again for staff, Bill O'Shea, Principal Planner for Development Services, and I have been sworn. Before we begin the presentation, I just wanted to clarify a few things. I believe Ms. Labar had indicated in her presentation that they already have approval for multifamily and non-residential buildings up to 4 stories. They only have to the best that I can see, they were only approved for multifamily up to 4 stories in their original approval. We talked about we already talked about the conceptual site plan. That is not something that was shared with staff. It may have helped to answer some of the questions that we had struggled with if we had seen it, but as I had indicated earlier, they're not requesting preliminary site plan approval, so we would have had to defer to the general development plan and the detail that's shown on that, which is essentially a bubble diagram. It shows access points, and it's just a big area. It doesn't divide it into uses or anything, so that's what we had to work with. Staff and the applicant worked literally up to a few minutes before Planning Commission to get the project ready for the hearing. So we were kind of rushed a bit, and there appears to still be mistakes in the specific approval request letter that's attached, which we will have the applicant correct and put into the record. The ordinance and the staff report is correct on your specific approval requests. And on the number of beds, it was stated that they could increase the number of beds with this approval, and it is staff's opinion that because the D5 provision limits the hospital, which has to be in mixed use, to a 150-bed hospital, they would have to come back in and amend the D5 provision in order to get more beds, which is doable, but it would require another action in the future. So with that, I'd like to go through my presentation. The project was originally rezoned to PDR and received preliminary site plan approval on March 20th of 2008, and that plan had expired. On September 4th of 14, the board approved a rezone to PDMU, or Planned Development Mixed Use, and a general development plan for 1,999 single-family detached residential units, 40,000 square feet of commercial, 20,000 square feet of office. The site, again, is located north of Moccasin Wallow and west of US 301. We have the pending mixed-use future land use change, but currently it is UF3. The zoning, again, is PDMU. As you can see, phases 1 and 3, which are on both sides of phase 2, have been have approvals, so there won't be any additional construction that I am aware of that will occur in phases 1 or 3 with this approval. The request is increased single-family detached and attached and semi-detached and multifamily by 498 units, to increase the retail commercial square footage by 162,000 square feet, add 247,000 square foot of medical office, add a 326-bed ALF, add 150-bed hospitals at 6 stories. They are requesting 4-story non-residential buildings, and my PowerPoint should have been updated. They are now requesting 3 specific approval requests. And they would like to construct phase 2 as a mixed-use village center using traditional neighborhood design criteria. We've already gone over that part. So the 3 specific approvals that they are requesting is, the first one is from 4015B2, 3, 4, and 5, which talks about the orientation of the building, the facade, the color, the materials for buildings above 3 stories. We have a rendering for the hospital that appears that the hospital will be very attractive, and we also have a stipulation that says something to the effect it shall be in substantial conformance with the drawing or a more superior design. I guess it's a bit subjective, but we'll look at that when it comes in. And to eliminate the requirement for the 6-foot solid decorative wall along the property line abutting single-family sites, and also to reduce their parking to 1.8 spaces per dwelling unit, including guest parking. Positive aspects: the site has frontage along existing thoroughfares. The proposed hospital will provide emergency services that are essential for this growing area in North County and will provide additional jobs and contribute to the county's economic base. Retail and commercial near housing enables residents to access these uses without driving long distances. The design provides 30% of open space, which exceeds the minimum requirements. Some of the negative aspects is that the floor area ratio cannot be determined based upon information provided by the applicant. The proposed 6-story hospital cannot be fully evaluated regarding compatibility, as its location is not required to be delineated on a general development plan. Additional height to 4 stories for commercial, medical office, and office uses will increase the perception of intensity in a relatively low density intensity area of the county. And the location of the hospital stop is unknown at this time and may create adverse impacts such as noise, vibrations, and light trespass at any time during the day and night. Mitigating factors: although the floor area ratio cannot be calculated based upon the information provided by the applicant, an alternative analysis was conducted by staff. Based upon the alternative analysis, it's reasonable to assume that the project's floor area ratio will be well below the maximum allowed. That information and that analysis, I believe, is on page 6 of the staff report. And essentially, if I can remember, I'm not on that page, but the calculated density, and this was assuming, the problem was that they gave us beds instead of square footage for ALF and the hospital, and the comp plan requires analysis of floor area ratio, and we need square footage to do that. So we made some assumptions based on information we were found on the internet about how much a hospital bed equates to square footage wise, and likewise for the ALF. We took that into our calculation. And what we came up with is a floor area ratio of 0.023. The overall site floor area ratio would be 0.38, and that's taking in the square footages for both the UF3 and the mixed-use future land use categories. So based on that analysis, the alternative analysis, staff felt it was reasonable to assume that the floor area ratio will be well below the maximum allowed. Stipulations A11 and A16 and additional LDC requirements should address remaining compatibility issues. Compliance with section 531.24, which relates to the HELA stop, must be demonstrated during preliminary and final site plan review. Adequate separation in landscape open space should help also to address compatibility and will definitely help with any surrounding agricultural properties. And stipulation A22 has the architectural requirements for the hospital and will aid in reducing the mass and scale of the building. The conclusion is that first, the GDP approval is dependent on the companion application for the small-scale comp plan amendment being approved by the board and becoming effective. I believe once the board approves it, there will be 30 days, a 30-day appeal period where it could be contested, but once we pass the appeal period, then they can move forward with their plans. And to conclude, the request appears to meet the applicable policies of the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so talking with the county attorney, we found a little fly in the ointment here, so I'm going to go to Sarah Schenk.
Ask staff and the applicant eventually. Out of abundance of caution, I had my mic on. Should there be a cross-reference between the land use equivalency matrix to that D5 in the comp plan to say, because the matrix allows you to change out the beds for something else or to add beds for something else. And I want to make sure we have a equal understanding, not just staff interpretation, that. And do we need to clarify a footnote in the land use equivalency matrix to that effect?
It's my understanding that we've looked at the most intensive use when coming up with the parking analysis. I'll let Clark further go into that. So we felt comfortable based on that we would not be exceeding what was currently proposed or analyzed in this application. But we certainly could add a stipulation if that is of concern.
Okay, well, in staff presentation, I just meant whenever the applicant comes back, they can address it as well. We'll finish with staff.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. O'Shea, I have a few questions for you. So the applicant mentioned minor versus serious modifications coming back to the board. Can you give us examples of what the difference between a minor and a serious modification would be?
Chapter 3 of the Land Development Code establishes thresholds, and generally speaking, anything that I believe is 10% for the most part above what the board approved in either direction would have to come back to the board.
Okay, so 10% is the threshold.
For the most part. I mean, there may be some other caveats in there, but if you change like access points or square footage or your open space, wetland impact, stuff like that would need to come back before you.
Okay. Can we pull up the site plan? I know there's not a site plan, a map of a conceptual site plan.
I did have the site plan in my PowerPoint, but it was so small that it wasn't going to show up good on the screen.
We have a paper version.
There is a paper version. I have a hard copy. I have one here, but I would just like it on the monitor.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, you're looking for the colored version?
It doesn't matter if it's color or black and white.
Okay.
It is prettier in color, that's true.
Here's the site plan, and this is the detail that you are approving today.
Okay. Yeah, that's really not what I'm looking for, actually. Maybe we need the color version.
Okay.
So the record, Mr. Chair, you're asking for the concept plan.
Correct, the concept plan. I believe it said conceptual site plan is
Well,
what it actually
but the
said.
ordinance is only approving the general development plan.
Correct.
Yeah.
I just want it for reference. I mean, you could pull it up on your phone from Google Earth, and that would achieve the same thing I'm trying to do here. On how many sides is...
Page 7.
And my question is, on how many sides is this property abutted by residential? There we go. That's exactly what I want. Thank you, Commissioner Cruz.
I believe it's to the north and the south, but with this development, it most likely will be on the west side as well.
So on 3 sides?
Yes.
Okay. And in UF3, I mean, roughly how many homes are we saying would abut the property?
Well, they could go up to 3 dwelling units an acre. I don't recall I think it was 2.12. So they're below the 3 dwelling units an acre considerably.
Okay, and what I'm saying is on adjoining properties, essentially, how many homes would be abutting this? You know, we're talking 6 stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you pointed out your concerns are noise, light pollution,
What's that?
those types of things. And so I'm wondering how many homes would be impacted by that?
There is 1,100 units to the north. However, there is a 600-foot easement and buffer between the potential hospital site and those residents to the north.
That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, so you have 600 feet between residential and the homes. That's a lot.
At least in phase, is that phase 3?
600, he said.
At least in phase 3. That may not be the case for phase 1 or 2.
So in phase 1 or 2, what are the setbacks?
And so you got, I mean, he's saying how many sides? We got nothing here.
No, so it's like one, well, it's 1, 2, and kind of there.
If you exclude.
You have a major thoroughfare that bisects, and you have wetland systems.
The problem in answering that question at this point is, again, we're doing a general development plan, so we
Sure.
don't know where the residential is going to be located on Phase 2.
I guess my question is, what are the potentials of, how close could they be, potentially? That's what I want to know.
Good morning. For the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director, Traffic Management for Public Works. This is the, if you will, the southeast corner of the overall Villages of Amazon South project. To the north, there's a large Florida Power and Light, I believe it is, power easement. That's what creates this 600-foot separation between the homes that are being developed north of there.
Okay.
To the west, there's a 120-foot wide right-of-way for Fort Hammer Road. You can kind of see it ghosted on the map that's on the screen. There, underneath the gray there are some single-family detached units,
Yeah.
but they're separated by the green space you see there and the 120-foot road. To the south is Moccasin Wallow Road, and the Morgan's Glen development is on the south side there. The planned right-of-way width for Moccasin Wallow Road is 150 feet. I can't remember if we acquired all of that, but it is another wide major thoroughfare right-of-way. To the east is US 301. There's some undeveloped property there, and then planned mixed use on that side of the road. So we don't know for sure what'll end up there. It could be multifamily or commercial.
But it is on the other side of the road, correct?
On the other side of US 301,
Yeah,
which
okay.
is another road that should have, 150-foot wide right-of-way. So they're surrounded by wide rights-of-way or easements on all four sides.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. I appreciate that. Mrs. DePaul, do you want to chime in?
There's just one thing also to add about the residences around that are currently there, is that they did have a neighborhood meeting a couple days ago, and so they provided the minutes last night to us, and we took a look at them. They did send out 822, or at least public notices to 822 residents, and I think they had 24 people that ended up attending, and all of them appeared to be in support of the project. So I think that's notable as well, because the residents that are already there seem to be in favor, based on the neighborhood meeting at
Well,
least.
I'm pretty happy with the setbacks that I've been given. My concern wasn't necessarily, there aren't hardly any residents around it now.
Right.
So my concern wasn't necessarily for existing residents, it was future residents. That was my concern. But I think that answered most of my questions. Thank you, sir. The order of the board is Whitmore, Servia. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yes, and when you were asking those questions, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, I was thinking Blake. That's literally on top of each other all around, and I've maybe.
There's no residential
No.
abutting Blake Hospital.
Well, Freedom
I'm
Village.
one of the closest houses.
Yeah, but Freedom Village, I mean, those are independent living and stuff like that. I've never had a complaint, ever, except at one point, the helicopters, but then that kind of changed and they moved the pad over a little. But
It
yeah,
flies
you're
right
right,
over my
there's about
house.
500. Yeah, I know you walk your dog there and watch the helicopters come in. But, yeah, I know. But I've never gotten a complaint because of the use of what the property's for. That's what I'm trying to say. And there are houses close to it, but they're individual apartments, Freedom Village, et cetera. And then there's medical complements to the hospital. So yeah, in all the years, I've only ever heard about the helicopter, and we can address that. Everybody complains about it unless you're needing it. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. And Commissioner Whitmore, I also was thinking of Blake, and I was kind of reading our chairman's mind. Since he lives in that area, I would imagine he was thinking of Blake. So across from 59th Street West, you do have single-family homes, and it's a pretty short distance. But the magic in this parcel is that it is owned and master planned by a developer. So a developer is at risk and is not going to create residential where he can't sell that residential because of a hospital. So those are kind of the extra safety nets that are put in place that are important to consider. And it's tough with a general development plan because remember, this concept plan is not binding. It is just for illustrative and artistic purposes. Nobody is held to it. It's that black and white drawing that we don't want to look at. That's what we're approving today. And so the staff has to look at the worst case scenario and then try to anticipate that and put in safety guards so that it doesn't happen. But in this case, you have more protection because it's one developer. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Looking at this, it's a big decision, and it is a change. We're pretty much to the end of our cheat sheet here of steps. We have public comments. I wonder, with the clerk here, if it'd be appropriate to take a 10-minute recess.
We switched our clerks.
So that would be my request to the chair.
What is the will of the board?
Mr. Chair, we're at the end almost at the end of this, and the clerk has already switched out for the morning.
Can we just vote?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make do we have a motion on the floor already?
We're not ready for.
We're not ready for a motion yet. We're not there. I have 1, 2 breaks. Cruz?
I don't care.
He doesn't care.
We got 2.5 hours.
I suggest we move on. As you know, I'll be leaving right around lunchtime, so I'd like to get this done.
Okay, I have enough for a break. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll resume at 11:25. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are in a land use meeting right now, and mid-item, we are currently on questions for staff. And no one's on the board. Do any commissioners have additional questions for staff before we move to public comment? Okay, no additional questions for staff. Then we will move on to public comment. I don't have any cards. However, is there anyone here in the chamber who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? All right, seeing none, we will not go to the phone. This is quasi-judicial. So we'll not go to the phone, then we will start deliberation amongst, we'll close citizen comment, and we will go to deliberation amongst commissioners. The order of the board is Satcher and Servia. Commissioner Satcher.
Oh, excuse me. So it's not deliberation. Questions asked and staff or citizens.
Questions for anyone you would like to ask a question of. Commissioner Satcher, is there anyone you would like to ask a question of at this time?
No.
Okay, then we will go to applicant rebuttal. Mr. Vogler, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Ed Vogler, I have been sworn. Just a couple of comments. The reason there's like some dissonance or confusion is because you've got MU, intense, and you got GDP, right? And so we show you a concept plan, and it's not binding. So, and we talk about an equivalency exchange matrix. And so, you know, this has been for a long time a perennial issue with the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners, because at one level, we want to have general development plans so we can foster creativity and skill and change in markets and so forth. The other time, you know, the other hand is commissioners want to see what you're going to build, and, you know, you've got different questions. For example, how close are you going to be, how close are the residences going to be to the non-residential uses? That's a good question. You got another comment, which is to say, hey, put them on top of each other, you know, so that's pretty darn close. And so, you know, what you really have to do is you have to look at what are the uses, are these appropriate? What are the intensities? Is it controlled? Answer to both of those are yes. And then you look at the relative buffers of the site in relation to other affected parties, okay? So this is the last piece of a master plan. There's 800 homes existing built out there with people living in them. There's the D.R. Horton project, and then there's the Neal project, and those homes are all in place. Send out 800 notices and 24 people show up and they say, we're for it. They're not feeling that they're getting pushed, right? And so those are all good signs. I just wanted to mention the mitigating factors, because you have a staff report like this with raising some legitimate concerns that you've talked about, and they should be raised, and they should be mitigated by the applicant in the way we're approaching the approval request. And I believe that that's all done, and I think you can comfortably vote for this. The last thing I'd like to mention is about the equivalency matrix and how we think it operates. First of all, we know that the hospital building itself has to be on MU. So that is geographically limited to the MU area. But within the project that's being approved, we can change the various uses, including adding more beds, is our view, once we do a transportation equivalency analysis. So you want to give up some of the retail to add some beds, you do that. You have to do the math. You have to get the math past Clark and his team, but you can do that when your design tells you what you want to build. So we have customers, and one of them is a hospital company, and they're watching today. And we want them to know that we've created a framework for some level of flexibility. For example, maybe the medical office uses are not going to be as large as we've proposed. Maybe those will be converted to beds. Maybe it's an ambulatory surgery center, right? Maybe it's another type of medical use configuration that we don't even know today, you know, COVID response center, for example. It's not something that would have been on our lips at some point in time. So all in all, I use the word balance. Katie said it before. I think that we are bringing you a project that is in the marketplace for the use that is important to parish, but with a lot of controls, and I believe you can comfortably vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Staff rebuttal or closing comments? Mr. O'Shea.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we have no further comments.
Okay, thank you, sir. You don't have to apologize for no comments. All right, so the order of the board is Van Ostenbridge, Satcher, Whitmore, Servia. So I'm going to agree with some of what Mr. Vogler said. I thought he made some good points. You know, a general site plan or, you know, plan in general is great for creativity. I like that it leaves you some flexibility. We did get some good questions answered today. But if he said he believes that we can comfortably vote for this, I would be a lot more comfortable voting for this if a preliminary site plan was going to come back to this board for approval. So I'm just going to make a request. I'm not going to bother passing the gavel to make a motion myself, but I'm going to ask that whomever makes the motion put in a stipulation that the preliminary site plan come back to the board for approval. I like, the hospital is needed in Parrish. Hospitals create great jobs. All the medical offices around it create fantastic jobs, and it's going to cut down dramatically on transport times for residents of Parrish. I think it's needed. I don't mind the location. It's not perfect. I think there's a lot of other good locations, but this is the one that's brought to us today, and I can't, you know, arguably say it's a bad location. So I support the idea of a hospital, and I do support a hospital in general, but I just would request that whomever makes the motion, I would be much more comfortable voting for this, and I think we all would, if the preliminary site plan, if there's a stipulation that it come back to the board for a vote. Commissioner Satcher, you're next on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would, I guess, ask Sarah at this point, Ms. Shank, for that. How would that work? Is that possible to put that stipulation on what they are proposing?
Well, these stipulations first supposed to be voluntarily proffered by the applicant, so we would have to allow the applicant's attorney to respond to that request. And if they agree to it, you can stipulate it. But it's supposed to be voluntarily proffered. We're going beyond what the code requires. If we're being more stringent than what the code requires, the applicant has to agree to the stipulation. If he agrees to it, yes, we can stipulate it. It's a little difficult because this is so much acreage that, like, do you only mean the preliminary site plan for the hospital? They're going to have multiple preliminary site plans for multiple uses. I'm asking the chair, do you only mean the preliminary site? We have to be clear.
The whole thing, or?
We might have many.
Can I engage with Mr. Vogler?
Yes. Okay.
Where does your client stand? I would like a preliminary site plan. Obviously, I need you to consent to that.
Well, we know this is always what the board wants a lot of times, you know, but the logistic of that is very difficult, and we couldn't readily consent to that because there will be multiple site plans and multiple uses and multiple engineering designs, and some will be standalone and some will be integrated. It's not achievable. And so I would say this, we'll bring it to you, you know, Commissioner, privately, like we do, and then you can talk to your staff, right? And they're the ones who are going to have to prove it. And just parenthetically, just for 1 second, thank you for asking me. But, you know, years ago, I think years ago, we said we need to go to a little bit more Euclidean zoning. We need to have more GDPs. We need to have a GDP that lasts in perpetuity, okay? This is why I say it's always a problem, because it's not really, a lot of people want to know. So we trust your staff, and we think that that's the way to look at this piece of it.
So sort of the point that you make about the size and the scope of the project, making it something that can't be achievable, that's the size and the scope of it is exactly why I want to see the site plan before I'm willing to give it my final okay.
Just quickly.
You want to make another comment?
Other than we respect the point, but it's not our desire that it be included in a motion.
Okay, I'm a no. Commissioner Satcher, the floor is yours.
To dialogue with you real quickly, you would like to see a plan for the entire project or for the 50 acres?
I would have liked if he had at least made me an offer to some extent, right? And say, well, what if I show you the site plan for phase one or where the hospital is going to be? But I got an emphatic, it's not achievable from him.
I wonder if it'd be so if he
He
can.
didn't make me an offer, right?
Right. So negotiating against ourselves, would you be willing to offer on the 50 acres?
I'll give you 225s. And so you know, you do have a process here, and we're following it. And, you know, you follow the process, and everybody likes the project, the uses, the intensity, the balance, the limitations. You would expect an approval.
I think.
My request
you,
is
sir.
part of that process.
Thanks, sir. You know, looking at this is not just an easy approval, because it is a big plan and because there are openings for, similar to our last item, where, you know, we see a long list of things that we all want to see more of in our county, and then on that list we see one thing that we don't necessarily want to see more of. With the self-storage, you know, we're not looking forward to more of that. We understand market forces. I'm not trying to, you know, go against capitalism, but nobody gets excited about seeing prime real estate become a storage facility. So that's to go back an item and then bring it over to here. We see what they're showing as their plan conceptually, and it really looks beautiful. But it does come down to, there's some questions here about, in a way, they're asking us to support them, and they're asking us to trust their judgment. And so I want to emphasize that that doesn't come automatically for me. I mean, I watch the decisions that the people we do business with week after week, month after month, I watch the decisions they make, and, you know, when they say we're going to do this, do they do it? You know, and we all know that things come up. You know, I try to be grace, you know, have some grace and some mercy. I'm not the one putting the money on the line that some of these guys do. So I don't want to judge too quickly when you see something and say, oh, I thought that was going to be a trail and it's not there, or whatever. But they are asking, bottom line, for trust and support. And so I don't know that comes automatically. I mean, I'm going to look at the body of work, and I'll be watching what happens, you know, with this project, because I know that, you know, the truth is we'll see this applicant again, I imagine. So I'll be seeing if, you know, what we see in the end goes in line with the things that they're showing us in these pictures. I understand that, you know, hiring the design team and the engineers ahead of time before you're sure that it gets to be pretty ridiculously or pretty expensive. But at this point, you know, I'm on the line, but I don't want to add 6 months to their process with the way some people in power in the country seem to be heck bent on hurting our economy. I don't want, you know, I want to see movement there so that I have a safe place for my residents to be able to go. And so with that, based upon the staff report, evidence presented, the action of the Planning Commission, comments made at the public hearing, and finding the request to be consistent with the Community Planning Act as codified in applicable portions of Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, and the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, I move to adopt Plan Amendment PA-22-03.
No.
Ordinance, am I on the wrong one?
GDP.
Yes, we have to go to number 7.
So number
On
7.
7?
No, you just read
Just say as read.
one.
You can always ask Ms. Shank to read it for you and say, "So moved."
Go ahead, just,
Well, with Commissioner Satcher's indulgence, I'll summarize the
Yes,
motion.
ma'am. Well, and from now on, I will continuously just defer to you for the motion.
Motion for, the motion for approval of adoption of ordinance number PDMU 1806GR as indicated in the staff report.
second,
So moved.
second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Satcher, and we have a second by Commissioner Whitmore. The board is still very full. Just to clarify one thing you said, Commissioner Satcher, this will not come before us again, and that's my issue. That's why I wanted to make the stipulation.
I didn't mean,
So, that's okay.
I just want to clarify, well, Commissioner Satcher is correct that if they make major modifications,
Right.
they will come through. Oftentimes, these large projects come through you multiple times. So you may see some component of it again.
But it could very easily not come before you again. The order of the board is Whitmore, Servia, Cruz, DePaul, and Baugh. Commissioner Whitmore.
In our ordinances, we have a compliance department and development services. So if our business community doesn't follow what's been approved, we have a code compliance department. So we could see something, if they're like doing something that wasn't put in it, or vice versa. The code doesn't require this. How many thousands have we seen from Lakewood Ranch that they move things around all the time because that doesn't work there, but they're still doing the same uses. If it's major, they have to come back to us. I totally think this is a no-brainer because ever since all of you been in office and for years, I've heard we need healthcare acute on the other side of the river. So I'm going to support it. I'm sure the hospital people are having a stroke right now. I would request they also look at an outpatient dialysis center because we have none north of the river. And that would be a perfect fit. Again, yeah, we have like an office, but we need more. So anyway, again, there are checks and balances. We have our staff, we have our code compliance that's located within the development department. And also, if there's something that's larger than, I think he said 10%, it has to come before us anyway. So I'll support the motion. In all due respect, sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's okay. And by the way, if they're having a stroke, they can go to District 3. Blake Hospital has the highest stroke certification, that's right, of any hospital in the county. Commissioner Servia, you're next on the board.
Yeah, thank you. And on this topic, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I understand why you want control and you want it to come back, but I say to you, it's a risky direction to move that way. It's overly bureaucratic. It's overly rigid. We have a process in place in the Land Development Code, and we have professional staff. And so I'm going to support the motion because I don't want to create more work, more time, unnecessary expenses for anyone. I'm confident that this is the location for the most intensive type of development that you're going to see on an arterial roadway. So even if it's not this hospital that you see here, I have the confidence that what they're going to do, and with our rules in place, it is appropriate. Remember, the market moves very quickly and unpredictably, and I don't want to tie their hands. They have to be able to be innovative and creative and move as quickly as the market does. So for those reasons, I support what's happening. Oh, I also want to say, right across from 301 is the Parish Center. You know, I worked on that project many years ago, and it came at a time that maybe was just a little bit too early, but this is going to create synergy for that, and this area is going to be something really special and different in the next decade. Right across the street from where we're talking about this parcel, I believe is light industrial in Parish, on the Parish Center side. That's where the employment base was proposed to go. So I thank you for bringing this forward. I support it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, and I already know from the start I support this. The one thing I would be cautious of, which was interesting from the site plan approval, I understand why it's not logistically possible really or offered, is all the conversation up here, and this is why I hate these matrices. I understand the concept of them, that they're good in theory but bad in practice kind of situation. We've seen this with other places because I like mixed use. I like walkability. I like communities that people can live, work, and play in without killing our infrastructure. And we've seen some of these bigger neighborhoods with these matrices say, yes, I promised all this retail and I was going to do all this office, but let's look at this matrix. And right now, multifamily's hot and they yank all the commercial out and dump all this other resident. Know what's going to happen in 10 years? You're going to have this massive bedroom community with everyone hopping in their cars and driving wherever the work is and the commercial is and the restaurants are, because we've yanked it all out, because that's not what's hot today. So I would just caution, and again, I support it, I'm voting for it. You know, these matrix are always a bit of a tricky thing. And we were talking about this hospital, and the one thing you heard up here consistently was everybody loves this project because there's a need for medical north of that river. And if that hospital is part of the matrix, and I know it is because we were talking about adding beds to it, so presumably it's in a matrix, you can go the other direction with it, then, you know, there's always that theoretical concern that someone says, well, right now, you know, someone else built a hospital down the road or 2 towns over, and in our opinion, that's close enough. And then all of a sudden that hospital becomes 300 more multifamily units. And it kind of defeats the purpose up here. I mean, Commissioner Whitmore's planning it down to the square foot over there in terms of getting dialysis centers in there. So I think the thing that really is shoving this along with so much outspoken support for this project is the fact that there's a much needed amenity for Parish and North River in there. And having a matrix that allows it to be removed after the fact is some cause for concern without seeing the site plan, because we've seen that in other properties where people have pulled things out. That said, you know, that's just my opinion about how these matrix work. I get it, but they don't always work the way you want it to. I would just say this is fortunately a company has a long-standing relationship with Manatee County and is going to continue having it, and kind of pulling a rug out from under people after the fact isn't good for long term. So I'm assuming there's going to be a hospital in there for everyone's sake. So I'll support it, but I will keep an eye on it, make sure the primary thing we're focused on is there at the end.
Ms. DePaul, did you want to make a statement?
I was, so a couple things which I think were already touched on, but number one, most of you had hit on the fact that this is a general development plan and that they've met the requirements for the general development plan, and so that is a point to make. The next one is, it does go through staff to approve the FSP, and we've got a very competent staff of planners who've been here a long time, and they're going to look at those key aspects to make sure that it's in alignment with the mixed-use category that it's been given today. And then I wanted to see if staff wanted to add to anything about what happens if there is a concern about the 50 acres, what could happen with their entitlements that they have there, what could they do there? So what would that potential be with the current classification that they have?
Mr. Chair, we're in deliberation right now. I'd rather not introduce new evidence because then the applicant has
Okay,
the right to
okay,
rebut it.
okay, I apologize.
I just have a concern.
No, that's all right, okay. I think I'm new, sorry. No, but 4 months actually, but yeah, pretty new. So anyway, okay, thank you. I think that touched, I mean, we have a very competent staff, so we would have to approve before the FSP.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I'll just start off by saying, isn't politics wonderful, how it gets involved? I have always been excited about a hospital in North County. I've always wanted to see it. Over the years, I can tell you that Mr. Neal and I have had many conversations about a hospital up in North County. I am concerned because it is such a large project, and when I hear our chair talk about it, it kind of gave me pause. Because, you know, I do listen to the comments of all the commissioners up here. However, that being said, I think because of what it is and where it is, and, you know, we're in a campaign year with midterms, that is probably why you are hearing 4 commissioners being a little concerned about how we're moving forward with this, because we don't know what to expect. I will support it. I think it's definitely something that will make a huge difference in Commissioner Satcher's district, in Manatee County as a whole, and I think it's very exciting. So I'll follow my 4 commissioners over here with voting for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Serbia. Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, hold on. I don't even know why it's doing that, and now it's calling someone. Beyond my control. All right. I know, right? I just want to say this for the record, because I didn't understand the comments that I heard from Commissioner Ball as far as I'm concerned. I'm a land use professional, and I have been for 30 years. And the comments you'll hear from me on any item, but on a land use item, are spoken from the heart and from my background and from a professional standpoint. It's never politics. Maybe that's why I'm not a good politician. I try to do the right thing for Manatee County all the time based on the laws. So make no mistake, some may see this political because they see everything political, but this commissioner does not. It's an excellent project. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
Yeah, I think definitely the goal would be to take a look at what we're, offered and the evidence before us and make the right decision. I will say, though, that I'll just say that here we have a hospital that someone, and I guess I pledged to stop avoiding naming names, but of course this opens up a whole bag. But, I mean, Commissioner Servia, you're saying you always are looking at the interest of the people. You voted against a pharmacy. I mean, you voted and you took that person, that applicant, small businessman, and just raked him to the point that Commissioner Cruz looked up at the ceiling and said, "Are we being punked?" Because it felt like we were in just what kind of a world. So I'm glad that that wasn't political, that was you looking out for the best interest of the constituents.
Mr. Chairman.
But it just makes me, I get to finish and then you get to rebut, I believe is the rules. So anyway, but that's fine. And I'm glad that regardless of how you got there, or anyone, regardless of how anyone gets there, that the bottom line at the end of this whole discussion, Parrish, North River, Ellington, my district is going to be getting what looks to be a very nice hospital that's going to take care of those residents, keep them off of EMS for that whole trip across county. So I'm excited about that. However people got to it is fine. But that's the only thing I'm looking out for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr.
Mr. Bellamy,
Chairman.
you're next on the board, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm dialoguing with the commissioner who just attacked me.
Mr. Bellamy is next on the board.
All right.
Sir?
Yes, and no disrespect to none of my colleagues and any of their thoughts and back and forth. Can we call the question and vote, Mr. Chair?
Question's been called. Does it have a second? Commissioner Bellamy has called the question. Commissioner Cruz has seconded it.
not gonna let me
We are now
speak
holding
and
the vote. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, question is called unanimously. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Madam Chair, it passes by a vote of 6-1. The Van Ostenbridge in opposition. Thank you. It is 11:54. We are in
Chairman,
recess
do not
until 1:30.
Do not close the meeting. That is politics right there.
Good morning. Today is April the 21st, 2022, and we will call our Seaport Manatee Port Authority meeting to order. And we will start with my good friend, Chaplain Matt Ennis with invocation, and then the pledge will follow.
Good morning. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for trusting us as stewards of your creation. Be with these men and women as they do the business of the day and for the seaport. You've brought this diverse group of individuals together, each with specific talents, to serve the greater good. Provide them with clarity and unity as they consider the business of the seaport. We come to you for wisdom, guidance, and support on all which is considered in this meeting. May the well-being of the employees, tenants, customers, truck drivers, seafarers, and all who do business and engage with Seaport Manatee always be at the forefront of these meaningful discussions. May your righteousness transcend all things. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we will go into audience introductions.
Okay. I guess, yeah, maybe Dave, yeah. Oh, Mike. You know, true. There you go.
Dave Sanford, Port Staff.
Jennifer Cowan, Port Council. Virginia Zimmerman, Port Staff.
Jim Jones, Bradenton Herald.
Mark Meyer, Regional Rail. Charles Tillotson, Port Staff.
Malcolm Edwards, Port Staff.
George Eiseminger, Port Staff.
Abby Lindekamp, Port Staff.
Dan Fitzpatrick, Port Staff.
Teresa Darty, Port Staff.
Brian Sutton, Logitech USA.
Good morning, Anthony Bates, Logitech USA.
Denise Tuck, Del Monte Fresh Produce.
Max Stewart, Bradenton Area Economic Development Corporation.
Susan Schroeder, Clerk Staff.
Good morning again, Matt Ennis, Chaplain, Anchor House.
Terry Fluke, Tampa Bay Pilots.
Josh Hendry, Transmontane.
Robert Blazer, World Direct Shipping.
Daniel Blazer, World Direct Shipping.
And as we see, we've gone through the audience introductions, and now we will open it up for public comment. Now is the time for public comment. Do we have anyone in the public that wants to comment on the agenda item? We have no one that wants to comment, so we will close public comment, and I will turn it over to Mr. Carlos.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief housekeeping item. Items 3D and 3J need to be revised to include a test language, which I have already signed. Then the chair will sign that. We need to update you on the test language that wasn't included. It's right over here. After the chair signs it, the clerk will put it into the record. Today's meeting, we have two very, I think, outstanding speakers because they relate so closely to what the port is doing lately. And although, you know, I think we're going to change the order. I don't know if Daniel Blazer want to go first, Daniel? Second? Okay, we can have you come second if you like. Okay, then come on up. Come on up. Come on up.
Next time it's yes or no.
Because yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, my man?
Come on in. Okay. Now I want to introduce Daniel as well as our next speaker. And so Daniel and Robert Blazer, in fact, shy and retiring Daniel Blazer in the back, the founder of World Direct, along with Daniel and the founder of many other companies and organizations. But particularly to us, World Direct Shipping is an extremely, extremely valued and important customer because of the commitment they have made to Manatee, Seaport Manatee in general, and the region. He'll be able to tell you more about this. But it's really something very, very unique. The business they have started, and most of you have already heard about what they did. They took essentially, what is a totally different business, the produce business, the market business, the consumer business, and went into the shipping business, how to lose money quickly. In the shipping business, but they make, in the produce business. But they've met with tremendous success, tremendous. In my 30 plus years in the port industry, just in Florida alone, I don't think there's another company on record that not only has had this success, unprecedented, but also headquarters are in Palmetto. It's the only large container company, not only in the U.S., because they now think by now they're probably the 24th largest shipping line on imports. Mind you, it's mostly imports for now. On the 100 in the U.S. That's no small feat to go from 0 to the 25th largest in the U.S. on imports. So, without going any further or taking away any of the additional information that Daniel's going to give you, I want to introduce you to Daniel Blazer. Nice. Here you go.
Do I have to use this?
Yes.
You're on TV.
Okay. Is it on?
I'm on TV.
It's not on, I don't think, right?
You will be.
Yeah,
We'll be
so you
watching
just
you at night when we can't sleep. It's on our TV.
Oh, that's horrible to tell him.
I know.
I doubt if I'll be doing that, Daniel. I said, I doubt if I'll be watching you at night when I can't sleep.
So,
We're bad today.
I think I'm supposed to be just giving a State of the Union. It's kind of how it's going.
State of the Union, yeah.
So, I guess a little history. We just, like you said, produce business is the heart of our business. That's why we started the shipping business. We started with a chartered vessel that was leaving from a small area. Told you I didn't want to use it. How about now?
Oh, yeah.
So we started with a ship that was leaving from a small port that had no equipment at all, near our Mango packing house. And so we started with that, with a chartered ship, and little by little we decided to buy a ship and then expand our port calls in Mexico and add other ships. So now we have 3 of them, Queen B1 and Queen B2 and Queen B3. 2 of them are sisters. The small ones are sisters, and Queen B3 is a bigger one that Reggie drove one time.
Is it still together in one piece?
He had a lot of supervision. So, other customers like the idea of having a fast service from Mexico, and they have more and more over the years, especially with the border problems and shutdowns and closures and whatnot. So we've always been interested in rail. I've always liked trains and garbage trucks and ships and airplanes. And so I've been talking to CSX over the past, say, like 5 years to a bunch of people who don't listen. And
I like him.
yeah, it's been tough. We thought that it was the most efficient way to get to the Northeast via Manatee, because otherwise you got to send a ship all the way around Florida and up to the, it takes lots of ships and lots of times, lots of days. And so I was talking to CSX about, hey, why don't you just pick up our containers from here and take them up there and come back, because we could reload over there and come back. But if you send a ship, it's all going to come empty from the Northeast. There's nothing from the Northeast going to Mexico. So, like I said, talked to a bunch of people that didn't care. There was even one guy who said he'd done research on that, a land bridge, and that he thought it would be a great idea, but I think they have him in the basement, like office space. He's the guy with the stapler. Yeah. So he gave me some numbers, but he said, don't tell anybody, because I shouldn't be telling you anything. And so kind of let that go dormant for a while. And then we had some customers call recently because all the congestion up north. We handle Samsung and GE and other customers into Florida. And so they all have distribution centers in the Northeast, and they called and said, please send one of your ships up there. And we said no, because we can't just send a ship up there and come back in 2 weeks. What's going to happen to the business we already have? But I used that and sent a message to the CEO of CSX and told him, hey, I've been talking to the guy in the basement. I've been talking to all these guys for the last 5 years. Here's their names. They just come and punch in for a paycheck, and that's it. So if you want to do something about it, call me. You know, and then he called me. And I ignored him because they ignored me for 5 years.
I knew you were going to say that.
But then he called again and emailed me. So I picked up his call. And he said he was very interested. He apologized for all the people that do nothing at his company. And he wanted a meeting. So he hooked me up with his secretary. And then his secretary hooked me up with her secretary. Can you believe a secretary has a How many secretaries do you have, Reggie?
I don't have a secretary.
I can assure you not two.
Right? Why does a secretary need another secretary? I have no idea. So anyways, I finally, once they call you, you can't ever call them back. And then you can't even call the secretary back. So I did talk to the secretary, and she made the whole plan. They figured out when they were coming down. They had to fly the jet. Where are they going to fly the jet? They need 5,000 feet of paved runway for the jet. It's not going to happen around here. So we figured out where they're going to fly in. They came in here with all their bodyguards. And we had a meeting. Carlos Pucaris, he put them in their place. And they thought this was a great idea. And so they're coming again Monday after 3 months of deliberation. And they have a list of demands. And so that's their list of demands. They want 8,000 feet of track, I think, maybe more, because they want to connect, the containers have to go somewhere and whatever. They have this, that's what they need. I'm sure Mark Meyer will talk about exactly what plan he has. They want 24-hour non-TWIC terminal access because their idea, non-TWIC, TWIC is a...
No, I know, we got one.
Okay, you got one of those?
Mm-hmm.
Because they want to, basically to make this work, they're going to cut volume from their other terminals. And so so there's going to be a lot of volume coming here that was going to other terminals. And they want the terminal experience here to be better or the same as what their other terminals are. So they don't need TWIC access to go to the other terminals. They don't want TWIC access here. They got 24-hour access to their terminals. They want 24-hour access here. So that's one thing. Another thing. They want us to start with 200 containers a week within 12 months, which is a lot of investment because we have to consider the turn time on the containers. It means about 1,200 containers. And they want to grow it, they want to grow it to, we told them how much space we have on our vessels and stuff, and so they want to grow it to like 400 containers over the next 3 to 5 years. And they want an airport with at least 5,000 feet of runway within walking distance.
Are you kidding us?
That's Port Nancy.
Oh, it looks like he's dead serious.
Is this a joke?
Well, they want to fly their jet in here and not have to drive an hour. Okay?
April Fool's Day is already gone.
We've got an airport close by.
We do.
You're not gonna respond to him.
It's amazing what we can do when we want to.
He owns the airport now.
I know. You're telling secrets. Stop.
He owns the airport.
Talk to that guy in the back.
Yeah, it's not 5,000.
You guys get his cell phone number. Get us some gravel and a paving machine. Where was I?
Airport.
Airport.
The private jets.
Okay, they want one of those. They already have the jet, they just need the airport to land on.
At least they don't want us to.
But other people are like that too, because there's plenty of other big companies that want to come here and see what's going on. And with the intermodal service coming down here, it's going to be a big, people are going to want to put DCs, because they want DCs, they want distribution next to the railhead. So on our side of the bargain about the 24-hour access, we're going to add a third shift here shortly, within the next couple days probably, to start that process so that we can operate 24 hours a day. So we've added a lot of equipment to do that. We do our own terminal services. We've started stevedoring in such a way that our people can be rested and not work 24 or 48 hours straight, while still keeping our production going and efficiencies. And we're constantly making changes to handle the growth. It hurts sometimes, it's painful, but we'll fix it. So, anything, did I miss something, Carlos?
No, I think you covered.
Oh, go ahead, Carol.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Before you even started talking, she asked, can she go and finish?
I did.
Before you even started his presentation, she asked.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry. So let's go to Commissioner Ball.
It was a lot more than what I anticipated, though, that you said, so
Did you
great
take
job.
notes?
I did take notes, as a matter of fact.
Looks like a blank sheet of paper.
That's because it was the second
Oh,
one.
okay.
She filled the first one out.
I'm on my second page now.
Good.
My first thought when you started was, can we just have him run for the county commission? I thought, my God, what an asset he would be. But then when you really got into it, I was like, forget that. You need to stay where you are. So I think it's going to be interesting to see where we go here. And I love having you as a partner here at Port Manatee, your company, World Direct. I just want to say thank you for being here. But also, I seemed to be hoarse this morning. I think he must have got me all riled up or something. I think it was the airport. I want to say, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe your company is the largest purchase of property in Manatee County that's not residential. And that is huge for the port. It's huge for Manatee. And as you know, we sit not just as the Port Authority, but also as the County Commission. And so, I just think it's fantastic what you guys have done and the investment that you've made. And obviously, I've got a feeling that that's just the tip of the iceberg from what we're going to see and the growth. You know what? You mentioned growth. I love growth. I think that growth is a good thing as long as it's done well. And your company, of course, has shown that you know how to do it. So I wanted to go first because I wanted to just tell you that I was so excited to have you guys here. And just to let everybody know the investment that you've made in Manatee. And I'm sure that you'll find, Reggie,
Yeah.
I'm sure that you'll find our chairman who represents us in that regard will work very diligently with you. And we've got a great port, and we look forward to what the future holds.
Thanks very much. Those are going to be the most expensive watermelons in the world that were grown on that property.
Reggie, I'm glad you're the chair right now.
I'll give you one, too.
Welcome. I'm the longest serving elected official that's been on the Port Authority since 2006, and been here through the recession and now where we are today. And I remember when you were being discussed at our Port Authority meetings before you came. So it's so happy to see what I see today versus before. We had like 400,000 in our reserves, or maybe $1 million. That was it. And it's a little different here. Manatee County, actually, in case something happened, we have to guarantee that, we have to help you in case, or we have to help the port in case there's issues financially and stuff. But the non-TWIC, I don't know. I don't know if we do that, if that's legal, because I just know it's all required by Homeland Security. And so that, the airport, My friends, the readers, used to own, well, you bought it from them, and
Good
I went to
people.
high school with one of them. But
Carlos
I don't
Baruch
know
as
if that's something that you guys are looking at, or you just tell them they got to go to Sarasota or Tampa. And the 8,000 miles of rail, 8,000 feet of rail, where were they wanting that? Were they wanting that on your property across the street, or what?
Oh, actually, they don't want any traffic jams on 41, so they just they want to put it over here.
On here, so then it connects in, and so that's something we'd look at. I don't even know if we have that much room.
That's
so.
why we have staff.
No, well, you've been talking to staff, so you gave us some big obstacles that I guess we'll have to find out if there's ways that we can accommodate that.
Nothing is too big.
Listen to you. I like me, he doesn't take no for an answer.
I like that.
Well, I'm not saying no, I'm just saying those are the things that stuck out with me. And actually, Congressman Micah, when he was transportation and on committee, we were one of the few that actually required the TWIC. And everybody has them, but they don't have the readers, where we have the readers. So there's a few that do, but not, he was impressed that we actually did it because of the Homeland Security issues. So I don't know, that's something and Vanessa's right, you'll have to go through staff, and those are big, big things that we have to accomplish. What's our time frame since they're coming down tomorrow, next week?
Well, we won't finish paving the runway by Monday.
No.
So
You have the beginnings of a dirt one unless you covered it over.
they could land once there.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Just remember, she did say she was the oldest.
Yeah. My friends, no, well, she's actually the oldest.
Oh,
But
don't
my
start.
my friends
finger
actually
pointing.
fly into that airport, have flown into that airport for years, so I know smaller planes can do it, but anyways, those are big asks. I'd like to hear a little bit from Carlos, because it's very interesting, and I know you got our chair, you'll be working with us through these issues, but I'm glad you brought them to our attention.
All right, a couple things. I've had opportunity to spend some time with the Blazers.
You're kidding.
And what I always do out of one eye, I watch Daniel, and then I always make sure
Dad.
I make eye contact with Dad, right?
Yeah.
And I remember the first time when we met, and we actually had opportunity to tour Queen Bee, and it was this is a great family. And for the things that they're doing, and for the industry, the word juggernaut comes to my mind. Because what he's basically telling all of us is we're going to find a way to get this done. We're going to
exactly
move.
what he's saying.
we're going to move, and we're going to make sure these next steps that are in line, we're going to make it happen. I'm excited. Obviously, you all know Daniel have a different type of sense of humor, and but he's about his business. He's about his business, and his knowledge of the industry and his knowledge of his ships is incredible. And I was like a kid in a candy store when I had an opportunity to tour the ship and tour the engine and look at how all the horsepower and everything to take place. You know, being a young kid from Palmetto, you don't really get an opportunity to see things like that a lot. So I was just blown away, and then to sit down and to see their energy and their effort, and they move quick. They move quick, and I don't really think Daniel and the family takes no for an answer. But we're excited. We're excited that you all are here. We're thankful more than anything, because I can imagine what's going to take place in the next 3 to 5 years and the economic impact and what will happen on behalf of the port and all the things that you all are going to bring to our community. So I would say thank you. I would say thank you.
Thank you, guys.
What are you, it's almost 500 acres across the street. That's about the size of Robinson's. So that's pretty big. Are you going to, it's not going to be residential, right? It's going to be industrial, I'm assuming, that land? Or do you know yet?
I am tired of staying at the Hampton Inn.
Okay, so you're going to put a hotel there?
Well, I honestly...
No, maybe just
Wait.
like a trailer or something I can
Okay.
I can walk across the street and go to work.
At this appointed time, I'm sure all that information will come to the forefront. A lot of those discussions, a lot of things.
Well, that's Manatee County side.
Right.
That won't be the port. That'll be us as a county commission. That's why I was just wondering.
If I may.
Well, everyone that spoke,
Yeah.
except Commissioner
You have
Satcher.
anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of reiterate that I'm glad you guys are here and getting stuff done.
And I would hate for us to, in a future presentation, be named alongside CSX
Yeah.
employees. And so, my plan is that, we'll get on it and make it happen so that, that's a lot of employment, that's a lot of business, and sounds like CSX is setting it up to be more than just, I mean, they want to be able to move a lot of stuff out of here. That sounds great. And, of course, you could have a totally different place to land planes, but if it's the one we're thinking of, that's exciting. And watermelons are exciting as well, so.
Expensive.
Delicious.
Delicious, yes. But that's exciting and part in my district, so that's exciting. I know I said that 50 times, okay. So I guess I'll move on, but I think you'll find us to be favorable and good partners, and if not, we'll get on it and make sure that happens for you guys, and we appreciate it.
Commissioner Ball. Great, thanks. We are looking forward to a long-term partnership with the CSX. I don't want to sound negative when I talk about the CSX. It was quite an experience, and it will continue to be one until it's happening. But they're committed, and they're willing to make a long-term commitment. And so I think that's going to be great for the area.
Great.
Commissioner Ball?
Thank you, sir, Mr. Chair. All jokes aside, and this has been a great time this morning. I can remember, I might be the oldest in age, but I haven't been here as long as she has. I've only been here since 2012. But I've chaired this committee 3 times. And I got to tell you, CSX, we have discussed many times wanting to grow CSX and wanted it to grow here at the port. I remember right after I got elected, we bought a new locomotive, as I recall. And so this is kind of a dream that we are going to be able to share with you in growing Port Manatee, growing World Direct, the whole thing. So we are super excited, and I think you're going to find that our staff will work every way and try to figure out how to be able to do whatever needs to be done to make it successful. And if you should need a part-time job, so you don't have to stay in that trailer, I wish you'd run for county commission, I'm just saying. But not for his district, though. But thank you for being with us this morning, seriously.
Welcome, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it. Yep. Thank you. Just wanted to add one comment, if I may, Mr. Chair, and that is, again, that to my knowledge, never has the president of CSX met with, the one who talks to the secretaries and the one who, persistently has reached out to one of the largest corporations in the U.S. Not easy to deal with them. And so we will certainly continue our cooperation with the CSX. And with regard to Commissioner Whitmore's comment with regard to TWIC, there is a way that there are reconfigurations, realignments of our footprint that would allow for that to happen. So it's possible without ever breaking any TWIC guidelines or rules. It would have to be done and can be done very well. And that's a must because the truckers and the users need to go in and out seamlessly without having, to use the TWIC badge. So, again, great company, fantastic partner, as you all have heard. And interestingly enough, we, matched them up with Mark Meyer, who is, the person responsible at the Manatee Railroad now that we provided, the operating agreement over the next few years to tell you the rest, because while Daniel is really an expert in shipping and railroads, this person here next, Mark, is a real expert on railroads. They run railroads all over the U.S. Mark, if you'd like to come up and tell us about, how you're going to make those things happen.
Yeah,
because
this is
they
going
will
to be an
the other
interesting
partner, right? That's the,
Yeah. We need 8,000, if there's any way possible that you can pay for it.
Well, Carlos, I'm not following Daniel ever again, just so you know.
Can't say I blame you.
So before I get started, a couple of comments. I do know that they have corporate helicopters, so a helipad might be a little more reasonable. But to introduce myself, I'm Mark Meyer. I'm the Director of Marketing and Sales for the Southern Region of Regional Rail. And Regional Rail is a holding company that we have a number of railroads across the U.S. We are partnered with a company by the name of 3I Infrastructure, and 3I is the fund behind our holding company that allows us to purchase railroads all over the U.S. So right now we have 7 railroads. We came into existence in 2007 and started purchasing railroads up in the Northeast. That was prior to my tenure at the company, but in 2020 they came down and purchased the Pinsley railroads, which were the 3 railroads that we held in Florida at the time, the Florida Central, Florida Midland, and Florida Northern railroads. As of this past year, we started operation at Seaport Manatee and are extremely excited to operate here. This is our second port. We also operate a port in North Carolina, the Port of Morehead City, and it's an interesting concept. I worked in just about every type of transportation in my history, but trying to teach the railroaders about boats has been very interesting, to say the least. So this is just a list of where we have railroads. So you can see the southern region, which is our most important area, is the area I control, and that's the four railroads here in Florida, and I have partial control of the CNLA up in North Carolina. So what do we do as a short line railroad? So we interact with the Class 1 railroads. We are basically the local pickup and delivery service for the Class 1 railroads. They do long haul really well, and we handle customers very well. So we spend a lot of time working with the customers to figure out how to better serve the customers. We also work in industrial development, and we work within the local municipalities that we're located in to develop safer and better rail service. So our focus in Florida is to develop our freight network. We deal in industrial development, transloading, which is helping to shorten the haul of trucks. So local delivery will bring it in by rail, and they will deliver all the products out to the customers that are not directly on rail. And then we also work in the warehousing world. When we took over at the port in December, I got it was an interesting situation. I got a call the very first day that we took over, December 1st, from Daniel. First conversation we had, he introduced himself and explained to me that he'd been trying to bring intermodal to the port for some time. I was trying to make sure that our operation ran flawlessly the first day, so I was interested in what he had to say, but kind of, Daniel, I'm a little busy today, but let's figure this out. And then I got a call a couple hours later. Hey, I just wanted to let you know I spoke with the CEO of CSX today, and he wants to come down and talk about this further. I dropped the phone. It went under my seat. I had to try to dig it out, and because that type of conversation does not happen with customers that are even moving significant volume on rail. So to catch the attention of the CSX leadership like that, I commend Daniel for his patience, because dealing with a large Class 1 is interesting. As a short line operator, I know it's difficult. I call it the railroad black hole, because as Daniel said, you place a phone call and it disappears. But that's where we come into play as a short line operator to bridge that gap. We are customer centric. We are very interested in making sure that our partners and our customers see the value of rail. It's important for the infrastructure of Florida. We can't keep putting trucks on the road. On the drive down here, I live up in the Orlando area. And I have now started to plan for about a 2.5-hour transit down because of the amount of traffic on the roads. So we're very interested in seeing this develop, because if it doesn't, that's more trucks, more containers, it's congestion, and it's not going to change. It's just going to get worse. We have, as a company, been involved with a lot of state projects. I'm going to highlight one in particular. So we've worked on the strategic intermodal corridor in the past. Back in 2014, we redeveloped our entire main line through Orlando, putting just over $18 million into the infrastructure to allow for further use for the freight corridor, as well as potential expansion of the Sunrail to take commuters off of the road. So we're very familiar with working with the municipalities, working with FDOT to make these projects happen, to fund these expensive projects, to advance the offering that we have. Most of the railroad here in the state of Florida was put in the early 1900s. So we're talking 100+ years of track that's needs to be expanded, needs to be developed. And we're in the business of rail preservation. You don't build new railroad very often, other than into industries that are directly next to your rail line. Outside of that, they're taking rail away and turning it into trails and bike paths, which that's all great for the community, but it doesn't help with that congestion issue. So Daniel brought up some of the things that we're looking at with our strategy for Port Manatee and the intermodal offering. They need 8,000 foot of track. That is a significant ask. That's millions of dollars worth of track. So right now, I think in total, with the interchange yard and the track on property currently, there's about 7 miles worth of track. A majority of that is main line for operating to all of the customers. So we have located a spot that we believe will be perfect for this operation. It'll allow for the ask for a non-TWIC area, and it will work for supporting the interchange yard. We only have 4 tracks out on the interchange yard. Those 4 tracks are about 2,800 feet each. So with this intermodal offering, it will just about take up the amount of space that we have available to be able to serve the current customers and some new customers that we are always trying to generate business with. So if you see here, oh, there we go. We are right next to the intermodal building that we're in currently. There's that big ugly pile that's out behind the building. We hope that we can work with some folks to put rail in to help get rid of that pile and eventually turn that into an intermodal yard. In the meantime, we do have our serving yard, which is directly adjacent the Martin Marietta site, that we can do an interim intermodal yard at. So that's existing track. It just needs the ability to have a container yard next to it, which from what we figured is possible. So this is the now, and here we have the future one, and that is 4 tracks of about 1,400 foot in length. Some of the things that our railroad will have to do to support this operation is right now we're a 5-day-a-week, 8 to 5 p.m. service. We'll hire crews, we'll have to put on locomotives. There's a lot that will go into this. We have the ability and we have the want to see that develop. Developing an intermodal yard with a short line railroad at a port that is not direct Class 1 served is unheard of. So this is definitely the case study with CSX and the other Class 1s. So we're extremely excited about it. We believe that it can happen, and we're going to. This is the big project here. We're continuing to try to develop new customer base. A few of the things that there is not currently operated at Port Manatee is a transload yard. Things that will help support local businesses that are not directly on rail. We believe that with this build out, we'll be able to open up track that currently is being used for other operation, the holding of cars and whatnot, to expand our service offering here on the port also. Seeing freight move through the port is my number one goal for the next 2 years. They've challenged me to make this my second home. So Daniel, I'm gonna need a space for my trailer right next to yours, if that's okay.
It's better than Orlando.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I lived in Southwest Florida for 15 years, and when I went to work for the railroad, I told my wife, and we had just visited Disney 2 weeks before with our kids, and she said, I don't know how people live up here. So I go to work for the railroad, and I said, well, we're going to have to figure out how those people live up there, because that's where we're going.
Yeah.
That's how it always happens.
Yeah, so we're extremely excited about what we have going on here. We can support World Direct and the Blazers to develop this piece of business. We've been speaking with CSX and figuring out the operational issues that need to be resolved. CSX is excited about this, and anytime you have Jim Foote behind a project, it's going to go.
Cool.
Okay. Any questions?
Lots.
Okay.
Who? Me? Oh, I thought sure I'd be last on this. You know, it's funny, you talk about Orlando. I have to go up there 2 or 3 times a month for meetings, and the traffic congestion is crazy. I mean, it takes me, you're right, 2.5 hours a lot of times to go from my home in Lakewood Ranch to Orlando, or even worse, coming this way. So, You know, I wrote down, you mentioned, see, I wrote notes. I mean, I got 2 pages again. Regional rail, yes. Regional rail. I mean, that when you said that, I was like, oh, I think I'm going to like this. You know, I know that you've probably had meetings with our chairman, and with, you know, obviously with Port Manatee, but, you know, it seems like, I don't know, it's the weirdest thing for me. 21 and 22, there have been so many things that have come up that has succeeded, and it's things that we've talked about for my 10 years in this political world, and so many of them are coming true today. And I don't know if that's the sign that maybe it's almost time I can go home and be in the real world. That would be great. But I'm really excited. When you say, you know, CSX, I mean, this is a dream. I mean, I've looked at several of the people out in the audience this morning. They're looking at me like this, yes, yes. So we're very excited. You know, we have one of the best lobbyists here at the port, well, I won't mention his name, but, you know, with the state of Florida that does deal with Tallahassee that should probably be able to be very helpful. I'm sure that there'll be meetings along that line. And then I think with the chairman, you've probably already had meetings with Congressman Buchanan.
Not on this topic.
Congressman Buchanan, you know, if everything goes right, which it's looking, again, like that's going to go right too, come November, will be the chair of the Ways and Means Committee.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, all the stars are kind of getting aligned. Isn't that weird? So we do have, and we've got a great relationship with DOT. So, you know, all the stars show that maybe we can really put this together and work it out, and we'll have a great family. We already have a great family at Port Manatee, but we can grow it even more. So I'm sure that I can only speak for myself on this board, but I can assure you that I'll do anything I can to try and help any endeavor that the port feels we need to maneuver with. And I look forward to hearing from staff and seeing what you guys think and how you think it can be done. And this is a great time for Port Manatee. It's an even better time for Manatee County and Southwest Florida. So let's keep it going. You've got partners in us. Thank you.
Some of my questions may be for Carlos also, so don't leave. First of all, if you go in the back of your book, you can see the layout of what you were talking about. And the bottom right slide, that's where is that fly ash that's covered over behind us, Carlos?
No,
What is that?
That's phos rock.
Oh, okay, all right. So that's what would be where the intermodal, transmodal,
So
that big, yeah, what is that? Is that where the train comes through?
that would be 4-track ladder track to be able to support the intermodal operation. So the reason that we have it there is we met with our engineers, met with our operations, and figured out to lay it out where it would be reasonable for World Direct to load the trains and offload. This was the best place that we could find in there. It's almost the only place that we could find to make such a large operation work.
Now, I've served 3 times as chair in the past, and I think, isn't CXX, are they like across the street that we hook up to, or are they on this side of the?
So this is their track running right next to
Because years ago, we had to improve it, okay.
Yeah, so one of the things to consider with the interchange from CSX to the short line operation, they're running longer trains. They'll most likely tie this in with the juice train that goes down to Sarasota. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I thought, because they have their own tracks too. That
Yes.
goes over the river.
Yep.
Okay.
So the way it needs to come into the current interchange yard, which will require a track to come across Piney Point Road. But we've looked at how to operate this and how we would break it up in the interchange yard so we wouldn't impact the traffic for any more than 5 minutes. Each cut of cars that we would bring over to the intermodal yard. So we really looked at how the operation was going to work and how we would ensure that we weren't interrupting the rest of the port business that is so crucial to be on time and to keep the trucks flowing in and out of the port.
And to hear your comments regarding Daniel or Danny, now I'm starting to call him Danny, I think you call him. Daniel, to get him the attention of the CXX top management was very interesting, and
Yeah.
all the stars are aligned, so we do need to move forward. I have one question for Carlos. Do we pay for the 8,000 feet, or does CXX do
It's
it?
yet-
I remember they did in another time. I mean, how does that work?
It's yet to be determined how that
Oh,
will occur.
okay.
The financials and the construction, the first, as Mark said, we have the interim solution up here while we work out the long-term solution.
Oh,
And the
okay.
financing, would need to be,
So we can do it sooner than later?
well, it depends.
to get everything
Yeah,
lined
we-
up,
the-
okay.
The footprint's there, we own the land.
Right.
So that's doable. The material that's there, it's not going to remain there. It's
Right.
supposed to move out, which, as Mark said, with the railroad. And so, we do have and control the footprint. So it's ours, it's the Port Authority's to, do with it what we want to do. And we would bring back proposals to you for your consideration that address, taking the steps to do that and to reach the ultimate, large footprint of these rail tracks to support the operation in its full phase.
Do you know if the state allows, because years ago I would have
Yeah.
never said we could never do this, but does the state allow you to do projects where you upfront fund them and then they reimburse you in their cycle? Because I know we have money.
We have, of course, our FDOT expert. I think a qualified answer is sometimes. Am I correct? It depends. It really isn't that clear. It's how convincing we can be.
Right.
And our case with FDOT. But, they've become more flexible lately, as long as they know it's a real project and we're not just, trying to get funds for other purposes. I think there is a way to collaborate more closely with the financing and the state.
And like
so I-
Vanessa said, we have a great lobbyist, so, upfront funding it, and then get reimbursed whenever the cycle is, that would be great. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I think the reality of it is, in the initial phases, and there's a lot of work to be done, and the collaborators have to come to the table. A couple things that came to my attention that I want to kind of speak on as far as when Daniel spoke as the concerns with 24-hour access. And sir, you made a comment about the non-TWIC areas. Just from my understanding, within the port property, and then looking at your potential, area where you're going to rail with, connect with CXX. Right. What are we identifying, or where do we identify non-TWIC areas as far as the port? Because that came up.
So
I just want to understand that a little
right.
bit.
So, we have a secure area.
Familiar?
That's essentially the fenced area. Within the fenced area, those closest to the dock are highly more sensitive, and we have actual guards there, depending on the operation going on. And so we would have to realign the fence or carve out a part of the port, which is doable, to exempt it from TWIC. And so that is perfectly doable. It's allowable as long as you carve it out, and we have a way to do that. So
Right,
it's not going to be.
and that was pretty much my thoughts, is how it's going to get done. And obviously our security measures our security protocols that we already have in place now, when you start talking about non-TWIC areas, because of all the concerns, with access to the bay and things like that, I'm sure we'll be in front of that, but it was just a question that I had. Okay. Commissioner Setchell.
And if I understand correctly, it's pretty common to have it's great having the fence so far away from where the ships are actually loading like we do now. But if I understand correctly, there's plenty of seaports that have a fence, the TWIC area closer to and still are perfectly safe and operate every day and have for decades. So I don't think this is
a brand-new brain surgery is something that's been done. Am I correct about that?
My experience is, you're right, it can be done. You've seen one port, as everybody says, you've seen one port. However, in our configuration, we have the capability to carve out areas, to exempt them from TWIC, and even we have protocols now, security protocols, that allows us, even within TWIC, to allow them entry in and out of the port by monitoring them with our cameras and with physical guards, so they don't have to have TWICs. So as long as we know we collaborate with the Coast Guard and Customs to do that, they're very agreeable to letting us operate. And as the old saying goes, the most secure port has no business. So we don't want to be that most secure port without any business. And so that flexibility, as long as we set up the procedures and protocols to secure the cargo in a way that U.S. Customs, Homeland Security, as well as Coast Guard are agreeable to it, we can have it done.
Commissioner Ball, are you done?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm anxious to sit down and have a meeting with staff and see how we're going to move forward and get all this done. I think it's a very exciting time for the port. It's a great time for your business. It's a great time for World Direct. It's a great time for all of the businesses that we have here at the port. And, we're really seeing results. And we're very blessed in that regard, because there's been other ports that I've heard that, haven't been as fortunate as we are right now. So, it shows, as I always say in these meetings, it's all about our staff. Y'all make us look really good. Thank you.
All right,
for
so
all you
in
do.
my closing comments on this particular topic, this kind of reminds me when I was ready to transition out of the military, and the captain say, "Well, what are you going to do next, Corporal Bellamy?" And I say, "I really don't know, but I put my shades on, and I say, my future's so bright, I got to wear shades." And that's where we are with the port right now. We have a very, very bright future and a lot of good things that's coming our way. So we're excited. Great news. Thanks for both presentations.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Woo! Yay.
You can leave it on. You can leave it on. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
I got a feeling
Thank
it'll
you very
move
much.
fast.
Thank you.
It's going to move fast.
What a day we're having.
Now we have consent.
Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, for your consideration would be the consent agenda. That we only have consent today, so we would look for your consideration of the approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
motion to approve
We have a motion.
consent?
Second.
And we have a second. Do we have public comment on the consent agenda? No, we do not. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Is
Commissioners.
that the director comments?
Well, we call for public comments if you want again, one more
Do we have a
time.
public comment?
Okay.
No public
Thank
comment.
you.
We'll close it.
Nobody on the phone?
Hmm?
Okay.
Nobody on the phone. You watch our meetings.
Well, you
is
never
not
know.
live.
I want to make sure nobody
Yeah.
Everybody
called.
on the phone.
This
I
is
wanna
not-
make-
this is
I want to
not
make sure
live.
nobody called and, they were not attended to. We answer our phones also. Yeah.
That was good.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we'll go into brief Port Director comments. Again, record numbers, as you know, thanks to companies like World Direct. We're kicking on all cylinders. The numbers are record growth, continue to be that, as well as, the revenue growth, as well as the net earnings growth are all kicking in, not just growth for the sake of growth's sake, and losing money. We have to remain profitable, and you really, as a board of directors of a business, here, setting policy for us and the direction and supporting those businesses we have here. What's important about this is that often board directors go out and get a customer. The customer's very happy, they come in, and then the board doesn't agree with anything the director said. And that customer's shocked and then goes to another. We have the opposite here. We have an extremely supportive board. We bring the deals to you for your consideration way ahead of time, and that's what really makes a sport successful. Tremendous growth, even, as you know, with the ranking for our produce and refrigerated commodities, 92% growth. Okay. 92% growth. The fourth in the state. Oh, there's our rail. Right? They're letting us know they're here. Tremendous growth, there. Thanks to companies, like Del Monte and World Direct. We continue to supply the produce and the materials and all the other products that come in through the port for the local community. Again, we are looking to the master plan. It's for the next 20 years, although we revise it every so often. It's very positive. The volumes are positive. It's a process, though, that we're required to do and like to do because it sets the direction for the next, 5 to 20 years. And ports can really, grow rapidly in that amount of time. So we had the congressional staffers a few weeks ago. It's important, again, to have them here so they can be seeing it when their bosses are not available. But thanks to the board, the outreach with the delegation is outstanding. And so this was just an opportunity for the staffers to see and to hear what their bosses, already know and what the board has already told them. We had, Senator Boyd, again, someone who was well known to the board, but he wanted to give a little tour of the port, to really see what's going on for him and his staffers. So we love to accommodate that kind of opportunity to show them what's happening. Very surprised, very happy to hear what's going on. That's, just, I'll say this is so Paul Anderson can stay in his place. I know you were thinking that. So we put, and wanted to, but Paul Anderson and even this year, I think, with a bit of luck, again, it's cooperative, FDOT. We play in the sandbox. I'm the vice chair of the Florida Ports Council this year. So we are all happy to work with each other. And in fact, growing the business as a result of the growth in business, not letting the containers and the throughput go to another state. But this year, likely, we might even be very close or even surpass calendar, not fiscal, calendar year, the Port of Tampa, which is the whole idea. They're growing and we're growing. Okay.
There was another one.
Miami Everglades, they both grew together, very successful. So it's a matter of raising all the ships, not taking cargo at the expense of another. And in fact, this growth is not at the expense of any Florida port. We didn't take one container from a Florida port. And we will be, closing briefly South Gate for construction, expanding the ability for the port to be able to process drivers at both gates, north or south. Again, it's needed because of the volume you heard. The truck volume, the car volume is growing dramatically, and we need to keep up with this, and this will provide us that opportunity. If, you're all available, we'll put it on your calendars. We'd like to have a ribbon cutting on our expanded container yard. See all those blue containers and even the Del Monte containers, the blue containers. We have containers of all colors. And so again, it's a significant investment for the port. It will allow us to grow our containers even more because the containers bring the consumer goods that the residents of Manatee County and even surrounding counties want to buy. So we bring them closer, less trucking. It doesn't have to come in through Miami or Everglades. It's coming in from here, shorter, and even those that go long will be on the railroad. So it's a win-win. And that's it for my remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Whitmore?
Nothing on your report. I was just going to say under comments, I just wanted, Logistec is here and they have two members that I haven't really noticed before. I'm so used to Andres being in the audience. I see him on Facebook, but I haven't seen him lately. And Del Monte here also. So I'm glad that you guys are here. Logistec, I remember when we took the loan out for Big Joe, and now we've got another crane and possibly another one coming. So yeah, so it's growing, and you've been with us through the hard times and the good times. So I want to, and Del Monte, of course. when I was chair, we drove up to Tampa and it was negotiating a contract, and Del Monte was having second thoughts about something, and oh my God, it was so stressful. So I'm glad you're still here partnering with us. Thank you.
To all of you. Dave Sanford reminded me, I forgot to mention something very, very important. Thanks to Logistec also, of course. We partner on the cranes. There are 2 new berth announcements, 2 arrivals of 2 cranes tomorrow.
Oh, man.
Tomorrow. We'll have
yes.
video, we'll have footage, we'll have everything.
So we'll have 4?
Yes,
Whoa.
Commissioner, yeah.
5.
Well, five with the one that's already here, right.
Wow, good. Congratulations.
I remember when we thought we were
You
great
want
with
to say,
one.
want to say a few words? No? No. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
come on down.
Andre's on vacation, so
Yeah.
his thoughts his regards. But yeah, we're very excited about the 2 new cranes arriving tomorrow, and our partners.
You can't, you have to be on. there
You
go,
gotta
on
do
the
it.
record.
Brian Sutton, OC Sales and Marketing for Logistec, and no, thank you for the recognition. And again, Andre, Ms. Woodbar, as you mentioned, would normally be here. He's on vacation this week.
Sorry, let me see here.
Start all over. What's your name?
Oh, great.
I want one more time with feeling.
Yeah, good morning. Brian Sutton with Logitech, oversees sales and marketing. Anthony Bates is here as well, our local operations manager. So, again, thank you to our partners here. We're excited to have the 2 new cranes arriving tomorrow. So once we get them commissioned and everything, I'm sure we'll be up and running within the month. So now thank you for all the support and look forward to continuing to do business here in the future.
Is your requirement that you must speak French since Madeline is your
No, it is
owner?
not.
Okay, okay.
Not us here in the southeast at least, but
But
anyway.
we do offer French lessons at lunchtime
And Carlos teaches
for
those.
those, for those that want to partake, so we will be doing that in case, some opportunities, right?
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carlos.
Thank you.
So thank you, Dave, for reminding me. So
Right
again,
now.
that will allow us to,
We have a
again,
question. We have a
double our
question.
capacity.
We have a question from Commissioner Central.
Sorry, didn't mean to, this will be off the topic you're on. So were you done with what you were just?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I thought of a question that should have been asked earlier, but, so the intermodal, of course, I realize we're early on and this is vision, but I also realize we've got some go-getters, CSXs, coming out of the basement. So is the vision for 100% of what goes on at the intermodal to be World Direct, or would there be a 5%, 10%? Would there be access to other people that would like to use that spot to ship things by rail?
Without putting words in, Mr. Myers' mouth, I think it is an open system. Obviously, the more the merrier, the more volume, the more profitable. And reduces costs for everybody. So my take would be that it's open to anyone who wants to use it. So it is an open system. So it's really, the ability to put on rails for World Direct or other companies that want to take advantage of this.
Wonderful. That's good news.
Okay, we'll go into commissioner comments now. Am I correct?
Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore, do you have any commissioner comments? Commissioner Barr, do you have any comments?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Commissioner Satcher, do you have any comments?
I'd just like to say I'm glad to be here on what was a historic morning. This is exciting times. I'm glad to be a part of it. And I also just wanted to point out the power of businesses and the power of capitalism and things that as a government, if we were trying to do, would be a disaster. But when businesses get involved, they can get a lot done. And I believe our main job is is to set up an environment where the American workers and American companies can figure out how to solve problems for consumers and for people, and we just set up the environment and try our best to get out of the way. And when we do that, good things happen. And so I'm just excited that I was here this morning. Thank you.
All right, in closing, a couple of things. Obviously, we had a couple of commissioners that were not here for various reasons, but they did communicate with myself and Mr. Buchanan, so we're okay with that. The new cranes, that's great news. It's indicators that business is good. And due to the fact that business is good, we must make sure that we say thank you to our partners and thank you to our leadership. But we have to acknowledge the fact that Power 100 has, thought of Mr. Buchanan as one of the most influential business leaders. And I honestly think that's the indicator based on the growth and the things that's going here with your leadership and your leadership team.
It's really
exactly. That's
all
why I say
them.
with your leadership and your leadership team. So in closing, I would just say thank you, sir, for all you do, and to the leadership team, especially legal, keeping us out of trouble.
And that's a hard job.
That's a hard job. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. And if there's nothing else,
We're so glad we have you. I mean, you are Manatee County. Mr. Anderson, that's all I'm going to say.
anything else? All right, this concludes our port meeting. Thank you.
Hello, it's a beautiful day here in Manatee County. I'm Kevin Van Ostenbridge, Chairman of the Board of Manatee County Commissioners. One of the most important things we do as public servants is to keep the taxpayers of Manatee County informed and involved, and that's the purpose of this video today. Joining me will be my colleagues, James Satcher from District 1, Reggie Bellamy from District 2, Misty Servia from District 4, Vanessa Baugh representing District 5, and at-large Commissioners Carol Whitmore and George Cruz. Now let's get to work.
The North and East Manatee County regions have been blessed with the type of growth that brings higher income, better education, and more job opportunities. But with that growth, we all know, comes additional pressure on transportation services and traffic movement. That's why we're asking for nearly $40 million in federal funding to widen Fort Hammer Road from the Manatee River to US 301 and construct a second Fort Hammer Road bridge parallel to the overburdened existing bridge. That's going to nearly double the capacity of this essential north-south thoroughfare. This will not only offer an improved hurricane evacuation route, but will also serve as a reliever from day-to-day local traffic on I-75. Let's keep your daily commute moving forward safely and efficiently, so you can spend less time sitting in traffic and more time with your family.
Veteran homelessness is a growing issue in Manatee County, yet housing options and lasting transitional solutions are shrinking. Shared resources, long waiting lists, and a lack of county-designated veteran-specific housing has led to more veterans running out of alternatives. Manatee County leaders are requesting matching funds of $15 million for an all-inclusive wraparound facility and $3 million in annual operating costs for veterans who don't have anywhere else to go. This 50-50 partnership with the federal government is expected to provide temporary housing, mental health services, job training, and other resources which help to remove barriers to housing in one centralized location. It's time we confront this issue with a lasting solution that gives back to those who have put our lives before theirs.
From attracting and retaining employees and employers to freeing up funds within families' tight budgets, the positive benefits of proper affordable housing are many. Like much of Florida, Manatee County is not immune from the effects of the shortage of affordable housing. And while we've seen the immense benefits of the 4% and 9% federal tax credit programs, the truth is, it only scratches the surface. Manatee County supports legislation that expands the availability of affordable housing tax credits on a permanent basis that will help address the critical driver of inflation, skyrocketing rents. Let's lift people up by creating more affordable housing and bring down housing costs for America's working families and seniors.
Manatee deaths on Florida's East Coast is a growing cause for concern, and even though we are on the other side of the state, this issue should alarm us all. The Florida Wildlife Commission reports nearly 1,000 manatees died in 2021. That number is more than Florida's total number of any other year, and 2022 isn't looking much better either. Even more alarming is that estimates show that there are only 6,500 West Indian manatees remaining in the southeastern United States. The Manatee Protection Act would officially upgrade the West Indian manatee from threatened to endangered under the Endangered Species Act. Upgrading their status to endangered will not only require the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services to refocus their attention on manatee population rehab, but also increase federal resources, including more funding and personnel. Let's protect the namesake of our great county and preserve their essential role in our ecosystem.
US 41 bisects the city of Palmetto and is traveled daily by 7 times Palmetto's total population. Subsequently, Palmetto pedestrians and bicycle fatality rates are significantly higher than the national average. That's why we're asking for nearly $15 million in federal funding that will create 7 safe, common sense connections between local schools, parks, and community activity centers. The rehabilitation and rescue of the Lincoln Tunnel under US 41 is a great example of just one of these vital and significant initiatives. Let's reconnect neighborhoods cut off by historic transportation investments and ensure new projects increase opportunity and promote access for everyone.
Thank you for the opportunity to share our federal legislative priorities with you. It's always been the goal of Manatee County to provide efficient, effective, and responsive government that's mindful of our natural environment. We encourage everyone to reach out to your respective congressmen and senators in support of these initiatives and quality of life measures. We feel the board's 2022 platform reflects the legislative priorities that will help us achieve our mission to make Manatee County a premier place to live, work, and play. Thank you for your time and consideration as together we move Manatee County forward.
Being the helping hands of Manatee County is a big responsibility. A responsibility that requires compassion through understanding. And with that understanding comes an opportunity for Manatee County Community and Veteran Services to improve the lives of the young at heart, and everyone in between. This impact starts where helping hands are typically needed, at childhood. The Human Services Division not only works to transform young lives into well-educated, economically secure, productive, and healthy adults, but also enables seniors to remain in their homes, and more importantly, remain engaged and active in their community. Extending a hand to those who have sacrificed so much is where the Veteran Services Division reaches out to offer guidance, while offering transitional housing solutions to those who need it. From our Library Systems Division that offers expanded, lifelong enrichment opportunities, to empowering citizens through engagement in the Neighborhood Connections, Community Development, and Probation Divisions, Manatee County Community and Veteran Services is poised to handle this most important responsibility: to be the helping hands that guide us all to a more engaging, understanding, and compassionate future. Building with the community. It's not just an empty phrase or catchy tagline. These are the words Manatee County's Development Services Department lives by in one of the fastest growing, uniquely beautiful, and evolving counties in the country. Hundreds of times each day, Development Services works with you, the property owners and contractors, to strategically move your project and our county forward. From our Planning Division, where we conduct zoning and addressing, environmental reviewing and public hearings, to our Building Division, where ideas take shape. It's where Manatee County taxpayers realize they have someone they can depend on during the permitting and inspection process, floodplain management, and code enhancement. It's where managing the county's long-term land use vision meets neighborhood-level engagement. By creating more efficient processes through technological advances, we have our own vision too, to create a better experience and more responsive service for you. After all, as Manatee County continues to progress, so do we. Manatee County's Development Services Department, building with the community.
Manatee County Animal Services has always done a great job of promoting responsible pet ownership within our family of facilities. And now that family is growing on this paw-inspiring edition of Manatee on the Move. Hello, I'm Carol Whitmore, and I'm proud to represent all of Manatee County as one of your at-large county commissioners. On December 14th of last year, Manatee County Commissioners unanimously approved an agreement with the Bishop Parker Foundation to donate this $18 million Bishop Animal Shelter. This gift includes the old shelter building that was built in 1958, the new 25,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility that was built just 2 years ago, and nearly 15 acres of land. To say that we're excited is an understatement. Manatee County plans on honoring this gift by incorporating it into our current facilities, initially as an animal intake site. This will assure that incoming pets are medically cleared before joining our adoptable companion animals. This change will see our surgical operations move to the Bishop State-of-the-Art Treatment Center that will serve as our primary location for things like x-rays, surgical procedures, and as a place for injured animals to be assessed, diagnosed, and healed. The addition of the Bishop gift will also give both facilities room to breathe for some upcoming and much-needed improvements. For now, pet adoptions will take place at the Palmetto facility as we determine what areas of the Bishop can be utilized for that need in the future. The Bishops have long recognized Manatee County Animal Services as a champion of animal welfare with a high save rate, and this gift is a testament to that. We welcome the Bishop Parker Foundation's donation of this facility and see it as a turning point in Manatee County's ability to continue to provide every healthy and treatable animal the chance to find a loving and deserving home.
Hi, I'm Manatee County Commissioner Kevin Van Ostenbridge, and I represent District 3, which is located in West Bradenton. Welcome to G.T. Bray Park. As you may have noticed, G.T. Bray Park has been undergoing extensive renovations. We started at the Little League complex, and we moved over to softball, and then the football stadium, lastly soccer, and now we're at the Walden Racket Center. So how is Manatee County keeping up with the demands of the fastest growing sport in America? Let's find out on this episode of Manatee on the Move. Racket centers aren't what they used to be. They aren't just tennis anymore. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in America, and here in Manatee County is no exception. That's why we're adding 8 additional pickleball courts to G.T. Bray Park for a total of 20. Covered playing areas will also be added, allowing for play in inclement weather. When not in use, these covered areas can be utilized for additional activities, such as summer camp. And let's not forget about our tennis lovers. Manatee County is upgrading the clay tennis courts at G.T. Bray Park with a new underground sprinkler system. And since the new irrigation system will only require the courts to be raked, players will no longer have to wait for the courts to dry, meaning less downtime in between games. In addition to replacing the irrigation system, the county will upgrade 4 of the existing 8 courts, making them USTA regulation, which means Manatee County can now host tournaments. Shaded seating between courts is also being added, and we're upgrading court lighting. New pickleball courts and a major upgrade to the tennis courts at G.T. Bray Park. These are just some of the ways that Manatee County government and the Board of County Commissioners are improving your quality of life. All right, welcome back. This is a land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, and we have returned from lunch. We're going to move on to item number 8. Ms. Schenk, please introduce that item.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We can actually hear two items together. Item 8 and 9, they're both for 1/3 time certain. They relate to the same project, Northeast Quadrant, text amendment to concept plan, and a map amendment to concept plan. The planner is Charlie Andrews. It pertains to a prior initiated text and map amendment to the future land use element regarding specific development approvals. And I'll turn over to Mr. Andrews right now.
Mr. Andrews, introductory comments, please, for 8 and 9.
So these are both legislative.
Any commissioners like to discuss?
We don't have to disclose. We're legislative.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
Oh, good afternoon, Charles Andrews with staff. I'll defer to the applicant for opening comments.
Thank you. Who is the applicant? Come forward, please.
I'm Pat Neal, Mr. Chair. I'd prepared a 6 or 7 minute speech about the history of the creation of the Lake Manatee State Park, but my staff has asked me not to make that presentation this morning. I'll do that another day. Katie LeBar will talk about this project.
We look forward to it.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Katie LeBar with Stantec, representing Neal Communities of Southwest Florida, and I have been sworn. The two items that you have before you at this moment are specifically intended to address the northeast quadrant of Lakewood Ranch, a portion of the land that is the subject of the comp plan amendment that will be heard immediately after this amendment includes lands that were historically included in the northeast quadrant. And so as we went through the review process of the comprehensive plan amendment for Palm Grove, it came to our attention that in order to assure everyone, staff and everyone, that the density derived from the land that is the subject of the Palm Grove amendment, we needed to make an amendment to the text and the map to show that this land is no longer part of the northeast quadrant. And so all of Schrader Manatee Ranch's property lies on the south, now upon purchase by Neal Communities, will lie on the south side of State Road 64. And we demonstrated and then committed to a reduced density for the northeast quadrant that accounted for the reduction of the land on the north side of State Road 64. It's probably a little bit confusing. I'm happy to answer questions that you may have about that. I think that it'll make a lot more sense when we give our presentation on the next items. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Would you like to press your button? Okay. We have Commissioner Cruz is on the board. Commissioner Cruz.
Let me turn that on first before I get yelled at by the clerk. The first part of this has to do with removing the land, right? Just so everyone understands this.
Yeah.
It's semi-interrelated but separate. This discussion is you're removing or requesting to remove 202 acres of land from the larger parcel of Northeast Quadrant so that we can have the follow-up discussion after the fact about the reason.
That's correct.
Okay. Math can be done in a lot of ways here, and here's where I was kind of confused, and you could shed some light on how it works. Maybe staff can shed some light on it. We determined, or the recommendation determined, that you were removing 435 units from that northeast quadrant, correct?
That's my recollection. Yeah.
Yeah, mine as well. So you were removing 435 units from northeast quadrant by removing this 202 acres. And the 435 units was determined not based upon current zoning, but by a metric of 3% of the total land mass. You basically said, we can build X number of units total. We're removing 3% of the land, therefore 3% of the total units is 435. Right?
That's correct.
All right, but you're not removing 435 units. You're removing 606 units because the 202 acres being removed is already zoned for 3 units per acre. So once you remove these quote-unquote 435 units, you're going to have buildable rights of 606 units. Like, those numbers don't match. I mean, because the reality is 3% of land, that land includes undevelopable land, includes roadways, includes open space, it includes parcels of land within that quadrant that weren't zoned 3 units per acre in the first place. So I feel like we're using an incorrect metric here.
Well, if I may, Chairman, Commissioner Cruz, the reason for the metric that was applied is this, the Northeast Quadrant had specific development criteria applied to it. And so they accepted reduced density and intensity for the entire landmass. And so given that, there's no way to do a one-to-one comparison because you're not evaluating the maximum potential intensity and density of the acreage that's coming out. So the percentage, the percentage reduction was intended to reflect the reduction of, of possible density that could be allowed because they had fewer units than would have originally been allowed under the existing land use categories. And so I understand what you're saying, but it's, one doesn't, you want me to hand it over to you?
Well, Ed Vogler, just to follow up on that, of course, the land that we're modifying is owned by SMR, not Neil. So, well, that's not really true. We haven't closed yet. But the land, the Northeast Quadrant, is being shrunk from north of 64 to all south of 64.
Understood.
Okay. And so when this request was made by your staff to us, we had to collaborate with SMR. And we said, you need to take a reduction in density in the Northeast Quadrant because some of the land is coming out of the Northeast Quadrant. And that methodology was not based upon current zoning, as you say. It was based upon the methodology by which the Northeast Quadrant was originally approved. So if you're comparing apples to apples, you say, well, the part south, which is, 4,000 acres. I mean, it's just a huge amount of land with a lot of uses, as you were saying. There might be 3 million square feet of commercial in there. There's, thousands of units and so on. So we applied the same metric that created it to shrink it. And now, what you know today, because of public hearings on moving the FDAB line and the zoning hearing that we had and so forth, you know today that there's more units planned there. But the metric has been consistent. And the other thing is, the applicant here is SMR, and they've asked us to carry the water because it benefits our property and allows us to buy the piece north of 64. But there's no real injustice done here. The Northeast Quadrant is going to have more capacity authorized than will ever be developed. And if you say, well, there really ought to be 200 more units reduced from SMR's Northeast Quadrant, we could ask them that. That's not how we schemed it with the staff and them. But I'm saying this, last sentence. You are absolutely right. And I'm saying, and I'm not dismissing the question, I'm simply saying I wonder what is the gravity of the import.
And I hear you, and I don't think there is. I'm perfectly fine with you removing it. The concept that's being asked for these first two, I'm okay with. You can remove it. That is not the issue. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. This is one of the first times this has come up for me. I've only been here for a year and a half. I see someone using an incorrect metric. It's like that puzzle where it looks like a square because there's a couple pieces, but if you move some pieces around, all of a sudden it looks like something different. Like it doesn't seem like it's supposed to go that way. You're removing 435 units from the Northeast Quadrant by removing a parcel of land that you still have rights to build 606 units on. You have literally out of thin air, hypothetically, if they built it fully out, and you're saying they're not, but there's no assurance they're not going to build it fully out, I can only go by what's on paper. They have developable rights, whether they use them or not, between them. You're removing 435. by taking another parcel where they can actively build 606 as of right today. You've effectively, out of thin air, created 171 new developable units because they can, all they're losing is 435 below 64, and they can build 606 above 64. It's the same parcel of land. No more, no less, exactly the legal description of that parcel. You've created 171 new developable units as of right, whether they use them or not. I'm just questioning why, yes, there's different metrics, you don't really know what you're pulling out. That's great if it's one massive parcel of unzoned land. This is not. This is a very defined parcel, which we're going to see later on today. It seemed like a pretty simple metric to say, we're removing a parcel of land that's allowed to build 606 units, therefore we're taking the 606 units out of this other piece where we remove the parcel. That's simple math. That's just logic.
The only thing, if you'll humor me for one answer, we didn't really create them on a thin air because we came and had a public hearing, a series of public hearings where we rezoned that property and presented our plans and justified the additional
It was rezoned
density.
for, let's use round numbers. It was rezoned for 10,000 units in total.
No, I'm sorry. On the Neal piece north of, what do we call it, Palm Grove, we have 708 units approved on the land north of.
Okay.
I mean, this is a cleanup amendment, but the point is about just, creating density. We argued for that density at public hearing, and we received a zoning ordinance and approval of that density. And so what's happening today is
It was approved while this was still part of the quadrant. It was still going to have to conform with the greater total buildable area of the northeast quadrant. So you got the new zoning by just basically moving some zoning from a southern part of the parcel and basically saying, well, we're going to build it up here instead, but it still has to conform to the 10,000 units. But now you've given us this zoning. Now we're going to remove this piece over here, but only remove the proportional share that you've allowed us to move up there. It still created 171. In theory, if Pat builds out this entire quadrant to the full extent, this full parcel, and SMR builds out theirs to the full extent, would there be 171 hypothetical more houses after this than there was prior to this?
Yes.
Okay.
And the way we framed it at the hearing was, you have to, when you get through all the procedural machinations, is this property appropriate for UF3? That's how we presented it.
But we're not talking about that yet. That's
Not yet, no, but we're talking about gross numbers of units, right? So we've increased the allowable density through a public hearing process, correct?
That's fine.
Now, these two, Commissioner Cruz, I suspect we'll have more discussion when the next two are open, right?
Maybe.
And we understand it because we had some of this discussion, I think your quote was, well, they're just going to come back and seek more density. I think something along those lines.
I just see things into the future.
I know. So these two, yes, you framed it right. But the real discussion will be, I think, in the next two.
Okay.
Okay, no other commissioners are on the board. We can hold the vote simultaneously or together at the end. I shouldn't say simultaneously, but back to back at the end. So shall we move to number 9? Or do we need to do public comment on 8?
Well, we can move to 9.
We'll move to 9. And we'll go to the applicant then. The staff, Mr. Andrews, do you want comments on 8 first? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we could actually have the staff comment on both 8 and 9 together, because we open them together.
Perfect. So, Mr. Andrews, we'll do 8 and 9 together, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Charles Andrews, Principal Planner with Development Services. I do have a presentation here. I'll make it brief. Okay, so the item, so this is 8 and 9. This is for the map and text amendment to the northeast quadrant. I request a large-scale comprehensive plan map and text amendment. As you know, they're removing, the applicant's requesting to remove 202 acres in the northeast quadrant. And the northeast quadrant boundary was established under PA 0906, Ordinance 0912. The text amendment is to the adjustment to the approved entitlements under that to account for the 202 acre reduction to the boundary. This is a map of the current boundary. It consists of 6,595 acres. Regarding the boundary portions of this, you have SR 64 east to the north. You've got SR State Road 70 to the south. You have Bourneside Boulevard to the east and Lorraine Road to the west. The current boundary with the change, you'll notice it's the same map as before, except to the very north part there to account for the 202-acre removal from the existing boundary. It's that single hatch there with the red. And this is related to the next item that you'll hear, item 10 on your agenda. A little zoomed in part of that accounts for the MUCR portion, 202-acre from the SR 64 North property. Like I said, that will be heard for your next item. The proposed boundary would result in a 6,393-acre boundary after taking out the 202 acres. The text amendment portion to this request, this would amend policy 2.14.1.6. It's D.5.6, it's a D5 provision, to permit 9,665 single-family detached units. That'd be a 335-unit reduction. 2,900 single-family attached units. That'd be a 100-unit reduction, totaling a reduction of 435 units. The proposed reduction, 202 acres or 3% of the overall land mass, is equal to the land being removed from the existing boundary. Real quick, some history on the site. The 202-acre site was originally part of the privately initiated map and text amendment by Schroeder Manatee Ranch, SMR, to establish the MUC, Mixed-Use Community, Future Land Use category, along with the associated sub-areas, the northeast and the northwest quadrants. The site was established as part of the northeast quadrant, a sub-area comprised of the 6,595 acres and designated with a future land use classification of MUCR per ordinance 0912. Planning Commission, April 14th, by a vote of 5-0. Planning Commission recommend transmittal of the request to the board. No public comments were made on the request. Conclusion, the request appears to meet the applicable policies of the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code regulations. The request is for transmittal of Plan Amendment PA 2204, Ordinance 2230, and PA 22-05, Ordinance 2240. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any commissioners on the board.
Okay, thank you.
So then, should we go to the applicant for any rebuttal? None? Okay, we'll open this to public comment. I do have some cards here. Let's start with Mark Vandery. Mr. Vandery, that's you. So he is speaking for a group, and so he'll have 10 minutes.
Yes, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, I was for the N10.
Oh, you're for N10. I apologize. The 10 means 10 minutes, not that you're speaking for 10. Sorry, the 10 means item number 10, not 10 minutes.
N10.
I apologize. Okay. Thank you, sir. So no one would like to speak on this specific agenda item? This is number 8. Okay, seeing no one will go to the phone. Is anyone called in to speak on number 8? Okay, no comments on number 8. We'll close public comment. Let's entertain motions for number 8.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to lay it out here?
I'll happily make the motion, because like I said, I have no problem, but I don't know how it's, I'd prefer this to remove 606 units. I think that's the appropriate number, but that's what I'd prefer. I don't know what you guys would
You can make the motion however you choose,
I
sir.
don't know how to make that motion, because it's not, the unit number is not in there.
Madam County Attorney.
Madam Chair?
This is a text
I'm sorry.
amendment.
I'm not Madam Chair.
I know you're not.
That's my point.
This is
Sorry
a
about
text
that.
amendment, so I would have to defer to staff if the
Right.
text amendment has to be changed on the units. It would take us a minute to
Do you want to make a comment?
agitate over that.
Do you want to make a comment, Commissioner Whitmore?
I would just rather, I would like to make the motion to approve the agenda item per staff's recommendation.
He's probably going to
Get a
then,
second.
he's probably then going to
Second.
amend it, but, okay. So we have a motion to approve as written by Commissioner Whitmore and a second by Commissioner Baugh. You're not going to amend it? That's what I'm getting at.
I know it's going to lose anyway. I'm not going to waste my time.
Knows he's going to lose, he's not going to waste his time. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor and we have a second. That's what he said. He said he knows he's going to lose. We have a motion on the floor and we have a second. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Was that an A? Okay.
It's a nay, but just for clarification, it's not because I'm against them taking it. I just think it should be proportional with the units that are zoned for that particular parcel.
I didn't hear what Commissioner Satcher said, was what I was getting at. He was an aye. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, it passes by a vote of 5-1 with Commissioner Cruz in opposition. Ready to move forward with 9?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to move forward with number We're going to move forward with number 9. I'll entertain motions to pass agenda item number 9. Would you like to read it, Madam Attorney?
Well, basically, it's the motion for transmittal of Plan Amendment PA 2204, ordinance 22-30, for transmittal as indicated in the staff report.
I'm entertaining motions.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bellamy and a second by Commissioner Baugh. All in favor of passing item number 9 as read, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, that passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0. Madam Attorney, would you please introduce agenda item 10?
My mic is still on. Okay, item 10 is 130 times certain PA 2101, ordinance 2227, SR 64 North property, large-scale concept plan map amendment, legislative, Charles Andrews is senior planner, the transmittal of a private initiated amendment to future land use map regarding specific development approvals, and I'll turn over to the applicant for presentation.
Good afternoon again. Katie Labar with Stantec representing Neal Communities of Southwest Florida, and I have been sworn. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, if we could bring that up real quick. As the attorney stated, the request before you today is for a large-scale comprehensive plan map amendment for 310 acres from the Res 1 future land use category and MU mixed-use community residential future land use categories to the Urban Fringe 3 future land use category. The community that we're talking about is Palm Grove. Just a little bit about the project team. We have Mr. Pat Neal, Ivory Matthews, and Jason Frost with Neal Communities. I have with me from Stantec Mr. Frank Domingo and Rob Engel, both engineers, and Ed Vogler Ashton, and then Joel Christian is our environmental consultant. This is the site, as we know, north side of State Road 64, just west of Dam Road and E-Line Road, and just east of E-Line Road, just west of Bourneside Boulevard. The Res 1 future land use category covers approximately 108 acres of the site, while approximately 202 acres is in the mixed-use community land use category. The mixed-use community category does allow for 3 dwelling units per acre today, which is the same gross density as permitted in the Urban Fringe 3 land use category. I'd like to share a little bit of history and hopefully explain a little bit about why the map looks the way that it does. The portions that are in the Res 1 land use category were previously held by the school board, and the areas that are mixed-use community residential are currently held, as we know, by Schrader Manatee Ranch. When SMR processed the Northeast Quadrant Comp Plan Amendment, they amended the lands that they hold, and so the portions that are Res 1 weren't part of their land holding, and so therefore they didn't make that amendment. It's my belief that the school board property didn't necessarily need a more intensive land use category like mixed-use community in order to build schools, and so for that reason, it resulted in a little bit of a patchwork effect on the map. Today, as I said, the request is to amend the land use category to Urban Fringe 3 for the whole 310.25 acres, so that there's more unity in planning. As a staff report states, the category will allow for low-density residential and medium-density clustered residential. It's also a logical transition from the existing UF3 northwest and west of the site to the ag, rural, and rec open space designations to the east. UF3 at this location also represents an appropriate transition from south to north, as the category on the south side of State Road 64 is Mixed-Use Community Activity Center 1, which allows for a minimum density of 6 dwelling units per acre and a max density of 9, with a floor area ratio of 1. It also promotes the allowance for large commercial development. Development trends in the area, coupled with the availability of public utilities and facilities, justifies our request and solidifies the fact that there has been a clear change in circumstance in this location. I want to walk through a few comp plan policies that are applicable to the request and demonstrate consistency with the comprehensive plan. Policy 2.1.2.3 says permit the consideration of new residential and non-residential development with characteristics that are compatible with existing development in areas which are internal to or are contiguous expansions of existing development if it's compatible with future areas of development. Again, this site is adjacent to UF3 to the north and west and more intensive MUC AC1 to the south. The density increase truly only impacts 108 acres. That's in the Res 1 land use category because the mixed-use community residential category already allows 3 units per acre. Cohesion on the map, coupled with assurance that ultimate density will transition from west to east, will promote predictability long-term. Policy 2.6.2.9 says require a gradual transition in density and utilize mitigation techniques under Objective 2.6.1 when citing residential development adjacent to non-residential uses. And a lot of those mitigating factors that are noted in that policy include things such as clustering, buffering, providing additional opacity, a lot of the techniques that were employed in our preliminary site plan that was brought to you several months ago. 2.6.1.1 says require all adjacent development that differs in use, intensity, height, and/or density to utilize land use techniques to mitigate. And again, I've walked through what several of those mitigation techniques are. The site is adjacent to property that's owned by Manatee County along the north property line, as well as land that's owned by the state to the east. Again, several of the mitigating techniques that are noted in the policy are applied in the preliminary site plan. Finally, I would like to point you to page 3 of the staff report, which states that the requested plan amendment to UF3 is a logical continuation of the existing UF3 located to the northwest and west of the site, and a logical transition to the ag, rural, and rec open space designations located to the east of the site. The area is transitioning from agriculture to suburban and mixed-use development. I think this is a powerful statement by staff and succinctly summarizes the rationale for this request. So to quickly summarize, we propose a future land use comp plan amendment to UF3 to allow a max density of 3 dwelling units per acre, which will yield up to 930 dwelling units. The UF3 future land use category is compatible with adjacent and nearby categories. This request is consistent with a comprehensive plan. Staff presented a favorable report for your consideration, and we respectfully request your approval for transmittal of this amendment to the Department of Economic Opportunity. Our entire team is available to answer any questions that you may have. Oh, before I close, Ed Vogler would like to actually close me out, and I think he has a few parting comments, so. Ed?
Yes, thank you. That was a very good close and an ask for support, your support. But in anticipation of some questions, I want to make sure that we have this piece of discussion. In all of our public hearings on this property, there has been no lack of transparency. I mean, we have shown, we have explained. We're in a little bit of a procedural quagmire created in 2009 because at that time SMR did not own the parcels in yellow. They didn't own those parcels. The school district owned those parcels. I suspect had they completed their land swap prior to that application, SMR would have included that land in the 3 dwelling units per acre also. Two other important points. The density is being changed from Res 1 under our request to 3 dwelling units per acre on only 108 acres, not on the whole thing. The existing category, MUCR, allows for 3 dwelling units an acre already. So if you change MUCR to UF3, you're changing the category, but not the allowable density. So the question at the end of the day is this area in the county appropriate for Res 3 or UF3 or 3 dwelling units an acre? Or should these original school district pieces remain at 1 dwelling unit per acre? That's the question. And it is, if you change the map, it is fair to think that a developer might apply for an extra 200 or so units. The question is, when you're changing a map, is it consistent with the mapping in the area? And when you look at this particular parcel is surrounded on almost all sides by 3 dwelling units per acre. Almost all sides, today. So you have a historical anomaly of school district ownership that didn't care about it, didn't plan for it. So the question ultimately, when virtually all of the surrounding land is 3 dwelling units per acre, is there a good reason, a compelling reason, not to allow this to be 3 units per acre? We answer that no. If you turn the question around and you say, is this area appropriate for 3 dwelling units per acre? We answer that yes. There are utility systems, roadways, stormwater drainage systems that will route the water to the west, as we saw in some of our other public hearings. The staff makes a powerful statement about logical connectivity and transition. These are professional planners. And so if you look at the mapping and you look at the history, you understand why we're here. But the question is really very narrow. And it's, should 108 acres go from 1 to 3? And we say the answer is yes, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have no commissioners on the board. Staff, any final thoughts? Excuse me, your presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Charles Andrews, Principal Planner with Development Services. I do have a revised motion here I need to pass out. Once again, Charles Andrews, and I have a presentation here.
That's all I said.
All right, thank you. All right, so the request today is for a large-scale comprehensive plan map amendment. This is the SR 64 North property. Here's an aerial of the site. As the applicant stated, they did a great job summarizing what the request is about. So I'll just go through here. There's a picture of the site. Like I said, the request is from Res 1 and MUCR to UF3. Here's an existing future land use map. And like I was saying, it's 310 acres overall, but there's a breakup, obviously, between the Res 1, which is a little over 108 acres, and the MUCR, which is the 202-acre portion. And the applicant's proposing UF3. Existing zoning of the property was PDR. This was heard by the board and approved about a month or so back. Existing overlay districts, the WPM, which is the Lake Manatee Reservoir Watershed Protection, and the ST, Special Treatment Overlay District. History on the site here in 89, comp plan, future designations were Ag Rural, PSP1, and UF3. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner.
Can you just slow down a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. 1990, Land Development Code was A, General Agriculture. In 2005, Comp Plan Future Land Use Designation was Res 1. In 09, it was Res 1 and MUCR. 2022, as I was saying, the property was rezoned with a preliminary site plan approval, zoning designation of PDR. The request was for a maximum of 706 dwelling units, which included single-family detached, single-family semi-detached paired villas, or single-family attached, with a maximum of 17,750 square feet, medical office uses. Planning Commission had this hearing here on February 10th, and the board approved it on March 3rd, 2022. Here is a site plan here with the rezone with the PSP, just for reference. Adjacent future land use categories and uses. Got a couple notes here. So to the north, we have large tract residential lots, which are 9 plus or minus acres in the county wastewater water treatment facility. To the south, we have agriculture and vacant land. It's approved for Lakewood Ranch Northeast 700 project. To the east, we have large tract agriculture lots with residences. That's 5 to 20 acres, and the Lake Manatee State Park. To the west, we have agricultural uses, Detweiler Farms and vacant land. Surrounding development, we have a breakdown here with density. The request here is 3 dwelling units per acre, and if you look around, we've got some similar density going on here. To the south, we got 2.14. To the north here, we have 2.5. And then further to the south there, we got 2.4 and 2.6. Public facilities in the area. Schools are Witt Elementary, Hale Middle, Parish Community High. Nearest transit stop is 6.9 miles west of the site at I-75 and State Road 64 East. Multiple parks in the area. Positive aspects of the request. Our request to the UF3 future land use category appears to be a logical transition given the emerging development trends in the area, specifically as the county goes from agriculture to suburban residential development. A portion of the subject property, 65% or 202 acres, is currently classified as MUCR, which already permits 3 dwelling units per acre. The site is located west of the FDAB, where development is encouraged and public services are available. Negative aspects, there are agricultural uses and designations to the north and northwest of the site. The Res 1 portion of the site, a little over 108 acres, is going to the UF3 land use designation, which will allow for an increase in residential density. The change from MUCR to UF3 will increase the FAR from 0.23 to 0.35, 0.5 in activity nodes, and increase the commercial size limitation from medium to large. The proposal will place more density within the Lake Manatee Reservoir watershed. Mitigating factors of the request. The following will be evaluated at subsequent stages of the development of the site regarding capacity and impacts on public facilities, including utilities and transportation, building setbacks, open space, buffering and screening, landscaping and design, which were covered in the rezoning of the property. Planning Commission, April 14th, by a vote of 5-0. Planning Commission recommend transmittal of the request. No public comments were made on this request. Conclusion, the request appears to meet the applicable policies of the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, Land Development Code, and the request is for transmittal of Plan Amendment PA-21-01/Ordinance 22-27, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. I have Commissioner Satcher on the board. Commissioner? Okay.
Oh, that was to tell them to slow down.
Okay.
Oh, that was to tell him to slow down. I apologize.
Was there any part you wanted me to discuss? Or? Okay.
Okay. I apologize. He hit his button earlier, and I told him just say something. So, so I don't have any commissioners on the board then at this time. Let's move to public comment.
Thank you, sir.
And I do have a few cards that have been turned in here. I believe 2 of them are for groups. It looks like 1 is not. That's an individual. So let's do the individual first, which is Alicia Fretz. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, Alicia. Is Alicia here? Yeah. That's you. Okay. Well, I'm just looking for an indication that you're in the chamber. So when you step up, first of all, keep your comments strictly to this agenda item. Please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Fretz. I am a Manatee County resident. I want to bring some concerns today on the PA 2101 ordinance. Proposal to increase development from 700 to 935 houses and 3-story townhouses plus commercial on the 310 acre site. I feel it's incompatible with the current landscape. The current Res 1 category affords transition density and compatibility required by the Land Development Code. The board legislates policy to protect the health, welfare, safety, and quality of life of Manatee County residents. Quality of life is subjective at best, but can be articulated very clearly in terms of environmental realities that are at risk of being lost forever. Individuals have sued the county several times, asserting numerous property rights claims over the years, and used political clout and a phalanx of lawyers to force the public to yield to unethical and compromising property interests, such as protected lands, protected plant species, protected wildlife species, versus compliance with the county's current standards and practices with due consideration for adjacent property owners' quality of life are the norm and not the exception. It's been said, Manatee County is not known for their concern on the environment, and unfortunately, there have been a number of times where we've yielded to special interests. The environment stands not a chance, though, against money, power, or morally compromised development firms. Florida is the single most diverse ecosystem in the United States. So what is the risk of turning down a proposal? What is the crux of the continued approval of the face of opposition by the Manatee County residents? Is there a fear of change? A fear of standing up to the question, the risk of losses that are brought forward time and time again. If the largest developers who seem to work the system, the NCO was just eliminated. After all, there are exceptions granted greater than the adherence to the original plan, and why keep it? And they're presented with considerations and conditions by which approval will be granted, with the dialogue that follows perhaps prompt updates to the land use code, or perhaps would it be re-reviewed? I want you to place yourself in the seat of the people who provide fact-based concerns. Would you ask your county to stop and consider the consequences of doing nothing? There are others who would come and propose smart development. There's a generation of new owners, of businesses engaged in development and construction who are concerned with preservation of natural surroundings and who will work to improve Manatee County, not just at the expense of old Florida, which makes Manatee County unique after all. The Florida legislature policy to protect the health, welfare, safety, and quality of life of Manatee County residents. Quality of life is subjective at best.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. So next is Mark Vandery. It does say you're representing a group, sir, and on item 10. You'll have 10 minutes on item number 10. There are a lot of 10s involved in your card. So please, first and last name, county of residence, you'll have 10 minutes. Please stay on subject, sir.
Yes, my name is Mark Vandery. I live in Manatee County, and I've got some overheads here that I'll be going through. I'm here on behalf of the Waterline Road Preservation Group. Got mosquitoes in here. They getting you too? Yeah, the folks living out in Waterline Road, Dam Road area, we asked the Board of County Commissioners to please oppose transmitting this privately initiated amendment. This 108 acres needs to be focused on. The applicant focused in on it. There's really only about 90 acres that really should be focused on. This little block diagram shows the area here, the Res 1. That is the current future land use. And this yellow part down here, that's actually when the school board had it, that was for roadway access into that area. But let me show you what that land really looks like. And I disagree with the applicants characterizing this as surrounded by UF3. I don't believe that's entirely true. This is the area here that we're talking about. To the right is basically the FDAB line here. Okay, so everything to the east of that is certainly not UF3. We've got the Lake Manatee State Park down here, and it doesn't come right up against this area which is currently Res 1. To the north is 100 acres of the water treatment plant. That's certainly not UF3. There's 5, 10, 20-acre farms to the east, in the north and the northeast of this property. They're working farms and ranches. I think the applicant has mischaracterized this region in this area. Now, when SMR acquired this property just last year, they got it from the school board. The future use was 1 acre, well, one house per acre. They knew that when they bought it. Okay? The 3 houses per acre, we don't believe is compatible with this area. It doesn't give the transition density, and it's incompatible with the land use to the west and to the north and to the northeast. There's agriculture, there's industrial noises and smells from the water plant. The farms and the state park regularly use controlled burns to maintain and do maintenance to their properties. We think keeping the present 1 house per acre is the right thing to do. Now, you frequently talk about supporting property rights and owners' rights. Well, what about the rights of the landowners around this property? Many have been there for decades, myself included. Don't they have a reasonable expectation for this land adjacent to them to be and remain 1 house per acre? Doesn't 1 house per acre provide a better transition density for the UF3 to the further to the south? I think it does. You know, these neighbors are looking at going to UF3. That's really, when you go to UF3, you put the roads in, you'd have some clear space and whatnot, and the gutters and all that sort of thing. You wind up more like having 4 or 5 houses to an acre when all is said and done on average. So the neighbors now are going to have to put up with the heat sinks of these new homes and pavement, the runoff, the flooding that comes with it. They block the wind. They're eyesores to a lot of people. I think if you do transmit this, you're disregarding and disrespecting the rights of the good folks that are living in this area. Now, let me show you something here. Going right through this area that's Res 1 is the Sand Branch Creek. On the developer's plans right now, they have an arrow pointing to that creek, and they call it drainage to Manatee River. Well, that's exactly what's going to happen. Well, this property here drains to the creek. Part of it drains to the northeast through a culvert pipe under Dam Road to the lake, but it's predominantly going to be draining to the Sand Branch Creek. Sand Branch Creek is going to become an open sewer, sorry to say. Now, here's a report that was released by the Environmental Integrity Project out of Austin, Texas. Okay, it shows that Florida's first. Florida's first. They got the most acres of impaired lakes in the United States for swimming and aquatic life. Florida's second. Second most acres of impaired lakes for any use in the United States. Florida is the second most square miles of impaired estuaries in the United States. This is where you need to start to control the quality of the water downstream. This is where you start to control the quality of the water downstream. And that's important to all of us. Now look at this one. This is from the Manatee County Water Atlas on the USF Water Institute website. See all these black with the red crosshatches? Those are all waterways in Manatee County that are currently impaired. That means they don't meet the Florida code standards for pollutants. They're impaired. Look at them all. Now look at right here. Here's Lake Manatee. This is a site that we're talking about that's presently 1 house per acre. Sand Branch goes right through there. Sand Branch is not an impaired waterway. It's still nice, okay? Look at these other waterways around the lake. They're not impaired. But these others here, where the development has taken hold, what's happening there? Well, what's happening is that, like this property is going to have 30 drainage ponds and ditches. All that runoff from all these streets and houses and lawns goes into these ponds and ditches. Well, they have to treat them to keep the algae down. They throw chemicals in there. That all gets in there. The fertilizer, insecticide, all kinds of stuff goes in there. It gets flushed downstream. Where does it go? It goes to the river, it goes to the bay. And it chokes them off. This Sand Branch Creek is presently classified as a potable and non-impaired waterway. That's important. It's a potable, non-impaired waterway. You commissioners, right here today, you are the ones who control the future quality of these waterways. You have an obligation to take that control. Lastly, we would like to ask you to consider purchasing all or some of this land through the Environmental Lands Program. It's a good fit. Maybe SMR can even give some of the land back to the county. Preserving this property could extend the existing state parks habitats for several endangered species: Florida scrub jay, gopher tortoise, fox squirrel, wood stork, and the very rare and highly endangered Florida golden aster. Now, I don't know if these endangered species are on this particular property or this Res 1 property, but I know I live across the street, and most of them are on my property, and I know for a fact they are on the state park property, so I'd imagine they'd be here too, or at least it would be a good place for them to exist in the future time if it were so preserved.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next is Elizabeth Arnold. Elizabeth Arnold, and Elizabeth is also speaking for a group, so she will have 10 minutes to speak on item 10 as well. And Ms. Arnold, we ask that you keep your comments strictly to item number 10. Please state your first and last name for the record and your county of residence.
Hey, y'all, thank you for having me. I'm Elizabeth Arnold. I'm from Manatee County. And I think I have a video. You've seen it, but it's okay.
I got a feeling that people are going to go hungry. The food supply in the United States is going to really hurt.
It's imperative to our national security. Hungry people aren't strong people.
It doesn't make for a very safe place to live when people start fighting over food.
Some folks can see the fact that we've lost 31 million acres of farmland in 20 years and say, that's not a big deal.
Rivers of cars and trucks compressed, between houses stacked like cordwood, between parking lots and mini malls, ready to serve anonymous strangers.
Urban sprawl is when development begins to encroach on areas that had been rural.
Usurp more earth, sterilize and seal it from the sun and rain.
We knew we were losing farmland, but we're actually losing farmland almost twice as fast as we thought before. 1.5 million acres a year.
When I came back, everything was gone.
175 acres every hour.
I don't think it matters what we name these streets. We're still on somebody's pasture. That will never be a pasture again.
3 acres a minute.
This will probably be the last time the barn needs to be painted anyway, because 10 years from now, it will be down.
It is alarming. It should be alarming. That is an irreplaceable resource.
the relentless waves of wealth and debt that may go hungry with no landscapes left to feed their souls or flesh.
That's the mindset we need to turn around. It is a big deal.
Okay, and I'd like to run this slideshow while I speak, since it's better to look at than me. You can? I do. What do I need to do? Hit what? I don't know what I'm doing. It's running. Okay, it's running. Okay, good. All right. So I think it's important to realize that a traditional bedrock of the American system is the vast supply of food that we've always had. And now supermarket shelves are thinning, and meats are now beyond the budget of millions of Americans. An American president, a first, has now warned of food shortages, and baby formula has disappeared from most of the shelves in our grocery stores and our drugstores. Myakka farmers are stepping up and have been helping moms with goat milk, even some on as small an acreage as 1 acre. I forgot to pull a picture from my printer, but I know you're aware of it. It pretty much broke the internet, Facebook, and next door neighbor. And it was a picture of a sign that Chris McGinnis made on plywood that said, "You're going to miss this." And I think that we're definitely going to miss this if y'all keep going the direction you're going. At the meeting, the LMAC meeting, the last meeting, they actually brought that picture, staff brought it to show the folks at the LMAC meeting. And I think that the citizens have voted to spend a lot of money to preserve land. And we have petitions signed to preserve land with over 3,000 signatures. So I get a little confused sometimes with how come we don't. But I decided maybe y'all are so smart and I'm not well-read, so I got books on planning and reading up. And I found an interesting couple of sentences in this one, and it's called Planning the American Dream. And this author says, sprawled, low-density suburban development is compromising the quality of life suburbs promise. First, more and more leisure time is being spent commuting. Well, we definitely know that's true. Second, reliance on cars has a devastating impact on people who cannot drive or afford them. Children cannot travel to school or organizational activities unless they have somebody to drive them. Teenagers need cars to have an independent social life and take after-school jobs to pay for their cars, cutting into their study time and their social time. But current metropolitan settlement patterns have clearly exacerbated social, class, racial segregation and diminished the importance of common ground on which people of different backgrounds and outlooks might encounter each other. I think that's really interesting coming from planners that talk about this kind of stuff. So obviously, if this continues and we add hundreds more houses, we're going to have literally soul-crushing traffic. It's already getting really bad on State Road 64, which is only 2 lanes. And it's a little country road, and it's controlled by the state. So you can't fix it, only the state can fix it. And I heard a rumor that Waterline and Dam Road are going to be 4-lane, but I don't know if that's true. But if it's true, I don't know who would pay for it. And I understand that State Route 64 is, according to the developer's own people, at an unacceptable level of service. It's a D road level of service. And so moving on, the land use plan, one place I found, it says it shall not set a precedent for the introduction of inappropriate use to an area. Well, as Mark just described, there are a lot of farms. There's a state park. There's a lot going on there that is not like your typical what you see when you drive down Moccasin Wallow nowadays, or through Lakewood Ranch nowadays. Not too long ago, you had a mayor here from one of the beach cities talking about how all these people want to come to the beach, but there's not enough parking. You know, if I drove from Mayaca to the beach, I don't know, it'd probably take me 2 hours and then another 2 hours to find a parking place. But we're advertising, our developers are advertising, hey, we're really close to the beach and it's beautiful. And it is close and it is beautiful, but getting there is a whole nother world apart. And so we have that kind of issue going on. So why would we want to continue to put massive developments further out east? Let's see. Also, I read the environmental report, and it pretty much says no protected species were observed nesting or denning in the property. And so I struggled with that because currently there are eagles, foxes, fox squirrels, wood storks, gopher tortoises, and almost extinct wolves. And the park next door, actually, if you go to their website, they talk about all the eagles, and they actually have signs along the road saying, go really slow because we got less of gopher tortoises and we don't want you to run over any of them. And the only thing that separates the park from this property is a fence, a wire fence, a barbed wire fence. Also, the report talks about the impact on the watershed, and it pretty much, it says that, hey, where'd it go? We only see pretty much agricultural ditches. And as Mark said, there's a lot more going on than agricultural ditches. And I found an interesting thing, and it talked about 1 inch of rain falling on an acre of wetland or forest, and you have 750 gallons of runoff. And if it falls on an acre of parking lot, or streets, or sidewalks, or house roofs, I guess, then you'd have 27,000 gallons of runoff. And we're talking right next to the major source of our drinking water for the county. So it's pretty disconcerting that this could be happening. But in any case, I just wanted to say that I think that maybe, well, first of all, one other thing is we had a situation here recently on that property, and I imagine you found out about it. There was a fire set. We don't know exactly by who. I guess it was folks doing clearing. And the fire department had to be called out.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we're opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so those are the 3 cards that I have. Is there anyone else from the audience who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? Yes, sir. So you probably understand the routine at this point, but
I do.
yes, first and last name, your county of residence. You'll have 3 minutes, and please stay on topic. Agenda item 10. Go ahead, sir.
Right. Larry Arnold and Manatee County, and wasn't going to speak, was just going to cheer on the boss lady, but decided just a couple of comments related to this project. But really, there's an overarching public policy that keeps reaching itself above the water, so to speak, and that is how much of your rural land, your farmland, your basically East County things, how much of that do you want to zone out of existence, make more attractive to be sold by farmers that are struggling, and we all know what's in the news today, to try and basically satisfy the insatiable appetite of Lakewood Ranch, Mr. Neal, and a few other select developers. We'll be at the Hernando County line soon, if that's what you want to do. And getting very specific, Mr. Chair, to not get out of line. This project, as proposed with the amendments in today, is bad planning, it's bad policy, it's based on poor planning studies, it is a level of service D, which you decided was so bad the developer didn't need to kick in. I'm not quite sure I understand that. That's from previous hearings on this issue. And it's in part based on that continued property rights. It's a flawed legal underpinning that yet I've asked 3 or 4 times of individual commissioners, and as a group, please cite me the state law or the federal law that says you have to upzone property for the developers. Folks, I never got an answer because there isn't any. I've researched it. So really what I'd like to close in is today, I don't think anybody in the audience sadly expects you all to deny this and not transmit it. It would be nice if you did that. It'd be a real surprise. If you do, then you listen to the community, you listen to the animals, you listen to the environment. If you don't, then, and the board continues to move forward with this philosophy, then the philosophy is pro-development at any cost to the community. And basically what that means is we as a community will have to change the board. And instead of on a project piecemeal basis, that'll have to be a 24/7, 365 organized community effort. I hope you all do the right thing, and I ask you to please do the same thing that Mr. Van Der, my wife, asked you to do. They're speaking for a lot of folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Okay, seeing no one, we will go to the phone. Has anyone called in who would like to speak on this item?
Yes, sir, we have one caller. Caller 408, please unmute your phone.
Okay, caller 408, as you unmute your phone by pressing *6, remind you that you'll have 3 minutes to speak specifically on agenda item number 10. And when you start speaking, please state your first and your last name and your county of residence.
Yes, thank you. Carol Felch, Mayaca City, Manatee County. First off, I just want to say I'm so proud of the people who have taken the time to come up and speak. And my original preface of this, of course, you all know my opposition to moving the FDAB line in the beginning. My major opposition was the amount of communication. These people have done a lot of work, a lot of research. They've reached out to the commissioners individually as a board. Were there any public comments at the Planning Commission meeting? No, there wasn't, because we can't be expected to do this all the time to deaf ears. So I think that the people that do this and have come before you with extremely as adequate professional opinions and viewpoints as we could possibly muster, but moreover, we are the people that live there. So my question is, if you could hear the pleas of the people who are saying we need to manage growth, we recognize Bert Harris laws. There's no more people who are more attuned to property owners' rights than those of us who are in some of those rural areas. But there comes a time that I'm hoping you hear your residents' voices and look at the different facets of this. One thing is we've really not been given an adequate opportunity to work with our government, to work with our county staff, which we have begged for over and over again. And no matter how many times we come up to the podium or organize a group or send in letters, I want to ask the question, what are we doing wrong? It's very easy to pick on you guys and blame you for this and say you're in developers' pockets. But one thing I want to know is, what are we doing wrong? Because apparently what we're doing is not giving us the results. So if we're doing something wrong, then we should take that responsibility too, and not just point our fingers at 7 people who are on the board today. It takes a long time to get to where growth has become unmanaged. And it takes a different thinking to turn that ship around. So if we're doing something wrong as the public, which we have followed your instructions, we have tried to be at the meetings, we have written letters, we have expressed our concerns. So instead of blaming, I want to know, what else can we do to show to you that the majority of your citizens' priority in this county is clean water, the availability of food, and adequate shelter that we could afford?
Okay,
And
thank you,
we're
ma'am.
doing anything other than that.
Thank you, caller.
Kevin.
Okay, are there any other callers today? Any other callers today?
No, sir.
No, okay. So we're going to close public comment, and we'll move into commission debate. So Cruz and Whitmore are on the board. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah. I think most people know where I stand because we were 6-1 in the last vote on this. But, you know, let's be clear about my views on this. I mean, I think Neal Communities does a great job when they're building. I think North River Ranch is amazing. I was the first one to come on the board this morning and talk about Villages of Amazon South. I think it's all incredibly well planned and well done, and one day maybe I'll even move there. It's a great planned community. I absolutely love it. But, you know, that's a compact community where Neal Communities has full control over everything, and they're doing it just like a ranch did. This is a standalone parcel, and I just have so many problems with this because of its location. We have a future land use map, and that future land use map, we're being asked, and I've said this before, so everyone's heard it, we're always asked, it says I can be UF3, so let me put XYZ on that parcel, even if you don't think it's right, the future land use map says I can, and Bert Harris says I have a right to that, and I can use it. This has a future land use. It's R1 up top. I didn't agree with making it R3 on the bottom. That's why I was the one vote last time. So this isn't, well, since you did R3 here, clearly we have to do R3. No, I didn't like it the first time. And I'm 100%, and I already had it on my sheet for what Mark said. This isn't surrounded by UF3. There's some pockets of UF3 and higher density in a lot of places not contiguous with this, but it is. You got a water treatment plant directly above. You got a park directly to the east. You've got all along Waterline and Dam, bigger acre homes. Eventually you get to UF3, but you're not surrounded by high-rise towers and so forth. We're supposed to be building a buffer of some sort. Instead, we treat this FDAB line like, I don't care what previous board said, 1989 or whenever else these were built, we can build to the maximum directly up to that line. That's not the intent. The intent is some level of buffer, and that's what they tried to do by adding these R1s and so forth. SMR got a little bit of a benefit because they had a big planned community and they structured it the way they chose to structure it, and you know they did a good job with it. But I just don't agree that because the bottom part's R3 that the top part needs to be, because especially with UF3, that opens up a world of different things. We've seen everything from car dealerships to apartment complexes pop up in UF3. That just opens up a hornet's nest of stuff you can do with 300 acres of land there. So, you know, when I look at this, we're being asked to increase this by 224 units, blindly. There's no trade-off to this. There's no, this is what I'm allowed based on a future land use map. This is no, I'm giving this in exchange for, this is just, can I please have 224 more units out of thin air on top of what I already discussed, the additional 171 units or whatever it was on the bottom part of this when we passed the first part of this earlier, when we only took out 495 instead of the 606. Now, collectively, that's 395 units we've created out of thin air. That's profit on 395 units with nothing for this community to show for it. And we're sitting here talking endlessly about proper growth. We're talking about let's convince people to redevelop instead of develop. Let's work on density where density should be. We all say that because at some point in time or another, and I'm not going to make this a current political season because we all have it 2 years from now, we're going to say the same thing. We're going to say smart growth this and smart growth that and proper develop. You can't keep saying it if you're not going to do it. Like, we're over here saying we need to work on ways of encouraging encouraging redevelopment. Well, you're not going to encourage anyone to redevelop anything if you just keep blindly letting them develop whatever they want, wherever they want, without any legal guidance to other than just saying they asked for it, so I'll give it to them. I mean, if you consider the net density available on this parcel based on the 706 units they can build right now, They could build the 706 units on 155 acres based on the allowable net density and the current zoning. That's a 50% open space. Imagine the buffer you can provide to the homes on Waterline, the buffer to the Lake Manatee and the park. You can create the buffer everyone wants and let them build what they already can build. And that's inclusive of the rezone that they already had to get to the additional units. They can do that. And they can put it where it makes more sense on this parcel. But they can't do it if we give them an extra 224 units. Now that buffer goes away. Now you've built density in a place where density is not warranted. And if you just want to give 224 units away, we just talked about density bonuses. We just talked about in lieu payments. Everyone's going to rush up here trying to get these things approved now before we actually pass this stuff. Because you look at in lieu payments, they're reasonable for developers. I've talked to some of the for-profit developers in town since we've proposed this, and they're on board with it. We're basically allowing to buy density, similar to this process right here. But it allows us to go out and put money towards affordable housing in other places because no developer ever comes forward and says, no place in this proposal does it say, I'd like to take advantage of the affordable housing density bonus that's in your comp plan. They just said, can I have these units? Well, in theory, they can build me 81 or 84 affordable housing units based on this request and get the units. But nobody wants to build the affordable housing because it doesn't conform with the plan or it's not economically feasible. Fine. We're structuring a way of just paying me and I'll go put them someplace else. That's what a lot of other municipalities have. They go everywhere from about 25 grand a unit to City of Jupiter is like 200 grand a unit because they just take the current market less the current affordable and the difference is what you have to pay. That's crazy. But even if you look at 25 grand a unit, which is kind of like the lowest I've seen any place, for the amount of new units, 224 units, that's $5.6 million worth of affordable housing fund we would create instantly with this approval. That we're effectively agreeing we're just going to give up that potential, money towards affordable housing. And if you consider average housing prices are about 500 grand right now, and let's say, at the end of the day, developer gets a gross 20% profit on the top end of this thing after the build out, especially already owning the land, that giving these units equate to over $22 million worth of potential profit in exchange for a $5.6 million pay-in into an affordable housing project. This is an example of why we need that kind of stuff, but it's also an example why if we just keep randomly giving stuff away, no one's ever going to use any of our incentives. Who's going to use an incentive if you get it for free? It's like, buying the milk when you get buying the cow when you get the milk for free. Like, no one's going to do it. This is giving away free density in a place where density does not belong for absolutely no reason and no return on investment to the community whatsoever. I think the 706 units is too much as it is, but that's already approved. Water under the bridge, can't do anything about it. But I think there's a better way of structuring those units to the southwest of this parcel along 64, creating a buffer by the lake. That makes them happy. That makes us happy. No one's going to be 100% happy because Neal Communities is going to want the extra units. Everyone up in Waterline is going to want none of the units. And we're just trying to come up with a way that makes Manatee County smart and has us honor the smart growth that we promise people we're going to do. And we keep having work sessions on it, but we never actually do what we say we're going to do. This is an opportunity to show we're going to stick with this and we're all going to stand firm on this and start getting people to focus on redevelopment and focus on incentives instead of just coming up here, hat in hand, saying, give me something for free. I was against it the first time, and I'm against it this time. Not because of the developer. I think Neal Communities does great stuff. I just don't think it's great stuff in this particular location with the density being requested.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
Wow, that's another side of you. I just want to bring up a few things. Ms. Arnold, thanks for always coming up and being, professional. You give us hell, and that's okay. At least you're professional about it. So I appreciate it. First of all, east of Lorraine Road, we had Tommy O'Brien Farms. And a lot of you know that. It's now Detweiler's. Well, the reason why it's Detweiler's today is because the family farm lost everything. And it was because of the 2 or 3 hurricanes, bad weather, and he was a strawberry farmer, tomato. So they lost everything, and they had to sell. It went bankrupt, as you know. So that was well known. Want me to wait? And so what did they do? Whoever, the banks, they sold it to somebody that would buy it. And it ended up being Detweiler's, but there were developers looking at it also. So, and you mentioned Lake Manatee, and I want to let you know and let your rest reassured, no matter what happens today. We voted in approximately 2010 for a microfiltration system at Lake Manatee. It started out the cost at $8 million, I think, 13 million. Now it's up to 80 million. It's almost done. We're the third largest microfiltration system for treatment in the United States. This is to protect our Lake Manatee. So I wanted you to know that we aren't just blindly looking at things. This has been planned for a while. I would like, if there's a chance, to have the applicant address some of Commissioner Cruz's comments. He's voted against it twice, so we know where he stands. But then we have other commissioners that have changed their vote and voted for this. And it's not like we're doing everything randomly. It kind of insults everybody up here. We didn't ask to have this brought to us. This was brought to us. And it makes sense because there's an open piece of land. And as you've said a million times, it's easier to develop on a virgin piece of property than is infill, et cetera. So, and I appreciate you sticking by your guns on this property, but I would like to hear some responses to some of your concerns by the developer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bellamy, you're next on the board, sir.
I just have a couple questions, and this one question will probably be for staff and for the applicant. The citizen comment came about the environmental study as far as the endangered species. I want to hear from staff first. I did ask the lawyer about the environmental study, and I think both the applicant as well as the staff should have some information on that. So, staff, can you go first? And this is the concerns about the endangered species.
Gary Race, Development Services, Environmental Planning. Regarding the typical process that happens is the applicants will hire certified environmental planners, specialists for gopher tortoise. They go out and survey a property. In the early stages of the application, like for a GDP, what they'll look at is they do a kind of quick cursory survey. It's a 15%. It's what the state requires for, and when I say 15%, I'm thinking gopher tortoises. Usually these properties, that's a lot of times what we're looking at. There's a number of listed species, but like, even though something like a sandhill crane may utilize a site like this, the state, and we defer to the state, Game and Fish, for basically regulation of these. And they look at, foraging areas, nesting in habitat areas that are utilized regularly. Just because you see a sandhill crane walk across the golf course doesn't mean it's suitable habitat. Can they feed and can they find something to eat? Possibly, yes. It's more a remnant that it used to be their forage areas and they're still there. So on applications like this, I'll be honest with you, environmental staff defers and depends on the information that is submitted to us. We do not go out and do our own environmental surveys on properties. We occasionally, if we think there's a suspect that something's wrong, we will go out, but we don't have time to do the same thing that the environmental consultants do. This is like engineers, attorneys, all that. You depend on them to be professional and follow certifications that they have. So we take that information, and for something like that's in a GDP stage, we would look at, yes, there's gopher tortoise. If we have what we think is suitable habitat and they told us nothing's out there, we're going to question it. And we're going to ask that it, and the state does too, as far as Game and Fish, where they will ask no more than 90 days prior to actual construction that they go out and do a 100% survey out there. Even if they say there's nothing out there, we can do what we want, they are still responsible. They cannot kill gopher tortoises. That's illegal. we can only make sure that they take every effort and follow the guidelines that the state has for identifying the habitat for these tortoises.
Have there, and I probably asked the applicant the same thing, has there been any concerns about this particular parcel as far as when it comes to the environment?
I'm not aware that this one's any different than a lot of other ones that we have out in this area. As has been defined, this is out by the park. The park is pretty prime gopher tortoise. If you want to see gopher tortoises, if you want to take kids to see gopher tortoises, go to that state park. I can almost assure you that you will see them there. It is managed for gopher tortoises, which requires a number of methods, fire to restrict the habitat and keep it at a certain level of overgrowth. So I have no doubt that anywhere around that park, there are gopher tortoises. I've had them show up in my yard. Most places you can find them. We've got another site out there in that area that has a 15-acre preservation area of their upland, and they were going to remove all the tortoises, and we asked that they work with Game and Fish. What is the sense in protecting habitat if we don't allow tortoises to stay out there? So tortoises can cohabitate with humans. The biggest issue is, kids with sticks or dogs running loose, but they love the grass that's in your yard. We don't necessarily encourage them to all be removed, but sometimes it's best for the tortoises. They have to, it's not a cheap process. As, Pat Neal can tell you how much it costs them. You have to pay to have them moved. You have to pay a recipient site that's managed for them. So, if they could come up with ways to keep them there, and it's a lot better than we used to do when I was doing environmental consulting where there was a taking and that was just allowed to kill them. Thankfully, they don't do that anymore. There are some issues, but we certainly address it, but we do defer to and follow the guidelines that the state has for protecting species.
Mr. Chair, can I hear
Sir.
from the applicant now?
Sir, do you mind if I ask a quick question?
Oh, let's play together.
Okay.
Sure.
How many gopher tortoises were identified on this site?
I don't know specifically on this.
The applicant will certainly
Yeah,
know.
the applicant's probably, he's got the count.
I'm
I
sure-
just,
he wrote the
I have
check,
so
I'm
many
sure he
projects
knows.
come through, I
That's okay. That's
don't
okay.
clear 'em
That
up.
was my only question. Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Bellamy would like to speak with the applicant.
Yeah, basically the same thing. If you can help me out. Say again.
Hello, my name is Joel Christian. I'm a senior environmental scientist with Ardura. I'm the environmental consultant for the project, and I have been sworn. I want to show you some flux mapping of the area. It's land use, forms and classifications, how we map the property. I'm going to find the good one I want here. We can go with the overhead camera, that'd be great. There we go. Okay, so on this document, the black line is the property limits. We've done a 500-foot buffer around the property as required by the county. And we've mapped all the land uses and habitats within the parcel and outside the parcel. This area we're looking at for the comprehensive plan amendment is approximately this boundary here, which you can see is all fallow farmland currently. There's no true native habitat within the area we're here discussing. This shows the park over here, and I want you to notice you see these patches of white sand. That's
the way
very
they are.
indicative. When I look at this, that's the first thing I think of is gopher tortoise and scrub jay.
Right.
Because it's indicative of a scrub habitat. But when you look on the property we're discussing here, it's all historic farmland. Running north-south through the property is the sand branch that was brought up earlier. It's a historic sluice system. Sluice systems are when there's heavy rain events, the water kind of pops off and runs to the next low area, kind of making a nice, this one in particular has been channelized sometime after 1940. I've looked at historical aerials on this property from 1940 up to current date. We've been on the property, I can't tell you how many times we've been on the property, not only for this client, but for the former owner of this property. We did a formal jurisdictional determination for the entire northeast sector, all 4,000 acres. We did a listed species evaluation for the northeast sector. So we've been on this property since at least 8 years ago. Since that time, we've done a formal jurisdictional determination on the northern part that's outside of the northeast quadrant because it wasn't included in there. So we've delineated this wetland. We've had the Water Management District review this system. They identified it as a surface water because that's the nature of it. It's more a surface water than a true emergent wetland. We've been out here, we've done tree inventories out here. We've GPSed the location of every tree on this site. And as part of doing that, as scientists, we're pretty observant as we're walking through. We're not walking through with blinders on. So not only have we delineated the wetlands, so we've walked the perimeter of the edge of all these wetlands, which is typically where sandhill cranes will nest. So we've been in those areas. We've not seen any sandhill crane nests in the area. But also as walking through to identify the trees within the area, we're gradual because we know we're going to have to do a gopher tortoise survey at some point anyway. So as we're GPSing trees and we see a gopher tortoise burrow, we'll GPS it so we know to come back there. Hey, there's one here. Let's locate it. Let's flag it. Gary spoke about the protocols that the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has. They require preliminary studies of approximately 15% of the desirable habitat of a species for gopher tortoise. The habitat for gopher tortoise it's wide and varies. They love pastures as long as there's no cows out there. And they like to be near the edge where they're protected. They have to have the right soil. They have to have the right water depth because they burrow. They can't have the surface water at the existing grade elevation. Otherwise, they're digging a pool. So we've been on this site. I can't even tell you how many times and looked at it. We have not seen any specific gopher tortoises, but we have no doubt that there may be some on site. And therefore, in our report, which we submitted to support the rezone, we recommended a 100% survey done within 90 days of construction, as per the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission's requirements. So at that time, we have to get through the environmental resource permitting process with the state. As part of that process, they route a copy of the application to Fish and Wildlife for the opportunity to comment. Anytime we submit an ERP, I get a call from Fish and Wildlife. They say, these are our concerns. Gopher tortoise is always on the list. Scrub jays will probably be on the list for this one because of its adjacency to the state park where they're known. Eagle nest. Those are pretty well documented, and I think we had this discussion at the rezone. There's no documented eagle nests on here. If there were an eagle nest on here, we would have seen it. When we did our tree survey, we have to do the species, so we have to look up and see what kind of leaves are on this tree, see what it is, and we're gonna see an eagle nest. They're pretty massive. There are eagle nests to the north up near the actual dam itself. The nearest mapped eagle nest is a little less than a mile away. I think it's 0.88 miles is how far we measured it away. The protection zones around eagle nest are 330 and 660. Within those zones, between the 330 and the 660, you can do certain activities as long as you're monitoring during the nesting season, making sure those activities you're doing in there aren't disturbing the eagle. And what that consists of is us sitting out there in a truck with a pair of binoculars 20 minutes before sunrise until they're done, and making sure that these things are protected. We haven't seen any listed wildlife species. That's not to say there isn't any.
All right, I get it.
You get it?
Yeah, I get it. I liked it, but. Exactly. I get it.
Joel used to work here.
Any other questions?
I know Joel. Okay, check, Joel. Check.
I'm going to leave this here for the clerk in case she wants it. I'm available for any more questions you may have.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Bellamy?
Oh, definitely not.
Okay. I'm going to go back to staff then. I have a question for you, sir. You come back to the podium. So, I mean, this is kind of unusual, right? Because it's next to a state park, but I find it odd that there were literally the state park next door is 4 gopher tortoises. I'm familiar with Dam Road. It's not any major barrier to a gopher tortoise to cross that road. And you say that the habitat on this subject parcel is suitable for gopher tortoises. This is not a red flag to you that there are no gopher tortoises? They said there's likely there, but we didn't see any. But yet, if you had to cross the street, you're telling me that I should take my nephew out there to see gopher tortoises. But then on this parcel, they couldn't. The scientists couldn't find any.
And one of the things that I said there was that the state park is managed for gopher tortoises. So they do a lot of activities. You go out and you say, gosh, it doesn't look like anybody's done anything here. But if you look at that low scrub habitat, the bare areas, that's because it's been managed that way. If you go out to any of our natural areas that have been kept from burning, oak trees overtake areas that
Okay.
are not meant to be there. They get really huge. In a typical pine flatwood, say, you wouldn't have those. You'd have
So the
little-
state park is like a gopher tortoise resort, and why would I go
It is.
across the road to that dump when I could live over
Keep in
here
mind,
in
and
the
Joel
state
touched
park?
on this, is that this site basically has been impacted by agriculture over time.
Sure.
And I know it goes back a while, but, they used to eat gopher tortoises. A lot of people would eat gopher tortoises.
Put your hand down,
So,
Commissioner Bellamy.
And a lot of the farm workers, there was a time where you couldn't find gopher tortoises in groves, because when the pickers came into the groves and they saw that gopher tortoise out there, they'd grab that for dinner later.
Yeah.
And it was a common thing. So if you have an area where it's constantly turned over and all that, the gopher tortoises don't like that, so they go over to hide at the edge of the woods. even though
Okay,
they
that
might
makes
come
sense.
out
No,
there
that makes sense. I appreciate,
So
no,
there's
that was,
only
it was a serious question.
There's only a part of this large parcel that would be, that I would even go to look if I were trying to find
Okay.
tortoises. And that's what Joel alluded to, and that's what the state rules kind of direct them. Survey suitable gopher tortoise habitat.
Sure, okay. Again, this was a serious question, and I got a very good answer, and I really do appreciate it, with the exception of Commissioner Bellamy saying that he likes to eat gopher tortoises with bald eagle eggs to wash them down.
It's no.
That'll be on a video, watch out.
Yeah, I'm teasing. Okay, no, that does answer my question, and I do appreciate the answer. It
For the
cleared that
record,
up.
Gary Race Development Services.
Thank you, Gary. Commissioner Cruz, you're on the board next, sir.
He way more than answered.
Okay, so then Commissioner Satcher, you're next on the board, sir.
Well, I thought, no, because Commissioner Whitmore asked the applicant. I put myself on the board.
She was not on the board.
Oh, I got it.
I had Bellamy, Cruz, Satcher.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, point of order. You are right.
Oh, I know.
Okay, I'm looking at the board. I'm right. It was Bellamy, Cruz, Satcher.
I did request for the applicant
come
to
answer my
address his
question. So I put
concerns.
myself on the
Okay.
board in case I-
He did.
I will put you on the board, Commissioner Whitmore, and after Commissioner Satcher, you can do that. Commissioner Satcher, you're next on the board, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to have Tom come and speak about, I'll be honest, when this first came before us, the northeastern quadrant, or not necessarily quadrant, section, that is part of the watershed into the lake did give me pause. I mean, it ended up being a 6-1 vote, but anyway, so I wanted to just ask if you feel like we're,
He's coming. He'll be quick. He's
got his
tennis shoes on.
I'm gathering everything. And yes, I have my running shoes on again today.
I love it. That's how we know it's on.
Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners, for the record, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department. I don't have to be sworn, this is legislative. Commissioner Satcher, let me start with a brief, just as far as this particular area and the project itself. As has been brought up during public testimony and the prior public hearings, let me point it out for you. So, this particular project area, there is a drainage system. There's actually a perennial stream, at least from like, say, a third of the way upwards into the project running northward. There's a perennial stream system known as Sand Branch. The originations of this particular drainage system, it's down further south of State Road 64. It picks up a good portion of the Star Farms development. Conveys that drainage runoff underneath State Road 64 northward, and then underneath Waterline Road, and then ultimately into the Manatee River downstream of the Lake Manatee Reservoir. As has been brought up in the past, this particular drainage system is a Class 1 waters. During the staff review of this project, we identified that the project area would be required to provide 150% water quality treatment due to this watershed's proximity to Lake Manatee. Let's stop there. Is there any questions that you might have?
So you're saying right now, what you're requiring for them is 150% improvement?
Yes, for water quality
coming-
treatment, yes.
Water quality of what comes off of that property, it's got to be 150%
Treated, correct.
treated.
So as far as a standard for this area for wet detention ponds, so any typical development with a wet detention pond with lakes as part, in conjunction with their development, instead of providing 1 inch of treatment volume capacity, they would be providing 1.5 inch treatment volume capacity. Now that might not, okay, it's a 1/2 inch of runoff, but it's dependent on rainfall, water budgets throughout the year. So we look at how often or how frequent is a 1 inch rainfall, and then you look at the comparison of 1 inch and 1.5 inch rainfall. So that's where that additional water quality factor is built in to this development. That goes along with and I'll discuss it a little bit because there was some comparison made between virgin land, land that was predominantly row crops in the past, and compared to a proposed development, a residential development. So in conjunction with this development, they would be constructing stormwater facilities, which would be required to provide attenuation of runoff. So therefore, that analogy of the increase in runoff due to the impervious coverage, things of that sort, those stormwater facilities attenuate that runoff and meter. They are constructed with outflow control structures to meter that comparison between the pre-development runoff rate to a post-development runoff rate. And last thing I'll conclude with is, since the March land use hearing that we had on the preliminary site plan, we've already met with the engineer of record on this project. We discussed further, yes, they need to provide 150% water quality treatment. Yes, they will need to analyze this particular drainage system from State Road 64 up to Waterline Road, and determine through a drainage model analysis that they are not adversely affecting or impacting the drainage system with respect to stages or flow.
So imagine with me, if you will. Okay. So 2 months from now, I'll have multiple conversations that will look one of two ways. Either I'll be speaking to someone that is either a landowner, a farmer, or a developer, or just a, Trump supporting, hey, we conservative property rights type person. And they're going to say, this person is trying to build houses pretty much next to houses. How in the world did you vote against them? That's scenario A. And then scenario B is, I will have a resident upset at me and saying, you're supposed to be trying to protect our water, and you put up a ton of, it's always as if I'm the one out there building it, right? You put up a ton of houses right there next to our water, or our waterway, Manatee Lake, or Lake Manatee. So at that point, I'll have to answer one way or the other. If I were to get asked about on the water side. So in other words, if I were to vote in favor of this and I get the questions from residents that are upset that I endangered water, would I be able to say, look, our top guy at the county, who this is his job, who's willing to say you're not doing enough, are you confident in this plan and that you're holding them to a standard of accountability that protects our waterways, that's going to eventually, this is drinking water and it's going downstream to where people are swimming, et cetera?
Commissioner, short answer would be yes. Longer answer would be, not only are there standards and code provisions with Manatee County, but there's also standards and requirements through Southwest Florida Water Management District and through the Department of Environmental Protection. This project might even require a U.S. Army Corps permit, things of that sort, due to the impacts to the hydrologic system. So not only for the Sand Branch itself, but as far as the water quality piece, as far as attenuation of runoff, meeting those not only county standards, but state and federal standards.
So you're saying you're setting a high bar, but then there are still other hurdles beyond
Yes.
and past them. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Satcher. Commissioner Whitmore.
No, thank you.
No, thank you from Commissioner Whitmore. Okay.
Sorry.
You
I
made a
would
big
like
stink about
the
wanting to do this.
applicant, sorry, I was in the middle of coughing. I'd like the applicant to address some of Commissioner Cruz's comments that he made. He talked about issues with the buffers, you know, all that. I would like to have you be able to respond.
Thank you. Ed Vogler. I will just put this drawing up here and say that the areas of contiguity between existing 3 dwelling unit per acre, what is not contiguous is here to here to here, that piece. The rest are. So when we say they're surrounded by 3 dwelling units per acre, I believe that is factually correct. And what I also said was the biggest piece, I don't think I used the word biggest piece, but I said we're surrounded by 3 dwelling units per acre or public use. And the biggest piece of that edge is public use, that's Manatee County. So in reality, the piece that is against privately held, non-3 units per acre land is this edge right there, that piece, that little piece. Okay? And so when we say it's surrounded by, it is factually. You can factor that into your thought process. Also, as it relates to these points that you're making, this is the edge right here, existing right now in brown is 3 units per acre, existing. We're not asking to change that, it's existing. It's right next to conservation, 3 next to conservation. Then we look south and we see that on the balance of the SMR property, the UF3 line goes much further east as well, because there's a jog there in the FDAB line. And so when we say it's surrounded by, it is, and most of it is public use. And the other point to think about, because this was mixed in the comments, is we're talking about land use mapping, not current use. So when someone says, well, my goodness, there's 5-acre farms out there and there's 10-acre farms. Yes, and that was true on 26th Street West too, right? Summerfield, where Summerfield is, just north of Cortez Road, was the Baden homestead, as I recall, right? So, I mean, yes, that's true. And to answer the question, I'm going to be short because it's not rebuttal yet, but to answer the lady's question from Mayaca, I think you've all answered it, right? What to do. We have an FDAB line. And I've stood here several times and said, that is the next coming discussion. But when you have an FDAB line, to avoid urban sprawl, you're supposed to allow the development up to the FDAB line. I think it makes the case, which I've made lots of times, unsuccessfully some, that further west, we should have been at Res 6 and Res 9. I mean, those of us who are anti-sprawlers, because that was the legislation, the goal of the comp plan policy changes we made, we're pushing for higher authorized densities. Manatee County did adopt an urban core area, and that was the result of that. But the urban core area was a little constrained, should probably be revisited. But listen, last comment on this point to Commissioner Cruz. We heard you through all the zoning process, and you're consistent, and that's a good thing. But this is the site plan that's approved for this area. This is what's approved today. And you'll see that the sensitivity for locating the ponds in ways that buffer the neighbors and so forth like that isn't going to change. And so these additional units are going to be spread in the brown area is what I'm trying to say. And so I think that's directly responsive, and we do want to make a couple of other rebuttal comments, We have environmental comments we want to make, we have engineering comments we want to make briefly, transportation, and maybe a little bit more on density.
Okay, before you go anywhere, you have 3 commissioners on the board. Commissioner Cruz, go ahead. Well, no, I'd like to speak first, if that's the case. So you should, the site plan that you had on the screen a moment ago was approved by this board at a previous meeting.
Yes.
But we're now voting to make changes, and so you would no longer be held to that site plan.
No.
Correct? And have you brought us, we're back to the site plan. I'm sure you recall before lunch, we're back to, you're asking for a general plan, general development plan. You don't have a site plan for us to approve. So we're going to approve this, and we will not see a site plan. And I'm going to ask you to add a stipulation that this is contingent upon approval of a preliminary site plan at a later date. And are we going to end up right back where we were this morning?
Well, at the risk of being the one to correct the chair, which I'm loath to do,
I appreciate your intro into this. Go ahead.
Careful. Danger, Will Robinson.
He's up next.
We're here on a map amendment to the comprehensive plan, so it has nothing to do with site planning.
So will we see you again for a site plan? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so this still is contingent upon site plan approval?
No.
So then the answer is no.
No, okay, so then full
You know what I'm asking. I mean, you know what I'm asking.
I think I know, but here's the thing. Right now, we have 706 units approved on that property.
Right.
In that configuration. If you deny the comp plan amendment, we cannot get more units on that property.
Sure.
If you approve the comp plan amendment, we can amend the application to seek an additional 200 units on that property. And what I'm saying to you, based upon what I know of the business plan, it would not be to amend any portion of this part of the site plan. That is not under consideration today, but I'm saying it, and
But the portion of the property that is the closest to the state park is?
that's already approved, yeah. That would not be changed either.
So then, which section are we down to? I thought it was the section that's in the darker area is the section that we were talking about.
I think the increased density.
It's the yellow
largely-
part. I apologize. Okay.
I'm sorry, the yellow
I had it
part, we're
backwards.
changing the map, and the increased density, if it were allowed, would find itself in this area.
Yeah, I had it the other way around. So we're going to have to start the whole proceedings over again. Kidding. Okay. Commissioner Cruz, you want to make a comment now, or do you want to do it after his rebuttal? Okay. So, sir, if you want to present your rebuttal, now is the time for that.
Thank you.
Do you want to do staff first? I'm sorry. Oh, we haven't done staff presentation on this, have we? We did, yeah. So what do you need, Nicole? That's what she said. I heard her say staff presentation. I'm trying to listen from here. You want to do staff closing comments first, and then let the applicant speak after? That's fine. So, well, Charlie, if you want to come up now, we'll do a staff, we'll do their closing, and then you all can rebut afterwards. Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. Hi, Charles Andrews, for the record, with staff. Just a few items real quick to address. That while the UF3 may permit a max of 3 dwelling units per gross acre, it would be less. And as the commission approved that rezoning, the preliminary site plan back in March, I believe that the gross density of that was 2.29 with a net of 2.3. So it is less once you take acreage out for stormwater ponds, for roads, those kind of items. And then on page 3 of my staff report, the one thing there regarding the UF3 is that it resides north and northwest of the site, so it's not for the entire site, so it's not entirely surrounded by UF3. Just wanted to get that on the record. So if there are any other items, just let me know.
Did you get your questions answered?
I've had my questions answered previously, yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir. Applicant rebuttal.
We heard some discussion about lack of transportation information, so we have a transportation engineer that can tell you all of it.
For the record, Frank Domingo with Stantec, and I have been sworn. There was some testimony that indicated that there were level of service issues along the State Road 64 corridor, and that there were no no planned fixes for those, but actually the Stewardship District has already embarked on designing improvements at E-Line and 64 for a roundabout. We are currently under contract to design that. Also, that the Stewardship District has met with FDOT to advance and push for early construction of those improvements. They are all roundabouts, one to the east and two to the west. Thank you.
And all of this information has been submitted with our application, has been reviewed and approved. The engineering question, just to follow up on the excellent testimony of Tom Gerstenberger.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on the drainage system. So as Thomas correctly stated, there's two components to the drainage system. I'm sorry, Rob Engel, I'm a PE professional engineer with Stantec, and I have been sworn. Apologize for that. So one thing I wanted to add about drainage, there was a lot of conversation about Lake Manatee and the Lake Manatee watershed. There is a small portion of this property in the northeast corner that does today drain to Lake Manatee. And one of the commitments that we have made through this process is that we are no longer going to discharge to Lake Manatee. We're going to discharge to Sand Branch south or to the west of Lake Manatee, so none of our runoff gets to the drinking water basin. And in doing that, we kind of handcuff ourselves a little bit because, as Thomas had indicated, we're obligated to study the land and the discharge points and the quantity of water that discharges in different directions, and we can't exceed that in post-development. So to speak in round numbers or just in general numbers, if there were 100 CFS going to Sand Branch and 10 CFS going to Lake Manatee today, we're cutting off our 10 CFS to Lake Manatee, and we're not going to exceed the 100 going to Sand Branch. Again, those are just numbers. They're not real numbers. I'm just using that as an example. So what I'm saying is we have to have more lake area on our site to hold back water to ensure that there's no flooding downstream. The other thing I'll bring up about Sand Branch is that we've also committed to a natural buffer along the edges of Sand Branch, which provide an additional level of water quality treatment that we're not quantifying in our design. And so I just wanted to add to Thomas's points. Thomas made a good presentation, and I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. So in closing, on behalf of Neo Communities and Pat Neo, who's with us here, we recognize that this comp plan amendment to a map is a policy decision. You're not hearing us say that we have private property rights. You hear us say that we're asking you to exercise your judgment to say yes to this policy question. The policy question is whether to add about 200 units potentially to be approved at a public hearing in the future inside the FDAB line when the adjacent properties have been planned for 3 dwelling units per acre in large measure, 3 dwelling units per acre. And I submit to you on the question of policy, the reason we're really here is because of a historical anomaly where at the time the Northeast Quadrant came forward by SMR with 4,000 acres, they clearly would have included this land had the land swap with the school board had been completed at that time, and I think no one would have had problem with that. I think we get exacerbated a little bit by the FDAB issues, which I understand are emotional and important, but they're not considered as part of this. And if you want to stop urban sprawl, you need to increase density in the areas where there's utilities, schools, churches, roadways, stormwater plans. This is the right decision and the right policy, and we hope that you'll vote favorably.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz, you're first on the board.
Yeah, a couple things. One, it was mentioned I'm holding firm on this parcel. No, I'm holding firm on my general belief in how development should go. I also, disagreed with the retail in front of Savannah and the triangle at 675 and 70 and concession and the original transmittal of the Taylor Ranch. I believe we're getting too close to the FDAB line and not putting enough emphasis on or encouraging development where it should be, which I believe is redevelopment more towards the urban core. That's my belief. And I 100% agree with density. I am the one who's pushing for 20 stories where a library sits right now. Like, you don't have to tell me about density. I'll do as much density as humanly possible. You know, I'm the one who just asked to put residential over your retail up north of the river. But it's where it's supposed to be, not just where there's land available. So from that standpoint, you know, I disagree. And I have, Chris Whitmore mentioned virgin land is easier to build on, but I didn't say that as a positive. I said that as long as we keep letting people build on virgin land, it's easy to do, it's cheaper to do, it's more profitable to do. You're never going to convince somebody to take on the heavier lift of the redevelopment where it should be if we allow them to do it. So I have said that, but not in the context of we should allow everyone to build on every parcel of land. It was more of a negative connotation of the convenience of it that people will keep taking advantage of if we let them. But yes, the UF3, and I concede your map does show the UF3 in more areas than I was implying it did. But at the same time, a lot of that UF3, all that UF3 really, other than what we just rezoned previously, was on the west side. And as you're working to the east, it's all the park. Yes, this parcel, and I get it, that's what we're talking about today, and we have to focus and put our blinders on. This parcel has UF3 around it, but that's because of the other UF3 as part of this parcel, and we're technically approving the whole thing, not just the yellow, because this is even inclusive of rezoning that brown part down there. This is a blanket. So this parcel of discussion, while it's convenient to keep looking at that yellow piece and saying, look at it in this little thing and UF3 is surrounding it, we're not just looking at that yellow piece. This thing is to rezone all of it. That bottom piece is MU right now. We're rezoning that too. That's relevant to this discussion. And that piece has park all the way to the east of it. I know it's allowed for 3, but the point is a lot of that UF3 surrounding the yellow is also your parcel, which is inclusive of this. So I just disagree. So where I'll finish this is because the conversations in my mind, and this is more for discussion with the board, because that's what we're doing is deliberating, I don't think a lot of the discussions we had, while very entertaining and informative, and I'll take a lot away from my deep knowledge of gopher tortoises and recipes, what we're talking about here at the end of the day is not whether or not gopher tortoises are on this site, because they're building 700 plus homes on this site regardless of what happens when we walk out of here. This is already approved for development. So gopher tortoises there or not, they're building. They have to do it. We're not talking about whether or not water runoff is going in the right place. They're building no matter what. This is a buildable, as of right development with over 700 homes going on it. So wherever that water's coming from, wherever those gopher tortoises came from, that's past. We've passed that point at this point in time. This is a singular discussion at this point. Not does someone have the right to build on this or put a development here. It's does someone have a right to build 200 plus more units here. This is a 100%. The entirety of this conversation was, do we allow someone to build 200 more units someplace? That's the whole discussion is density. That's it. Not development as a whole, not should it be a pharmacy or something else, not, should it be a hospital or something else? This is strictly a question of somebody's asking us to give them 200 plus more units of density, just out of the goodness of our heart, from a policy standpoint. Well, there's nothing in return. I see the look on your face. There's nothing in return. There's no, I'll build you this, or I'll give you this money, or I'll do this for you, or I'm trading this for this. This is, I'm allowed to build 700, I want to build 900. Can I do that? That's the discussion on the table today. And I want all of you just to realize, when it comes to talking to people about smart growth, talking to people about we're going to focus on the urban core, we're going to focus on redevelopment, you're going to all have to answer to, how are you going to convince somebody to redevelop down 14th Street where they have to knock something down and take that extra risk if you're just going to give them 200 extra units? How are you going to convince them to put density in the form of multifamily and smaller units, taking advantage of a half-dwelling unit, if they can just take 200 more units? You have to explain what you got for the citizens of Manatee County in exchange for those 200 units, and how you're ever going to encourage anyone to build where we keep promising people we're going to encourage them to build if you're allowing them to build where they prefer to build. That's the question everyone's going to have to answer, because that's the question on the table here is, do we give 200 free development units of density to somebody? That's the whole question here. Not tortoises, not water. Just, do you think policy should be that we give free density to people when they want free density? And then how are we going to encourage people to pay for or or use incentives for density down the road if we're setting precedent that we're going to give it away for free?
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
I voted against the 675 3 times. The Savannah also, and I'm not sure what of the others that you've mentioned. The question is whether this makes sense for this property here for 3 units per acre. That's the question. No matter whatever else you say, does it make sense to be with this project 3 units per acre? To me, water quality, the runoff, was very important. To me, the gopher tortoises that are protected by federal law, indigo snakes and the others, scrub jays, that's all protected by federal law. It's very important, and just to dismiss that is not, I don't appreciate that. I don't mean it meanly like that. You know what I mean? That's not my style to go after people like that. You know that. No, it isn't. You know that. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, and what I was going to, well, I can make my comments now, closer to the lake. And I know I have brought this up, and you're seeing a movement that in the retention lakes or ponds, when you're getting closer to me, like a water body like that, I would really like the development community to look, and I brought this up once before, about the buffers between the retention and your retention lakes and the property lines. What we're seeing now is like a 10-foot buffer with natural vegetation so it can filtrate into your lakes and then thus going. And it is the lake right next to it. So I would at least ask your science department to look at this. I know some developments in Manatee County are starting to do it now. Our extension department is giving in-services on this to various neighborhoods throughout the whole county. This is a new neighborhood. This is a unique piece of property because you are next to our lake. So I would please respectfully ask you to look at that. If you don't know about it, START came before us and gave a presentation on that with their recommendation. It's mainly for, eventually the water gets to the bays. We're trying to filtrate as much out of the waters as we can. This is next to our lake, which is very important. So to me, it is a benefit to have 150% of the water treated versus what it was before was a cattle farm. I mean, philosophically, I understand what you're saying, but we're asked today, does this make sense to have 3 units an acre compared to the surrounding uses, which was demonstrated to all of us that there are many developments around this area that are 3 units per acre, except for the public area.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry.
That's okay, Commissioner Whitmore. Commissioner Cruz.
Well, because this is a quick response. I didn't say gopher tortoises and water didn't matter. What I said was they're already building anyway. So any gopher tortoises that are, it's true. I mean, this isn't ag land, and they're asking to build something. This is 700 units, asking to build 900. If there's a gopher tortoise on there, they got to deal with it, whether we approve this or not. If there's water runoff issues, they have to deal with it. So the point was, those particular items aren't relevant to this particular discussion. Those particular items were relevant when we approved the development in the first place. That's already been approved. That ship has sailed. This is literally a discussion of your policy views of, do we just allow people free density? That's literally, and you just literally said the same thing, but you called it something different. You agreed with me. You called it okay. So.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to speak to some of the things, I mean, I think I voted for some program for density bonus. It just doesn't exist yet. I'm not going to make them wait a year for it. I want to bring up water because that's what I promised to people. That's where my word was out there, was that I want to protect our water supply and the water where we swim and where we enjoy. And so, and then maybe I'm too consistent, but my standard MO is 3 houses per acre east of the FDAP. Okay, so I'm not talking about Myakka City, et cetera. But if you're east of the FDAB and you're asking for 3 houses per acre, I just feel like I would lose, for anyone that is upset about too fast of growth, too much growth in our area. I understand, I sit in the same exact traffic and it drives me crazy too. How am I going to make a strong case to people to keep moving on things, to make our roads in East County a priority, to put them at the top of our federal policy list when we go to DC, to talk to the state about them, to get the grants that we need, to get moving on it, to bust the chops of the Public Works Department. I go home feeling bad because I feel like I'm tough on them. But, as hard as I'm pushing, and people don't necessarily see all the pushing I'm doing, I push behind the scenes too for all those things. If I then, after all that, say, if you have 0.33 acres, you can't build 1 house on it, even if you're east of the FDAB, and even if we know that none of the water is going into our drinking source, and even if we know that we're improving the runoff, if I were to say all that, then if I'm one of those people that I am trying to make a strong case for to upgrade our transportation infrastructure, I'm trying to say we've got to plan ahead, we've got to make these roads connect, I'm tired of all those things. If I was one of those people, I would stop listening to me and I would start rolling my eyes if I'm not even willing to let someone build 3 houses on 1 acre. I feel like I have to have some kind of reasonable expectations from people that own land. And when we get density bonuses and all those things, we'll revisit it. And I'm not saying there won't ever be mitigating factors that would change a vote in the future, but in general, that's where I'm at. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bellamy and Cruz are on the board, and I would just mention at this point, I am entertaining motions. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah. Wow. First, let me clear up about the tortoise recipe. There is some. I have to because
with or without the eggs.
There is some reality of a family that has been here for 5 generations that farmed, and yes, we did eat a lot of tortoise.
Tastes like Florida Panther, right?
And some of it was fried, some of it was smothered. And you'll be surprised of some of the things that have taken place for survival within some families and some communities. And I'm not running from that. I miss my uncle that's transitioned who took pride on cooking us some turtles. So that kind of brought some of that back. But there's a reality that does exist as a farming family. The Bellamys are farming families. I tell my son all the time, son, you're lucky because you're 1 generation removed from the farms. Me and my 5 brothers spent a lot of times in the farm. As a baby, they said I was the worst one, but that's another story. All right, there's a professional dilemma here. And I'm gonna be honest with you. And Commissioner Cruz, to be honest with you, for a number of reasons, I think sometimes you're before your time, sir, with the way you bring things to our attention. And it's a lot of professional respect, the way things are brought out. But here's the professional dilemma as far as free density in a housing crisis. And when we're talking about the need for affordable housing, Commissioner Cruz brings up a very, very, very compelling statement as far as our policy approach when we're talking about, giving up free density in the midst of a housing crisis. One thing that I said that I was going to speak to developers about, what's your concern on affordable housing? And here we are, we have 700 that's approved, right? And then, another 200, but none of that, and again, this is why I say it's a professional dilemma, none of that addresses the affordable houses concerns that we have here, all right? And that's just me. But to Commissioner Satcher's standpoint, do we put ourselves in a situation as we hold an entity hostage because we have not passed the policy yet, right? As far as the density bonus vote. So it's a lot going on there, and to stop the urban sprawl. We have to really identify where we are, unless I'm misinterpreting something. But I think what you've done is challenged, how I look at things. To be quite, right. You've challenged on how I look at things, but Commissioner Satcher has brought a reality to it. We don't hold the entity hostage if we have not, dealt with the density bonus issue yet. So this is just me, and I'm sure you may clear it up and may throw a curveball. You may or may not. But when I sit and look at it, my question is not necessarily, it's a philosophical question, and Commissioner Barr and I have these conversations about philosophy all the time. But are the developers, and it's a rhetorical question too, because I know they know the answer, are the developers aware that the housing crisis that we're in, and are you all aware that we need some support on affordable housing? And with all the options that are out there, what can we do to come back in to the urban core and put minds and matters together so we can make sure that we address the affordable housing issue? This is why I'm saying it's a concern, but this is a tough one. This is a tough one. This is halftime. I mean, this is overtime. About 2 seconds left on the clock, right? And there's a tough decision got to be made. Do we foul or let the clock run out? And I'm in a tough one this right here. So I'll hear back from you. This is. I don't think this deliberation is going to be over with right now.
Seems not. We are entertaining motions, but Cruz and Whitmore are still on the board. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah. First off, I hear what you're saying, but it's not even factually correct. And I mean that just and honestly, earlier today, as a matter of fact, part of our agenda was updating our section 545 in our code. It literally has a section called density bonus. It's been on the books for years and years. There is a density bonus that if you provide 25% affordable housing, you get an increase in the density on your land. It's been there. It's been there for a long time. The difference is nobody on this current board or any previous boards has enforced it. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist in section 545 of our plan. The only difference is I am trying to propose a compromise to developers that allow them essentially to pay an in lieu payment instead of building the affordable housing on site, which is what a lot of municipalities have. That's a future discussion. That's a future discussion for future policy, but that does not mean there is not a density bonus on the books today that allows there to be an increase from R3 to R6 or R6 to R12 in exchange for 25% affordable. Nobody uses it because then you have to put affordable housing in your neighborhood, and then they have to explain why it's affordable housing in your neighborhood when they go to sell other houses.
That's the reality, right?
That's the reality.
That's the problem.
And so nobody uses it. So because nobody uses it, we say, well, we're not going to ask people to use it. That's not fair to make them do the things that our comp plan says to do, even though they put up 15 different sections of our comp plan to explain why they should be able to do stuff. They never put up the sections of the comp plan that they don't want to adhere to. That's just reality. There is a density bonus here. To say we're holding them hostage for a future policy issue, no, this is for a current policy issue. And I'm told by developers all the time, in fact, even Mr. Vogler just said, at least I'm consistent. People always tell me, it's not a matter of what I say or what side I'm on things. People just want consistency. They know what they're going to get from this board. It's the people who alter from, I'm going to decline this over here because it's to the east one day and then I'm going to approve it the next day. That's where people don't know what's going on and don't know how to structure. I am consistent. And I think this board needs to be consistent. And if you want to encourage all developers, not just Neal Communities, but the Medallion Homes and the MIs and the Esper, everyone, you want to start getting people to do this stuff that we keep saying in endless, nearly monthly work sessions about affordable housing and smart growth and all that. Start being consistent. If you want people to use our incentives, force them to use the incentives. Don't give it away for free. If you want people to start redeveloping near the urban core, stop arbitrarily approving additional density to the east and sprawl out there. That's how you get people to start doing what we claim to the citizens we want them to do. That's how you get smart growth, is by insisting on smart growth. If we all come out here and say, here's another 200 units, know what's going to happen? Next month, someone else is going to come up. And the first thing they're going to say is, just like you approved this up here. Or now this parcel that's even closer to a lake or closer to someplace else. Well, you just approved that one, so you've dictated an informal policy to it. No, I think at some point in time, we need to say, yes, in the past, this was done differently on this board, that we just gave away free density or upzone people arbitrarily. where's the point in time where we say, okay, enough's enough? Now here's the new policy going forward. Because I'll ask you a question. They're asking to go to R3, and everyone says that's reasonable. But half the arguments up here are, we need more density. More density is good. We need housing. Housing's good. What if they came to us and asked for R12? At what point, would that be too much? Is there a particular line in the sand, or is it just, here's land, and we should offer more density because we need more housing? Is it okay only because it's R3? If it was R4.5 or R6, would that be too much? R12? R50? At what point in time is there too much density where it's no longer just we should give away free density because it's their land and who cares? Like, where's the threshold? Because I've seen a lot of R3s with R9 next to it. You can make an argument that this conforms to comp plan. It's a progression of zoning, which we hear all the time. Wouldn't R9 have been too much? What if they came to us and said, well, they want 4-story apartments all through this thing with 2,000 units in here because it's R9 with 300 acres? Is that too much? I mean, that's the question you have to ask. I mean, you know, in my mind, they have a right to build 700 units. I'm going to let them build 700 units. Not a problem in the world. Get rid of those tortoises and put the houses up. Let's get people in there. But that's the reality. Ask yourself that. If we're just saying density is good, well, how much density is good? How much is too much density? Because no one's making any claim that there's a particular threshold you have. It seems like they could have asked for anything, and honestly, Neal Communities probably undershot it because they probably should have asked for more, because it seems like we would just have approved virtually any level of density increase for nothing right now.
Commissioner Whitmore, you're next on the board. And
Yeah.
I'll remind you, we are entertaining motions.
I know. First of all, yeah, I don't think R9 would have gone today in this location at all, and we all know that right now because R3 is compatible with the surrounding uses. Yes, you got to start somewhere. But I do know there's been developers here today that are actually picking up their workers and driving them to work. They know that there's a housing problem. They know. Now, I don't appreciate, I mean, I know, you're a little ahead of your time, George. I respect everything you're doing. But they're coming here today to ask for something that's very reasonable. Surrounding uses, 3 units per acre. If they would have come for 9 or 12, I think we would have been back a couple more times talking about this. So, but remember, and we've heard from all Mr. Neal's experts. Mr. Neal's been sitting there. I kind of want to know if it's okay, his comments about what you're seeing transpose up here. I mean, it's you have your experts. No, is it okay?
It's legislative.
We've allowed
so
everybody else.
Madam Attorney?
The chair.
It's up to the chair.
It's legislative, so.
No, I'll let him up here. You want to come up and answer a few questions?
No, I just want to know your thoughts on what you're hearing.
On what, the housing crisis in general, or is this,
Well,
is this,
he's one
is this
of the
relevant
biggest-
to the item
Yes,
in the
it
agenda?
is. Yes, it is.
I'm Pat Neal. I don't think I was sworn by the TV, but I don't think I need to
Well,
be sworn.
this is legislative. You don't need to be sworn.
Remember that, Carol, I've been working with Rex Jensen since 1986. Been working on this on Lakewood Ranch since 1994, and for a very long time, we were the biggest developer at Lakewood Ranch. I built about 20,000 homes in this town. And ever since the first time in 1975, what I've always said is Florida is a very desirable place for people to be, and they want to be in Florida. It's the destination for millions of Americans to get away from Philadelphia or Minneapolis or those crazy places because of our freedom, because of our low taxes, because of our sunshine, because of our nice people. So our guiding principles say we're here to improve the lives of people with whom we do business. And so, quote, I think we're doing a good thing. People desire to be in this state and place, and we desire to build good homes for them. Now, as I said, I built 28 years in Lakewood Ranch and maybe 38 years with Rex. He asked me to finish this last parcel that wasn't entitled. It's the end of their property. He wanted to swap out the bus barn site for some beautiful schools now being built south of 64. So he wanted to finish his plan, and he's painted his vision for Lakewood Ranch, which is a beautiful vision. So unlike Commissioner Cruz, I think I'm just finishing Lakewood Ranch on the part that had a very complex development system. And he asked me to do it because I've been building in this town a very long time. So the short version is, I'm just completing the plan. I thought it was the plan all along. I've been a little surprised by this discourse. It's been very interesting, George, to listen. And like I say, during the last recession, we built and sold homes here at $106,000, and we can build affordable housing, and we will build affordable housing with higher density and proper incentives and some sympathy on the part of your team and your new staff as to how we can do things in a cost-effective fashion. So the short version is, we're serving the market and the public. We think it's a good thing. We're certainly protecting the environment. It takes about $8,000 per gopher to move them, and they're going to find a new home in DeSoto County, and they're going to love it there. But the short version is, please approve this project. It's been in the system almost a year. We're trying to complete Lakewood Ranch on behalf of Lakewood Ranch and, of course, the Neal Company.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Commissioner Whitmore, you still have the floor.
I would like to make a motion to recommend approval for the recommended motion by staff. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Madam Attorney?
Yes, basically, I just want to clarify, it'd be the motion for transmittal of Plan Amendment PA 2101, Ordinance 2227, as per the staff report.
Yes, that's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore and a second by Commissioner Bellamy. Commissioner Cruz, the floor is yours.
Oh, this is from an earlier thing, but I will just point out, there's a reason I used it. I pulled it up just to make sure I had the right numbers. The reason when I hypothetically asked about the density, I used R9, and everyone was like, no, that's too much. Per our staff report, with the proposed future land use request to UF3, a maximum of 2,792 dwelling units, 9 dwelling units per acre could be achieved. So just be aware that when you approve this for UF3, that hypothetically speaking, they can get to that R9 that everyone thought was extremely way too much just a minute ago. Thank you.
So arrogant.
Commissioner Satcher, you're on the board, sir, followed by Commissioner Baugh. He defers to Commissioner Baugh. Commissioner Baugh, you're on the board, ma'am.
You know, I represent Lakewood Ranch, and I have for 10 years. And Carol, you and I remember a time when it was designated that affordable homes were going to be built in Lakewood. I think we called it workforce housing at the time, in Lakewood Ranch. It is hard for this commissioner to sit here and feel good about voting for this or not voting for it. I don't feel good about it either way.
None of us do.
And I feel bad about that because I feel like Lakewood Ranch is the best community in America. And I get very upset with people when they criticize this. Some of you know when you criticize Lakewood Ranch. It's a beautiful community. But I also know that as we grow, we are having a problem with getting workers. In my business on Main Street, we've been there over 15 years. We've been very fortunate because most of the people, as with Neal Communities, we've both been blessed in that our employees tend to stay with us, and I have some that's been with us since day one. So it hasn't been too bad in that regard for us. But I've seen other businesses, particularly on Main Street, that have really struggled in trying to find employees. I want what is best for Lakewood Ranch. I love Lakewood Ranch. It's a beautiful community. Not everyone is suited to live in Lakewood Ranch, as I think Liz and I have talked about before, and that's okay. We need diversification in Manatee County. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. But the one thing that we need all over Manatee County is affordable workforce housing. Now, I know it's hard to get these days because of what it's costing, to build. I mean, Mr. Neal and I talked about this last week, didn't we, Pat? Most of you seem to be aware that we are remodeling a home that we own in Sarasota. We've owned it for over 20 years. And so the rumor was I was going to remodel this house, and I was going to move back into it, and I was going to resign from this board, and that's not true. But the point is, that was the rumor. It's a lot of rumors about me, it seems like, lately. And that's okay. But the point is that we have this problem in Manatee. We have this problem all over the state of Florida, affordable housing. And this board has spent a lot of time talking about it. What are we going to do about it? So I do have a question for our county attorney. We have not insisted upon developments that we approve, Sarah, to use the formula about affordable housing. If we start doing that today, it's a new precedent. Can we do that legally? Or is that a problem?
Here's my mic is on. We don't have an ordinance that mandates
I
inclusionary
know we don't.
zoning.
I
So
know.
we couldn't do it today anyway. Our current code doesn't require us to do that.
Well, then why are we even having this
The
conversation?
our
Why is it
current
being allowed?
process is our optional voluntary process.
Right.
So in other words, what you're telling me is, if we, maybe I didn't put the question correctly. I know that Neal Communities builds a beautiful home. I know it. I don't have one, but I know it. I've seen many, I've been in many. So it's nothing along that line. Let me rephrase my question, Sarah. If we decide that we're not going to approve this project today, and Neal Communities does not offer to build us affordable housing, so we do turn it down, okay. Are we putting ourselves in a difficult position legally? How do we handle that?
We have two criteria you look at for your legislative policy decision and map amendments. The first one is the proposed map amendment compatible with the development trends in the area of consideration? And number two, is the proposed map amendment compatible with surrounding uses and densities or intensities? And you've had testimony and comments on both sides. So whichever side you find more persuasive, you can.
She's not helping you.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll discuss this with you later. You're not helping here. I am really, I know that if we approve this project, that it will be a beautiful project. And I know that the homes will sell very quickly. I have no doubt. But at the same time, I am reminded of so many people that we're hearing from in the world today that cannot find a place to live. I'm struggling here as Commissioner Bellamy is. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Satcher and Whitmore. Commissioner Satcher.
That's what we're here for.
The chair is entertaining calls with the question. Commissioner Satcher.
No. No, we've been through that. No, Satcher's turn. Satcher's turn.
Well, just experience tells me that a lot of times if somebody's quiet up on this board, they might not be where everyone assumes they're at. We have some people that haven't spoken.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm considering making a motion to table it altogether, if we're really at a spot
For a full
where,
board.
because I don't know where the chair is.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, I don't know if that would make the applicant happy or upset or whatever, but I don't know. You're flipping a coin.
Or they can
There
ask for.
is a motion on the floor, so in order to table it, there would be a motion. We already have a motion on the floor, so the motioner would have to withdraw her motion. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Madam Attorney?
Well, procedural motions take precedence over the main motion.
Oh, true.
Someone can move to continue the public hearing if we know a future date. It's better to insert the date.
That's gonna be like in August or September.
Yeah, our
Yeah, I'm not
calendar
saying
is solid all the way to recess. It's packed all the way to recess. Well, the board's lighting up now, Commissioner Satcher.
Well, I'm not going to make that motion at this time, but so we'll move on.
Okay. Commissioner Whitmore, Bob, Bellamy. Commissioner Whitmore.
First of all, is it not true that if there's not a full board present, the applicant requests it?
They can request
I'm just
a
asking.
full board.
Well,
But I
this-
think we may have passed that.
I just want
no.
to clarify that. The board may continue the matter for good cause. We deleted the provision
A
about
full
having to
board.
do it if it's not a full board.
Okay.
Good cause.
And also, Vanessa, you were talking about affordable housing when you first came. I think years ago is when I first started. The board made an arbitrary rule that they had to have a 25% or whatever in all developments, but that was never a rule. And then eventually, there was never anything specific, and it did go away. So when I first started for quite a few years, but then we went into recession, and we said we couldn't do it. Just let them, because they were all losing everything. So at first, when I first started, we did. If we think we're going to lose this, I think it's only fair. Hold on. George, please, don't be cocky. Wait. If I feel that we are going to, this may not pass today, then I think we should at least have a full board to deny it. Because a planner is not here. I mean, well, she knows a lot more than you and me, so. So I would, if the board wants me to, I will withdraw my motion and ask to have this be brought up in a future meeting. Somebody help me with the words.
Okay, so the motioner has withdrawn her motion. I have no feeling that this is likely to be continued. I'm going to take a 10-minute recess while we look at our future calendar and come back so that when we come back, staff can propose us with a future time to continue this to as a certain. We're in recess till 4:16. Welcome back. So we are at the land use meeting, and the first thing we want to address is the possibility of a continuance. So I'd like to invite the applicant to the podium to address the possibility of a continuance for this. It sounds like August 4th is the soonest that we could have a continuance. And thank you for your time, sir. No, just kidding.
Thank you.
Yes. So it sounds like August 4th or 18th would be your options for a continuance. Mr. Vogler?
Yes, what I wanted to make sure you understood, I'll answer that directly, but this is a transmittal hearing. This is not the adoption. So what routinely happens when there's some hair on a comp plan amendment, you vote to transmit it, and then you'll have an adoption hearing that's scheduled sometime in the future. And so any additional questions can be reflected, asked. We'll have another public hearing and so forth. So our answer is we want you to transmit it and not continue the transmittal, because that's just further delay. And so why don't we see what the state says about it? Why don't we get the other agencies to look at it? So we ask you not to continue it, but recognize it's not a written in stone final opinion, it's a transmittal.
Okay, thank you, sir. Bellamy, Cruz, Whitmore. Commissioner Bellamy.
So I was on the board.
You are.
And there was discussion about the motion. And the motion, we need to know whether or not the motion was or was not pulled from the board, because as a seconder, I did not agree with that. And she does not.
Madam Attorney, can you clarify?
Okay, well.
Yeah, the maker of the motion withdrew the motion.
So there's nothing for you to second.
I mean, the second can't carry that himself.
Okay. So the motion has been withdrawn, sir. Is there anything further, Commissioner Bellamy? Commissioner Cruz.
I'd like to make a motion to not transmit Plan Amendment PA 2101, Ordinance 22-27.
Okay, so we have a motion for denial by Commissioner Cruz. Is there a second? Commissioner Cruz, your motion fails for lack of a second. I have no commissioners on the board. I am entertaining motions. We are in deliberation.
Go for it. Why me? It's your district.
Oh, you're at large, so it's your district too.
No one makes a motion.
Okay,
Thatcher's district.
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to make a motion to transmit, and then when we see what the state says, we'll look at it again as far as approving it. I don't, and I'm only doing that because that's what I didn't realize that until just now. I didn't even think of that, but we did that about the urban service boundary line. So I will go ahead and make the motion to transmit.
We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve transmittal.
Second.
I was reaching for the gavel there, sir. I'm glad
You were.
Someone said something. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve transmittal. We have a second by Commissioner Bellamy. We have had public comment on this and extensive deliberation, so I'm going to move forward with the vote. Please, no one press your button.
Let's all do it.
So
Oh, Reggie.
it'll be a roll call vote. Commissioner Servia is up next in the rotation. So with District 4 being absent, we will then go to District 5.
You made the motion though, right?
I made the motion. Yes.
I understand you're either a yes or a no, ma'am.
I said yes.
District 5 is a yes. District 6.
Yes.
District 6 is a yes. District 7
Absolutely not. No.
is no. District 1 is yes. District 2
Yes.
is yes. District 3 is yes. Madam Clerk, the motion passes by a vote of 5-1 to transmit. Correct. Madam County Attorney, is there any further agenda items today?
No, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
That being the last agenda item, I will entertain motions to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Satcher, a second by Commissioner Baugh. This is procedural, does not require public comment. All in favor of adjourning the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, we are adjourned.
Kevin.